E pra mim também o melhor Sup 2 que tem no mundo atualmente. Ele faz a função dele ali como ninguém faz no mundo. Rapaziada, a gente já ganhou 2 Major, acabamos de ganhar um aqui em Atlanta. Mas a gente quer a marreta, a gente vai em busca dela, porque não tá bom, a gente quer mais. A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado. E bom, é isso, isso é a W7M.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber!
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa. Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem, então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que está há muito tempo comigo, é um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também, ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente tá perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também, ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também. Acho que todo jogador do nosso time é muito bom em questão de skill.
Is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pava can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Invitational, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, querendo ou não, que eu tenho, que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. Right now. We finally made it. I know that they hate it. We count this right out of the bag. Right now. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running and making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, just watch how I move. Right now, right now, just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, timing is right now.
I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
Not a single mistake can be afforded. Doki finds a triple kill.
I would say my main role is focused on getting the first engagement. Super aggressive, super in your face. I actually do play literally everything. I can kind of do it all. In G2 Esports R6, you have Alamal, who is our captain in IGL. He is a complete psychopath in every meaning and description of that word.
You're gonna crumble! That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay?
He's always like energetic.
Alamal looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage!
He plays flex, plays literally everything, so really flexible, and he's one of the best players in the game. And then we have Virtue, Jake. He is our second support, again like flex, plays type of everything.
Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Renshiro.
He is kind of like the dad, I guess, of the team. He's the oldest. Everyone looks up to him as that kind of father figure in the team. We then have Benjamaster. He is like entry fragger, but again plays everything type of role. Like he plays whatever you need him to.
Benjamaster, the Dane, holds on, falls back, re-picks, finds one.
He manages to do things that aren't explainable, like you can't replicate. He is the best player in the game, and I'll happily say that. We then have Uno. Alexei, he's our newest member of the team, but he's kind of like the backbone of the team like right now.
KZ has pulled off not quite the impossible, but a bit of a worker got there. Can't get the next, and G2 will take round one.
He's adapted to the roles really well, and he helps out Alamal with IGL and shot calling a lot. Everyone that goes to Invitational, right, of course you want to win it, right, but not one team in the world can go there and be like, oh, I'm gonna win it, and if people say that, then they're lying. Everyone can now do everything if needed. Like all my teammates I love to bits, like they're my brothers pretty much. 3, 2, 1.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Hey, I'm Troy. I go by Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero.
Let's go! Let's go! Yes!
And I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
Force the late rounds here, okay? Make them work for it.
NJR is the best side anchor in the game and one of the most clutch players to play the game. Panvazoo is our lurker in entry. He is, hands down, one of the smartest and highest game sense players that has ever played Siege. I'm also very much looking forward to playing in Brazil. The crowds there is something special, and the passion of the fans. Definitely excited for SI to be there as well.
all in Bolo. Bolo definitely going to make an effort of it, if nothing else. Oh my God! Bolo can clutch this if he just comes in right now. Sooner than ace.
Bolo gets the ace! Bolo has to try and play this out from the freezer hallway, but he's been discovered. He's going to get it down, but they're actually going to be able to take out Shala behind him as well. Bolo for 2. Bolo 3. Bolo's clutching it out. He's got the pistol! Bolo! The hot-handed young blood will get it done.
We are Dark Zero, and we are the hungriest, most hardworking, talented Rainbow Six Siege team in the world.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو سيكس سيجن متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
noite, Brasil. Boa noite, São Paulo. Bom dia, São Paulo. Bom dia, Brasil. Bom dia, Ibirapuera. Sou Leandro Montoya, diretor de esportes da Ubisoft para a América Latina. Eu estou muito emocionado de estar aqui. A paixão de vocês, da comunidade do Siege, tem sido simplesmente lendária. Foi a paixão de cada um de vocês que trouxe o Six Invitational para São Paulo, para o Brasil. Esse não é só um evento competitivo, essa é uma celebração para vocês. Durante os próximos 3 dias, eu como brasileiro, convido vocês a fazer a maior festa que o esportes do mundo já viu. Então mostre a sua paixão, mostre o seu coração, esteja aqui conosco, tá bom? Muito obrigado. A marreta está no lugar, o Siege está no Brasil. Muito obrigado, nós amamos vocês. Muito obrigado. Valeu. Let's go, guys.
And we're finally back at the Invitational. It's SI24, and we're live in, at least for me, the home, the heart of Rainbow Six, outside of where it was all made in Montreal, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Welcome everybody to Ginásio de Ibirapuera. I'm live, and we're all live here together. I'm Elshemedic, your host, and with me on the desk are my 2 experts to kick off this pre-show. Fresh and Fabian, 2 gentlemen that have been at many SIs in the past. Gents, this is incredible. How are we feeling today?
The crowd, I mean, the amount of sound we've gotten from the crowd already, and we've just arrived. It's the first day, the first hours. Oh man, this weekend is going to be incredible.
That's the thing, we can't hear ourselves think. We've been told this is a sellout. Obviously, still people are still arriving. It's going to be absolutely monumental in here. You stand on the stage, it shakes. It's incredible.
The biggest event we've ever had in the history of Rainbow Six, but it all started with 20 teams around 10 or so days ago. That was our group stage divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. From our 20, left 4 to make it 16 into our playoffs that started last Monday. And from 16, we eliminated 10 to be left with 6 in our finals. And when it is all done on Sunday, there will only be 1 left standing in the dust. Here's what our bracket looks like. We've turned off all the fat, and we're left with our top 6. Sonics, W7M, and Dark Zero versus G2 Esports. That is what we have lined up for you, but also these teams are fighting in the lower bracket. They need to play extra games to get to that final, whereas FaceClan and Virtus.pro at the top, they're 1 win away from making it into the grand final by virtue of their seeding and better performance through the group stage and in the playoffs. That is what you are afforded in this spot. But from that bracket, teams are playing for the hammer that you just saw, and let's just say a bit of cash on the side. And we have our local tax man here fresh to walk us through it, because it is a boatload of money. What does the winning team end up with?
The winning team will take home $1 million.
A whole million.
He won it last year. He spent a lot on tax, I would imagine. But yeah, it's great for every single team. Obviously, teams that have made it just to this stage have taken in 135K just for getting to main stage, which is nothing to be sniffed at. But it starts amplifying up if you can get all the way to the final and win this competition.
Big difference between first and second, Fabian.
There's a massive difference between the prize pools, that's for sure. And, you know, everybody's fighting for that #1 spot. That's something we can expect.
Well, here we've had a lot of surprises, I would say, at the Invitational. Of course, we got big teams at the end. We will talk about them in just a moment. However, I feel fresh that there's been a decent amount of APAC representation.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things. You know, obviously the Southeast Asian teams did very well to get to the main stage, and then Bliss causing a huge upset, being 1 game away from getting to this main stage. I thought that was absolutely incredible from a team that has full-time jobs and then practices in the evening.
It was an incredible performance. They should be so proud about how far they come and how well they represented the region, because it's a long time coming and we've been waiting for it, and this time we got to see it.
And there's also been some upsets, we got to be honest on it.
Yeah, there are some disappointments, that's for sure. My biggest disappointment, both for myself personally, but also for the crowd and the arena, Team Liquid. You guys should have made it further. We expected more of you. You fell short. M80 is another one that's the big one for me. You guys got grouped, shouldn't have happened, but here we are.
Both big Brazilian teams as well. I know M80 play inside of North America, but they have that Brazilian with, with the bodega, the coaching staff, Diaz Gomez as well. A lot of Brazilians that could have been here that aren't.
So now that we have these squads, anybody else has stepped up? We saw Bleed and how good they were. We talked about that APAC representation, but do you feel that there were other teams that maybe through the year should have made it to SI?
Yeah, I think if you look across the course of the major, obviously we're missing BDS at this SI, which was a huge shock to everybody, but they only have themselves to thank for that because of their stage 1 performance. And even lost inside of this tournament, lost one, where they got to the grand finals of the Atlanta major and then didn't even make it to the main stage here. They're going to be kicking themselves. This is the pinnacle that everybody works for from the start of the year. This is what you want to be at, and there are so many teams that will be disappointed they're not here.
So, going up on the stage and just feeling the crowd around you and just being up here, the amount of feelings you have inside of you, there's no description for it. They just don't end.
It's crazy that you're saying feelings, not something that I would usually put together for you.
The ice cold man, huh?
But he's here and he's on the desk to talk about things. And actually, let's talk about these top 6 squads that made it into our main stage. We got 2 teams from all 3 main regions here, NA, Brazil, and EU. We'll start off first, Sonics from NA and Dark Zero, and Sonics, fresh and unpredictable squad. My dark horse for this entire tournament, where us Dark Zero have been consistent throughout the whole year, actually throughout the past 2 years, and they've earned the spot.
Absolutely, and then we're moving through to FaZe Clan and W7M now. The 2 obviously teams that are going to be supported massively with inside this arena inside of Brazil. FaZe Clan, they've won a major, but they did it in Sweden, not in front of a crowd. They desperately want to get their hands on the hammer. And then we go to W7M, the back-to-back major champions. Of course, they lost the final last year. This year for them is going to be the one that they're targeting.
Moving over to the last ones, Europeans. My favorites. I think there are so many reasons to love these teams. Virtus Pro, they've been around forever as a team. The way they play, if you love discipline and logical decisions, Virtus Pro, that's the team for you to look out for, and they've just been incredible so far, managing to come back and play at the top level once more. G2, I mean, it's the best team in the world. I love them. They are just so good. They're the bad boy villains here. They have Judas Alemão, their in-game leader, their team captain, Brazilian moving to EU to destroy the hopes of Brazilians. Wow, what a story.
What a story, and with Amalio also in the background, the coach that leads the squad, G2, of course, everybody's fans, and the current world champions with this guy here on the desk, Fabian, the one and only 3-time. That might change later on this weekend, but we'll see about that. Now, our top 6 have been at previous events, and we're going to focus solely on their 6 invitational appearances. G2 at 5 of them. That is quite a bit, but there has to be way more to it than just attending.
Yeah, I mean, the victories that they have. Here on the graphic, we see 2019, which I played and won, and then 23, which was last year. I coached and won, and just this amazing team. 4 of the players are still there. They have an addition of Uno, who has been doing an amazing job since he got an addition to this roster, and I'm so excited to see them play.
The big one that stands out to me here is FaZe. 7 invitationals attended. 3rd is the maximum that they've got to. That's absolutely monumental for this roster. They're going to be looking to make that push on, because literally they've come so close. They're now back on home soil. They're going to want to make it the hammer is theirs.
I just am so excited to see W7M as well. I mean, how are they not the local favorites right now? They've just won the 2 last majors. They're going to plow through this bracket, I think, and I think that we're going to see a W7M in the final.
I agree. I agree. I mean, there's dark horses, obviously, the 2 North American teams, Virtus Pro. There are dark horses there, don't get me wrong, but I think they're the teams, that we can make a case for that should be going on to win this event. Yeah. There's still a few question marks around some of the other teams as well as they've done. If I had to pick a dark horse out of all of them, though, I think I would pick Sonics. I know you said it as well. The way they've been playing Siege, they've looked so comfortable. they've a couple of things to work on, but they look great. They look like a much more balanced roster now.
The next piece is how do you handle pressure when you have fans all around you? Because a lot of those SIs, at least over the past few years, have not been with a crowd and not everybody's made it to the main stage, Fabian. How do you calculate for that?
So the way that I worked when I was playing and when I was coaching is you focus on the screen in front of you. You feel the vibrations everywhere. Like the amount of people we have here, it's more than we have at most events already. So the vibrations that you feel underneath you when there comes a kill or when you win a round, if the team is cheering for you, everything is just exploding around you.
I mean, you were there also. You've attended so many of these events as a fan and as a talent and also as support around teams.
Yeah, I think it's just the ability to zone everything else out. Like you say, it's like there are going to be fans that are probably against you if you're not a Brazilian team. Even if the fans are with you, that obviously creates pressure. What you want to do is focus on you. When you very first started and you was back home in your bedroom, you know, playing online Siege, you want to get back to that place mentally, stay emotionally stable, don't get caught up in the whole event, and then that's when you can play your best Siege.
But the worst thing is you don't want to get called an onliner when you're here on the main stage.
If you've made it this far, you're never an onliner because you have proven throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs, that you should be here. And honestly, all these 6 teams that we have here, they truly deserve to be here because they have played phenomenally. Like, they are one step above everybody else that's not here, and I think it shows quite clearly if you look back through the entire event.
Yeah, they're all very different. They're all different in their own way. They've got their own unique styles. However, objectively and subjectively, these are the best 6 teams in the tournament. We couldn't have asked for anybody else that's here today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we only get to have 6, but at the end of the day, we're going to go down to 1, winning the whole thing. So with only a few moments left, I think it's time to celebrate my favorite thing about the Invitational, which is you, the community. So how about we go to the stage with Ian and Leo and celebrate you. Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Since we were last here, history, legacies, and champions have been made. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. My name's Ian Chambers. I am joined here by the amazing, the handsome, the wonderful Brazilian stage host, Leo. Leo, this is incredible.
Thank you very much. That's awesome being with you here, man. Bom dia, Ginásio do Ibirapuera. De novo, estamos na transmissão internacional. Eu estou muito feliz de fazer parte dessa festa. E sabe por que nós estamos aqui? Porque vocês são demais. Fomos escolhidos a dedo, porque somos a torcida mais diferenciada e emocionante e calorosa do planeta. Então vamos fazer festa, fazer barulho, mostrar o que somos capazes. Lá fora, tá todo mundo de olho na gente. E eu já estou ensinando o Ian Chambers, que é o meu co-host aqui, a falar português. E ele quer ouvir o quanto de barulho a gente consegue fazer.
Gotta do it right now.
Vamos fazer barulho? Let's go.
Vamos fazer barulho!
How does it feel?
It feels good. I'm gonna do that a lot.
Yeah, okay.
All right, one of the best things about SI is we shine a spotlight and highlight the incredible people that make this game and the entire scene so special and amazing. Isn't that right?
Exactly. O que torna esse esporte tão incrível é a possibilidade de homenagear pessoas que criam e são apaixonadas, a comunidade. Então, a gente vai abrir a nossa transmissão com homenagens, Ian.
It is time for our first comedy.
I was introduced to video games pretty early in my life, but when I really started playing video games, I was about 10 years old, something like that, and I was playing Call of Duty in a cyber cafe. When I grew up from it, I stopped going there, the cyber cafe closed, and I learned to play it on console. And the esport on Call of Duty was on console mostly at that time. And quickly, I found a bigger dimension of those competitions that I didn't realize was so accessible, and that's how I fell in love with that world. When Siege was announced, all those people were just waiting for it since years. They were so excited. The amount of possibilities, the depth of the strategy on this game, I fell in love right away. And then quickly I got closer with the players from Vitality at that time. So I was basically the substitute in Vitality for my first year. Beginning of 2017, I officially signed with Vitality. I became main player. That's when it got a bit more complicated. So a lot of people being like, oh, she's on the Vitality just because she's a woman. You do like an official game, you're like, okay, I'm pretty happy about what I showed during this game. You go watch the VOD on Twitch and you see the chat, and the chat is like roasting you like crazy. And it's like not just, oh, they played poorly, it's personal stuff. And then you're like, okay, it's a lot. It starts to be a lot. And at that time, we didn't have any coaching staff or managers or anything, so you're by yourself.
If I want to solo queue, I can't even do that because of the toxicity of others.
If I ever play like solo or anything like that, I make it a point to not use voice comms and only use text chat.
Dès qu'il y a une erreur qui est faite, la faute retombe immédiatement sur nous parce qu'on est des femmes en fait.
Feeling like all the men are watching you and like you're responsible for upholding all the women in the game. It's a lot of pressure in just one little game.
There needs to be a signal sent that it doesn't matter what gender you identify as. There is space for you here.
The more that we have women in these roles and showing up and being great leaders, the more women are going to be involved in the esports community.
We want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable and can have fun in a game like Siege. And we're not there yet. And we have a long way to go, but it will get better.
At that point, I wanted to just take a break. I even had told people, I was like, I'm still here, I'm gonna help the current team, but I need a couple of months to breathe and build a shell. Like I needed time to like process all of that and decide how I wanted to live with it, you know?
I feel like for her, it's less about her being a woman or about her being a symbol for women in esports. I think she just really wants the competition to be good, and she wants to teach her guys to be good at Siege, and she wants to win.
The months go by. As an analyst, I'm going to the 6th Invitational with Vitality with the team they have at that time. And during the event, I was looking around and I was realizing like, okay, yeah, they really can have an impact on the results of your team. And I started to have ideas, you know, and I wanted to work on these ideas. And I'm thinking, I feel like strategically speaking, I'm more advanced than I am mechanically speaking. So I'm like, I don't even have to think about it. It's just the decision is taken for me, you know, like I need to become a staff. And the main switch was, I want to coach.
She's been so consistent in her team's standings and her team's performance throughout the years, and also been such a focal point for Wolves management. There's not many coaches who can achieve that, and it's just phenomenal.
I'm trying my best to monitor everybody, to give them space to express themselves, but also to guide them into how they should express themselves. Communication is key, either it's in-game, on the server, or outside of the server. It's so important. It's like dialogue is the main key if you want to be able to work together. You need that complementary in your team. You need to have people that can match together and can complete each other.
She has always struck me as a fearsome competitor and a fearless leader who doesn't back down. Whether it's the way that she talks to her teammates, whether it's the way that she talks to, you know, her players, whether her support staff, whether it's the way that she talks to us behind the scenes, she always speaks from the heart, and she speaks so strongly, and that's a very admirable quality.
Elle est très stratégique. Et elle a une vision, je pense, autre, et elle perçoit très bien les choses.
She's amazing at the work that she does. It just shows that more and more we can have women leading the charge in a lot of important areas. To me, that's the ultimate future that we have on Siege.
I don't think that I'm the best coach I can be right now, but I'm working every single day to become the best coach that can exist, yes.
Please welcome onto our stage the recipient of our Esports Commendation Award, Wolves Esports coach, Liloon.
Uma salva de palmas para ela, rapaziada. Congratulations. That's all award.
I can already see the tears in your eyes, Liloon. Like, we just watched that video package of your incredible journey. Talk us through what this recognition means to you at a Six Invitational in front of the fans that, you know, has been such a part of your journey throughout your entire esports career.
I don't even have the words. It means so much. It means much more than you can ever imagine. It's just so much commitment and so many years of, you know, sacrificing yourself for that, and also just it's an incredible gift, and of course, what a better place than Sao Paulo to receive it.
Ela está muito feliz, diz que não tem nem palavras, ela se dedicou muito. E é isso, chegou aqui, vê esse resultado e não tinha lugar melhor para estar aqui conosco em São Paulo, no Brasil, recebendo esse prêmio. It's amazing.
Liloon, you are notoriously competitive, passionate, fierce. You've got a desire to win at all times. Where does that come from?
I've always been like that. As a kid, I've always been wanting a challenge, challenging myself in every discipline I've been trying. So I don't know, I just want to be the best and I want to win everything.
É isso, é espírito de lutadora. Para estar aqui, ela sempre teve vontade de ser a melhor, de competir, de vencer, e é por isso que ela está aqui. Congratulations. Such an amazing story.
You have become such a leading figure for women in competitive esports, and that's not a responsibility you take lightly, is it?
Yeah, it's a big responsibility, but it's also an honor. And if I can inspire many more women, but also men, to give their best and live their passion and live their dream, then I'll continue as much as I can.
All right, finally, the floor is yours. Who would you like to thank in this incredible moment in your life?
I would like to thank my family, of course. They've been supporting me throughout all of this. My incredible partner, Invitational, that has been my rock always. And my friends, even recently, Benoit, Vincent, Felix have been incredible throughout all of this. And of course, Ubisoft for creating such an amazing game. And thank you, Brazil, as well, Obrigada. And I hope everybody's going to enjoy TSI. It's going to be crazy.
Awesome. Ela está agradeceu a família, os amigos, todo mundo que ajudou nessa caminhada. E ela sabe que é uma responsabilidade, uma honra muito grande ser uma mulher e estar nesse espaço de destaque.
Sao Paulo, one more time for Liloon.
Uma salva de palmas para Liloon.
Thank you very much, Liloon. Congratulations. We cannot wait to see what you achieve next. We are going to a short break, but then when we come back, we are officially kicking off proceedings. It wouldn't be SI without an orchestra, would it?
Rainbow's leader has been murdered. Our mission is clear. Locate and apprehend his killer. This Deimos is no ordinary enemy. In Brazil, when we had him in our sights on his money plane, he found a way to best us. Exploiting our humanity as weakness to get away. He's ruthless, willing to kill his own in pursuit of new weaponry. Rainbow is not like that. When one joins us, they gain a squad who will defend them to the death. He attacked us brazenly at Tower, the youngest among us, our recruits. Now, we come for him. Enough defense. We are on the attack. Evidence at Tower led us to his base of operation in Portugal. We eliminated the Keres Legion protecting it. And through it all, we never lose our humanity, because what is weakness to him is our greatest strength. The intel from Lair proves he is planning an operation at Emerald Plains. When we get there, we stop Deimos before any more lives are lost. Clear. Start setting up.
What's the meaning of this?
Monsieur Secrétaire Général, we are with Rainbow. This location is compromised. Let's get you to the evac zone.
And my security detail?
It's too late for them now. Look sharp. Deimos is here. Mira, finish up and fall back. We lure him in and take him alive. Hold. Now.
Tree still standing.
Light down, cabrones!
Mira.
Disappointing. Rainbow operators were harder to kill in my day. Samuel Fish. Say hi to Hereford.
Ta gueule, connard.
What are you waiting for? Pull the goddamn trigger, soldiers.
Not gonna happen. It's over, Deimos. And you will tell us everything.
Nothing I say will save Rainbow. You're already dead.
We'll see about that.
Basement.
I've got him. You go make that stop.
Same C4 remote used in Bratislava. The building with the nursery.
Morris, what are you doing? Put it down!
So he can be a chess piece for two countries playing nice. All that blood on his hands, but in 2 months he'll be on the beach drinking mojitos. You know how it goes, Bogart.
Our orders are extraction! God damn it, Gerald! You finally did it! Throw your career away!
Rainbow doesn't matter. This, you and I, doesn't matter. I'm fighting for something greater now. Shame I can't take you with me. Isn't anyone gonna welcome me back?
I had no idea that I needed to see Sam Fisher versus Deimos to kick off my day, but here we are, hyping it all up before we start. Fabian, you're here, you've been here 1,001 times, how's it feel?
You know, waiting for what's about to happen, the feelings and the emotions and just the adrenaline kick that you're gonna have when you stand backstage there, just waiting for everything to kick off. There's no, it's not the same. Like when you're on stage, you feel one thing. Back there, this is when it all starts. This is where the feelings come out.
I think this is going to be the best crowd and the best atmosphere we've ever had for a Siege event.
And you know what? At this point, it's time for us to welcome our 6th finalist. And to be honest, nothing gives me goosebumps more than the 6th Invitational theme. I think that is pretty clear, especially when it's played by our very own orchestra. You know it's coming. I see you shivering with anticipation. Welcome back, everybody. What an introduction! Everybody's here at Invitational in Sao Paulo, and this crowd is like nothing you've ever experienced before. And I hope that if you're not here with us, will be joining us in the future at a future Siege event coming near you. We'll see more about that later on. Welcome back, everybody, to the Analyst Desk. We are ready for game number 1, so let's break things down for all of you that want to learn more. And with me, Milos, Fresh, and Fabian, with so much experience here to talk about Dark Zero versus G2. Let's get into it straight ahead. Gentlemen, we've already done the hellos and the thank yous and all, but this matchup has a lot riding.
We already played G2 in our group. We weren't so happy about how we played there. Honestly, just excited to kind of get a rematch with them. They're a good team, and also defending champions, so potentially being the team to be able to take them out, that's an opportunity we want to take.
We played them already in our group and we won 2-0. I think it's going to be a repeat of last time. I don't think it's going to be too difficult of a game.
To beat G2, I think we just kind of have to stick to our strengths and stick to our game plan. I think the last time we played them, we kind of strayed away from that and fell into their game, and it kind of came back and bit us.
A good strategy to beat Dark Zero, I don't think is anything so special. Maybe just do nothing, and then you'll win. They're really slow.
Carl, be seeing you when it matters most.
Hello, Knife. I know for a fact that you don't want to play G2, especially not in your first game in the main stage. You have your friends, your family watching, and they're going to be very sad. I'm very sorry.
We are all ready to go. G2 versus Dark Zero. So let's feed you in on all the intel you need. First of all, Fresh, Fabian, we've done the introductions, we've said hello. Now it's time to get down to business.
Oh, it's time, definitely. These two teams, they have so much history against each other. Like, it's honestly incredible. And just both of these teams have been performing so well up until this point.
So there was a big question about, I think, who the crowd were actually going to support.
Yeah.
When these two teams were setting up their setups before all of this kicked off, the crowd was booing DZ. They were cheering G2, obviously the champions, Alamau Connection. It goes without saying, these are two of the top teams in the world right now, and they've both got a very good shot. Obviously, G2 are the defending champions.
If there is no crowd like this one, let's be very honest, Invitational is always a massive, massive celebration of the community, and with everybody kind of reeling in that energy, you have to focus. We talked about it in our pre-show. As a player, you gotta have faith in your colleagues in the server and your coach.
Not only faith, but you need to love each other and cherish what you have between each other, because this is a bond of brothers up there. Like, they are fighting, they're going to war for each other, because there's nothing more that matters than the hammer up on that stage. That is what everybody wants.
All right, now let's talk about this performance of these two teams against one another, and that is going all the way back to last SI.
Yeah, this is the last year how much they've been playing against each other, and actually G2 have come out on top every single time. Last time at last SI, they were beaten in the lower bracket. G2 took that 2-0 against Dark Zero, and I think it was second round lower bracket, and yeah, that was quite the dominant game from them. Then we also have that they played in Atlanta against each other, so they have another game. G2 won once more, and then we head over to this SI in the group stage, a year ago almost again, but a week. But then again, G2 obviously took it one more time. So there's so much history between these two rosters, and it's not only a rivalry between the two teams, there's a rivalry on a different level as well.
And those rivalries on the different level, that is Alamau and Canadian. And we've talked about how Alamau is a key component for G2, and about when he's comfortable, and against somebody he feels that he's so much better than, he wins. And that's exactly what he's done with Canadian. He loves to play the mental game with him. He absolutely loves playing against him, as you can see by those results.
But we talked about these teams being the top in the world. Of course, they're here at the Invitational on the main stage. Nobody can ever take that away from them. That's 100% for sure. But we need to talk about what sets teams apart. First of all, we'll take Dark Zero and go deep into this squad, because they've had two changes going into this Invitational, and it seems like things have worked out.
Things have really worked out for them. If we just look at the statistics here, and we see that they actually have a positive attacker win rate, which is super uncommon for any team in this meta. They have been just playing so well. One thing that is a bit surprising is they haven't been maybe getting their defenses to work in unison as well as they would expect them to. And I think that we have a little bit further on, we're going to talk about a little bit of their weakness. But yeah, things haven't always clicked for them, but they actually, until now, they've looked very solid.
Yeah, I think you can say they've made night and day improvements.
Yeah.
I'm glad you called out that attack win rate, Fabian, because at the last 2 events they played at Copenhagen and Atlanta, the attack was the big Achilles heel for Dark Zero.
Oh, has that been fixed?
Yes, I think it has been fixed, and I think the reason that it's been fixed, they made 2, I would say, drastic roster changes after Atlanta. They decided to bring in both Bolo and Naif in terms of into the team. Obviously, they dropped Graveni, they dropped Rice. These 2 players have drastically changed how DZ play. Now, they've also got a bit of a bromance going on, which obviously helps. We're seeing that happen with some of the new players across the teams. But Naif has brought in that European style to Dark Zero. He's brought in a way of thinking, and he's allowed them to explore new possibilities on maps they previously were not good at. Now, Bolo has had a bit of an up and a down event, and recently, though, in terms of the Virtus Pro game, he really stepped up. So he'd been out of professional play a while, but he's come back in, shrugged off that rust, and then started stepping up throughout the tournament. Both of these 2 players, huge reasons for the improvement.
Yeah, for Bolo, it takes some time to get back into it when you've been off the competitive for so long. But not only have Naif unlocked him in terms of EU style, Naif also has experience with Brazilian coaching, which means that he brings a 3rd element to the table. Naif brings so much, and I think he's kind of a master key that have unlocked so many different play styles for Dark Zero. He's an absolute star.
And Canadian on the spot. 2-time, he's looking for a 3rd.
Yeah, he's coming for my 3-time, right? I don't hope it happens, but you never know. The thing that Canadian does, he might not pull the numbers so well. He will always be a little bit negative in the numbers, but that's not what you have Canadian in your team for. The stuff that he brings, team culture, discipline, work ethic, all of that stuff outside the server, you can't put numbers on it. That's what makes him being one of the best, if not the best leader we have right now in Rainbow Six.
All right, it's good to see him back on the stage, and then who faces off against Dark Zero? It's G2. We mentioned it here that they are massive crowd favorites because of this one person in the middle, Alamao.
Yeah, G2, I suppose kind of darlings, maybe not. We'll see if they play against a Brazilian team. However, what I will say is statistically they've been one of the top teams in the tournament. Attack win rate has dipped off recently, but the one thing to note about G2, the big thing, is that bottom stat on your screen, average entry engagement time. They are the quickest team in the tournament at taking engagement. They love the Lion, they love the Ying, they love the Dokkaebi. Whichever 2 of those 3 are open, they will be using it to take ground in the map very fast.
And there's one thing that they have finally done now that we're heading into main stage. They have finally beaten the Brazilian Ghost. They have struggled immensely the last year to beat any Brazilian team in playoffs. They've lost 3 games in a row. They lost here against FaZe, and they lost against W7M at Atlanta, and in Copenhagen, we lost against Team Liquid, and we felt like there was nothing we could do to change that because they just had the read of Alamao all the time. So they have finally come above that.
How much of a role does Ramalho, their coach, play into this?
Oh, he's huge. Obviously, he is a Brazilian coach alongside Alamao, and I think he understands the Brazilian teams really well. We saw actually when they beat Liquid, he literally screamed to Alamao, just those 2. He said, we finally did it. So it's not just us saying they've got a ghost, they're saying that as well. And if they're over that line, that makes them dangerous.
So what is that weakness, that secret weapon that G2 can exploit?
So G2 are very good at, I think, looking at what the weakest link in the opponent team is and then trying to exploit that. So for me, if I'm G2, I would be looking at how we could exploit Canadian. Now, the big reason for that, it's not that actually his stats are not good. It's the operators he plays. Particularly pay attention to the Solace and the Pulse. He'll play a little bit of Valkyrie too. What Canadian does, he's often feeding information to his team 1 or 2 floors below site. Now, G2 can exploit that. Whichever way they try to do it, they can go and hunt him alone because they know he will be down there alone, or they can take the 5v4 on site, implement Split Fury, and that's what Split Fury is good at, is taking 5v4s and making them work. So that's where I think G2 will look to press onto that weakness.
And you're absolutely right, because the way that we worked back in a year ago, and they definitely have that still because Carl is still their team leader and captain, they chase the weakest mechanical player. And the reason why they do it, as you said, they can abuse the gap that it creates by either going for him or abusing the gap where he isn't, where he's supposed to be when he plays for his team. So G2 definitely knows how to play against this playstyle, and knowing how the analyst works for G2 Titan back home, he's gonna have studied every single movement that Troy is going to make.
And now with all of that studying, you have to put it together in the server. So what maps will we be playing on? Both teams have great map pools, but are there going to be any surprises? Nighthaven Labs is banned first. Oregon, that's Border and Consulate taken away. Skyscraper is our first pick for G2. Dark Zero going for defense. That is a ballsy take. I'll see how that goes. Bank, Dark Zero's pick with G2 on the attack. And with our last 2 bans, remember it is a 9-map pool. Chalet Cafe taken out. Clubhouse will be the last in our series with G2 on the attack. General thoughts, Fred?
So for the 3 maps, the preferences make sense, the teams picking into preferences that they like. G2 have gone for Skyscraper. They're one of the best teams in the world at Skyscraper. When they played against NIP in groups, they used Ying to just take the map so fast. So I do wonder whether Dark Zero study that will take it away. Dark Zero have picked Bank. Now, G2 have not played Bank at this tournament. 8 preference map. They've tucked it away, tucked it away, tucked it away. We've got to main stage. They've allowed it through. They've allowed it through. They're going here. And then finally on Clubhouse, these 2 teams played on Clubhouse in the group stage of this tournament where G2 took a very, very close victory.
I think, and I know how G2 works as a team, they've definitely hidden maps. That's just the way it is. Like, we don't need to play around that. They always have. They've come against it again. Like, if we look at the preference for the maps, these are not G2's favorite maps at all. And that's why I know they've got something up their sleeve.
So what can Dark Zero do? What's their secret weapon for this?
The thing is, because they have so little information on how G2 will play this, they kind of just have to go with their own playstyle. Take what you can and do what you know, and then when you have played around on a specific bomb site or with a specific attack, that's when you adapt that and you figure out what is the key for the next round, and then you have to go with that, which Troy is really good at reading.
I agree. And I also think the bans as well. You know, as we head into Skyscraper, Doki was saying it. He said, when we played Skyscraper against NIP, I was just yinging everything. I was just taking control, and they were giving it me for free. So actually, if G2 looked so dominant on Skyscraper against NIP, and it was because of that one factor, I can see a world where Dark Zero actually take that factor away from G2.
So who takes map 1 real quick?
I think that G2 does it because G2 loves Skyscraper, and they will win maybe 3 attacks just because of the way they play.
I'm going to say Dark Zero. It was very close when they played VP on this map, and I don't know, I've just got a feeling that they're prepared.
All right, thank you very much, Fresh and Fabian. For all those watching at home, let's see what your predictions are. We'll take a quick break, diving right into the game.
I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
Not a single mistake can be afforded! Doki finds a triple kill!
I would say my main role is focused on getting the first engagement. Super aggressive, super in your face. I actually do play literally everything. I can kind of do it all. In G2 Esports R6, you have Alamal, who is our captain in IGL. He is a complete psychopath in every meaning and description of that word.
You're gonna crumble! That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay?
He's always like energetic.
Alamal looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage!
He plays flex, plays literally everything, so really flexible, and he's one of the best players in the game. And then we have Virtue, Jake. He is our second support, again, like flex, plays type of everything.
Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Renshiro.
He is kind of like the dad, I guess, of the team. He's the oldest. Everyone looks up to him as that kind of father figure in the team. We then have Benjamaster. He is like entry fragger, but again plays everything type of role. Like he plays whatever you need him to.
Benjamaster, the Dane, holds on, falls back, repigs, finds one.
He manages to do things that aren't explainable, like you can't replicate. He is the best player in the game, and I'll happily say that. We then have Uno. Alexei, he's our newest member of the team, but he's kind of like the backbone of the team like right now.
KZ has pulled off not quite the impossible, but a bit of a worker got there. Can't get the next, and G2 will take round 1.
He's adapted to the roles really well, and he helps out Alamal with IGL and shot calling a lot. Everyone that goes to Invitational, right, of course you want to win it, right, but not one team in the world can go there and be like, oh, I'm gonna win it. And if people say that, then they're lying. Everyone can now do everything if needed. Like, all my teammates I love to bits, like they're my brothers pretty much.
3, 2, 1. Vamos, G2!
Operators, prepare to engage.
Welcome back to the 2024 Six Invitational here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Every second that goes by, another body sits in a seat. This place is filling up, it is sold out, and the atmosphere in here, Leo, is electric.
Amazing atmosphere, e tá enchendo, tá ficando quente. Já já a gente vai pro nosso primeiro jogo. Os atuais campeões mundiais do Six Invitational, a G2 vem com o alemão. Ai, 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 ele que já tem um Invitational, dois na verdade, e um Major, do outro lado o Canadian, que também é brabo.
Leo, I want to find out who the fans want to win here.
Bom, a quem vocês acham que vai essa vitória?
Dark Zero!
I don't think so. Let's see.
The world champions, G2! The R6 rock stars are back looking to reclaim their crown, but there's a certain NA team looking to turn their lights out. It's Dark Zero versus G2! I'm standing with two men who know exactly what this environment feels like. They are soaking up the energy here. Ducky and Canadian join us here on the main stage. Ducky, when you look at the recent results, SI 2023, the group stages, do you feel like you've got their number?
Yeah, I mean, it would only be fair to say that.
You feeling confident? Is there anything you want to say to Canadian? He's standing right there.
Of course I'm confident, but I respect my opponent, but of course I'm confident.
Canadian, are you worried at all about recent results, or is this where you really come into your element here?
A little louder.
Pedi para vocês gritarem pouco mais alto, que ele não tá ouvindo.
The pressure's on. This is what I live for.
Ai, ele disse que ele vive por isso, por essa pressão.
Any last words?
I have no idea what he said. I can't hear.
All right, Ducky, Canadian, best of luck to both of you. Take your seats as we get set for our first matchup here.
Nós somos Brasil.
Say something?
See you after the game.
Whoa.
This is what I love about SI, Leo. It is now time to get into this one. Let's cross over to our amazing casters.
Thank you very much, Ian and Leo, and we are here in the rafters of maybe the loudest room I have ever been in.
It is an absolute party where we're at because they're so loud. There's people with drums just making music happen, people chanting. It is absolutely insane to be in here.
I mean, breathe it in, right? I think the crowd has quite an obvious favorite.
I think G2 is the favorite.
G2 might be the favorite.
Barely.
There is a bit of booing, a bit of energy, a little bit of back and forth, but I think that's the joy of what you want here. This is only half full as well.
Yes.
This is going to get louder.
That's the thing. I was looking at it, it's like, it is getting full, and when there was only 5% of the people sat here, I already couldn't hear the person next to me anymore, so it is only getting louder, as you just mentioned. It is absolutely insane.
Now, the focus on the game that we have ahead of us, well, it's a little bit historic. Not only in this event, obviously, these two teams from the same group, it was a 2-0. You know when else it was a 2-0? Last time they met at SI 2023. Hey, Hap, do you know what maps they played?
SI 2023 didn't really have that right now, but what Fabian said before as well is like, every single time these two rosters have played, it was going towards G2.
It was Sky.
Oh!
It was Bank.
Oh, what are we playing now?
We're playing Sky and Bank. 7-1 was the last time these two teams met at an SI playing Skyscraper. G2 swept it. Then they came back into Bank afterwards. Maybe it was because they were demoralized. Maybe it was because they didn't expect the hidden game. All we know at this point is they're going to make a statement at, I mean, Canadians got 10,000 Brazilians. He wishes to silence.
Oh, he said, give some more sound. It's like, it's a bit quiet out here. We need a bit more sound coming from them. But I think we'll have that as we go over for the actual game. And they live for this. All these players live for this. Just the amazing atmosphere we're in. The biggest stage we've ever seen as well.
I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. The talent team here is amazing. We get to share a green room and the joys with the Brazilian talent, the Portuguese-speaking talent. They are the best. So full of love. And you can just feel it in this room. But this is about to turn into a bit of a grudge match, a bit of a heat, I'm thinking, here at this point. Obviously, as we said, they met inside groups. It was the first and the second seed. They met on the last day. The games couldn't have been longer in regulation time, 7-5 and 7-5. So you have two teams that, sure, they're in the lower bracket. Sure, it is do or die. They are making sure every game counts right now.
No, for sure, and you know, they have to. There's no backing out now, and there's so much experience on both these teams. We said it when they met in groups, there's the most hammer holders in a single lobby compared to like what we've ever had so far. And then they go for the rematch out now.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of split of things right here is you take the context of the tournament, you take the context of a lower bracket versus an upper bracket run. G2 have lost one series so far throughout this, and here they are fighting for their life. DZ, outside of their loss to G2, they have lost one series. They're really sort of playing on that game. DZ's had a bit of a longer run, a couple of more 3-mappers rather than the clean 2-0-2-0 sweep that was enjoyed by G2 outside of their one loss. If this goes to 3 maps, it's technically experienced territory for Dark Zero, but at least they're not going to overtime as much as they usually are this tournament.
That was one of the main feelings of the Dark Zero fans, with the new roster coming up. Oh, we aren't headed to 8-7 every single time we're playing a map anymore. So they are enjoying that as well. Of course, Dark Zero, they suffered a heartbreaking clutch from Always on Skyscraper, which is eventually what led VP to be taking those series. So have they managed to get that out of their heads?
I mean, it's pressure, right? It's the pressure of the biggest tournament. You're up against the current hammer holders. We all saw the animation. We saw them walk it out into the room of Scream. Doki's learned some Portuguese to win the crowd over, maybe taught to him by Alamau. But the place that they'll be sort of hitting heads is there. There's your guys' predictions at home. 66% of you favor G2 onto this map. It makes sense. It is a very good G2 map. Sure, they've had some struggles, but here's a bit of a home for them.
It is a bit of a home, and of course Dark Zero suffering that defeat here as well. It's bringing those double kind of feelings out here as we get going.
Now, I think it's about time. We've talked enough. I want everybody in the chat and in this room to make some noise. The first map is a go. And here it is. The 6th Invitational live stage begins with two teams that have made their mark in this game across the years. Now, we can probably predict these bans as Dokkaebi and Azami coming outside from Dark Zero. G2, that does free up the option of a Ying that was talked about by our Death team. Fresh Fabi and Nilosh is something that was very good on their strikes on Sky to break apart NIP's defenses.
Really wondering if G2 is going to be playing into that. Of course, we know that Warden is a very powerful operator, but it leaves all the other operators open as well. So what's G2 going to go for at this point? The shout-outs are coming into the chat. Fenrir to be removed. Also an important operator to get rid of.
They have always banned Fenrir. Yeah. G2's always banned Fenrir, and we're sort of looking at a situation here of, you know, pushing themselves further and further along and getting themselves sorted.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might have been seeing like something else coming through as we are headed towards the main stage now. There's a lot more on the line, but the bands stay nice and steady. Maybe if we go into further series where we'll see a bit more of a variation to come through.
I'm just going to take a moment to breathe. I'm just going to take a moment to breathe this in, to breathe the energy of the room. Obviously, I'm sure a lot is coming through at home. It's very hard to put into context usually how loud a room is because of the audio engineering that goes into our positions, because of the balancing that goes in the many, many tests. I do not have to say how loud this room is. And I mean, it's incredible. I'm sorry. I just had to say
every single bit
and
in
there,
my chest.
there they go again. It is so just, you feel the vibrations even up in the roof where we are. Let's feel some Rainbow Six. Canadian on the role of Solace. It's been a bit of a back and forth, but the man loves a decent intel operator. And Alamau on the driver of the shield. The Blackbeard, so you're assuming with this setup, they're going to go for a bit of the take onto the top back stairs, see if they can get themselves onto the karaoke window and try and lock a plant in the corner.
Yeah, we've always seen that to be quite important. There's basically two real approaches you have from this. Either you go for your majority near Geisha and Drum, or you're trying to take the back stairs under your control, leverage yourself into the side and try and get a plant in. But of course, as we find ourselves on the exhibition side of things, you know, it is quite easy to take control of this top floor, of the restaurant area of the side, because, you know, it shouldn't be as heavily held as it otherwise is. And you instantly see that from the side of G2. They're realizing there's a lot of safe space to take, instantly starting to move through. There's even pings coming in on some of the G2 players out now, though, so there might be something waiting for them.
Again, to throw the context towards the last time these two teams were on this at SI 2023, DZ only managed one attack round, and it was their map pick, I believe, as well. It was flipped onto the other side. Here is that top take I talked about. The player on towards karaoke window, Canadian. He'll be reading all this. Now, at some point, the Solace can and probably will rotate with the support and structure to make sure that they have it locked in, just to try and play against it. There it is, but with the first trades out, Benja gets one, Canadian gets Virtue. There's the double down. Benja, boy wonder, the previous SI, is able to get himself into a bit of a strong arm contest here. Alamau taking control of Shrine, taking control, pushing along again. They've led in onto the black stairs, with NJR just pushing them back. That is how you take across the second story, almost like, as we said many times, securing Old Villa.
Yeah, for sure, and as they're trying to push themselves through from Dragon House, the complete G2 team stacked up. Concussions being sent out to NJR, who's had an incredible tournament so far. Pushed back as the rotate comes down on the knee from the side of G2. NJR might find himself in some companions soon, but aren't they aware of the fact that he's out there? Zuno uses the impact. I don't think they know about Nafe and MPR both being down here.
I mean, this is going to turn into a moment. Now they know. There's the reveal. Uno with the swing round. They're being pinched. The shield's up and down, and Nafe is down. Finished off by Alamau to the roar of the crowd, and NJR's going to see if he can creep his way as Bolo hangs on for dear life inside the site, dancing either way. Bullied by a shield. The C4 gets the kill onto Alamau. Uno round at the back. 2 versus 1. NJR. You talked about his importance as a player. He cannot make it count in round 1.
G2 starting off strong here, of course, lost the entry with Benja from the window, finding 2 instantly, a perfect response. And after that, just able to leverage themselves into the site with that Monty. It is such a threat to go through, and you know, both teams aware of the rotations downstairs, bringing the fight down there as well. But as soon as the Monty had that staircase locked off, there is no more coming back up.
It's a start, but it's also round 1. Now, obviously, I don't have to tell you the crowd is playing favorites. People are allowed to have favorites. People are allowed to cheer for who they like and boo NA teams. It's not specifically for Canadian, but it's because they're an NA team.
And it's because there's a Brazilian on the other team.
Yeah, I mean, but also it's G2. You've got 2 Brazilians. You've also got Ramallo as well behind the team. They have the momentum and the energy of this room. You know, I can only imagine the pressures in the center of this theater in the round.
I wonder if they did like a similar kind of practice as M80 did. Have Kino slap on like that, pretending to be the Brazilian crowd as they get themselves ready.
How well it worked, eh?
Well, sadly they weren't able to get to the stage.
is what it is.
G2. They lead themselves here onto a second attack, and there is that Ying that was mentioned, as I said, on towards the Jets, the ability to get themselves in. Now, you can sort of do the reverse take, and that's the sort of default for a lot of teams, where you go across the other side, start on Trophy, and push your way across this sort of middle ground of Shrine and the wonderful little drum. But here, instead, it sort of smells of the idea of let's find engagement, shepherd the players, then go for something a little bit snappier. You can see Uno already on the cutoff window, the double window that screams all the way across what is a no man's land, almost forcing these rotates now before Pamba gets shot from one of the many angles, or even underneath.
It's always the difficulty when you're playing here. There's so many angles you have to worry about as NGR goes down. Not quite killed, but as the E1D pops, it's basically locking off any rotation. Pamba goes down as well as the second player. And then it's Uno that just wasn't able to connect on the third one.
They're going for the pressure here, keeping it hot and ready. Bolo at least pulls one back with Alamau. Continuing the trend, you can see the deep rotate. Once again, Bolo alone on the site. Canadian trying to get there as quick as he can, but the E1D will pause his motion. Has a C4 to try and play in this situation, but look at G2 circling all around. They've got control of the main stairs. They've got control of the side, 2-0.
Such a strong start for G2, and again, just isolating these players and being quick with the entry engagement. This is the second round now where it comes in around the 1:50 mark left on that clock, and then just people start dying left, right, and center. And the good use of the E1D there, we have to also say, because people started rotating back as NGR down, instantly following up with another injury coming up, and G2, well, now facing the tactical timeout from Dark Zero, as they see things are going south quite quickly here.
I mean, you gotta stop this before it becomes bad. It's loud, it's early, it's echoed, it's G2's map, but you can see things are sort of peeling away here from Dark Zero, just getting their heads on. Remember, this is a crowd that nobody has an experience playing in front of, really. You have played crowds. You've got a lot of crowd experience in countries that maybe support you more, or countries where it's in, or venues. You know, Place Bell is what, 3,000, 4,000?
Yeah, it's nowhere as near as big as this. It is the biggest stage we've ever had, the most amount of attendees. It is just getting fuller and fuller the further we go, and I mean, it is already so insane.
I do not envy anyone who has to play against a Brazilian team.
How do you mentally prepare yourself for the boos that will come out every single time you have success?
Good luck later. But G2, great start. First two sites are theirs. Now you do expect a bit of a back and forth here. You don't expect such a good lead on the attack. It's Skyscraper. Even without the current meta, we put that to a side, and the statistics of the tournament, it is a map that holds itself very, very well to sturdy defenses. Something Dark Zero were very good at. Something even before the roster changes, they sort of got themselves locked in. It's their attack that's improved and got them to this state in the tournament. So them going away from them is why they've been such an early timeout. They're setting their rotations and keeping their rotations back towards the opposite end. See if they can keep a lockdown here just a bit longer.
Trying to go for some aggression early on. Uno bringing it back as well as he opens up the window. Again, it was mentioned, G2 the quickest team to make an entry engagement happen in the tournament, so they're looking to get that very first again. And sometimes it goes away from them. Before they started this, it was only a +9.
Alamau on the quick breakthrough, but he's instantly broken back. Nate with the kill on the cover. They're trying to get the blitz close, but it's a shot from Bolo, and Uno, at least with that glass rifle, stop some of it, but we find ourselves in an awkward pause. There's players inside the site itself from both teams. They've got the kit there, but they want to cement this. One more kill from Benja tucked over. There goes Virtue. NJR at least gets the trade out of 2 versus 2 with our first attempted plant. But at this point, it's because everybody has died so early. Canadian, the solid, too late to activate and stop it, but they do get the pinch onto Benja. 2 versus 1, 2 over the top. They've gone to decide to go for the straight fight. The Glaz is a very terrifying opponent to hit on range. They're dancing, but they find it. Dark Zero. The timeout has netted a first round.
A quick play attempt coming down there from G2. Not really going according to plan, losing those first initial pigs, losing your shield as well. That was, of course, able or meant to cause some chaos. And they almost managed to bring it back. The plant went down, suddenly it's a 3-on-3 situation. But Dark Zero showing that resilience that we know they have, but they need to show that a little bit more. And it's great that right after the tactical timeout, you managed to get yourself with that round win, because G2 went quick. And they might have done that on purpose, considering they just got into the tactical timeout. What better way to counter that than to speed up your game even more than usual? Although it didn't work out this time round. So Dark Zero find themselves with a round on the board. That means the first side is locked off for the next couple of rounds. And T will probably be up next again.
Okay, G2. It's not entirely flawless, but I think they'll be more than happy with the opening that they've had to this map. We know it's a great G2 map. That's sort of that position here. And the greatness that they have on it is kind of a couple of different steps. It almost is because they play against the expectation, because they know how to attack it, because I'm going to be a little bit EU biased here. I think we were one of the regions that first started getting properly strong on Skyscraper because of the plays BDS were putting forward, because of the plays G2 were putting forward. We had to learn how to attack it quite quickly. It's demonstrated by a world-class team here how they can get themselves in, cause themselves troubles. Because even then, you know, it's a plant. They're playing what is essentially a sort of pocket play alongside the blitz, the glass over the back end. And they're going for a very quick bout of pressure. Again, look at the rotation of operators. Look at the different take. We've had this side however many times, and we've had as many different takes.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Ossa coming out right now together with the Ying. Also the line, of course, being out there. We have the Grim for area denial, so this might just lean into becoming a quick round as Nave can spot it out. Know roughly where he is. E1D didn't really spot him afterwards, so he's still around the main stairs area. He's getting a spot down onto the line though. Benja looking to take a fight, needs to make sure he's leaning into it at the right time. Nave misses the opportunity to get the trade. The flashbang comes, Benja takes loads of damage as the E1D pops, but he stays alive most importantly. 2 minutes left. He knows about the one player on the main stairs. He's just calling out that information to the rest of his team, whereas the rest of G2 is looking to take control. Off Geisha, one false Doki traded out though.
Ducked and dived all the way. The battle of banging the drum is something that is louder. Here is Uno. He's hit the floor. The Pulse is just going to get themselves a little bit more time as they're going to see if they can find a stick in the meantime. They have the window for support. Alamau doesn't stay with it because of that. Bolo gets the triple on the backboard, holding on towards Geisha's side. You can see the remaining G2 player is all the way on the other side of the take. They haven't got the breach on the top of the stairs. They're making a lot of noise, a lot of time, but you go into a firing line and it's manned by that man there, returning to form, Bolo.
Tier 2 equalize the score. So what Dark Zero need. Of course, they have a pretty good attacking percentage, as was pointed out by the desk, but their defense was a bit weaker. And in this meta, where Skyscraper especially, 70% of the rounds go to defense over the tournament so far, you want to make sure that you at least get that 3 rounds in, possibly even 4 if you can help it.
There it was, the take and the fight across. You can see they're starting to step in. I mean, Bolo activating, you kind of need it. We've had him a couple of plays in the past few days, but remember, before he sort of came into this, his history in this tournament, as well as winning it once, was when he was one of statistically the best players in the whole tournament. I don't think he was MVP, but he was EVP.
Yeah.
And you sort of find that as like a, okay, superstar sub, sure. He's been on the bench for a bit of time. He's been watching, making fun little videos for Twitter, and living a bit of a chaotic life.
Became so unhinged.
But look at, I mean, it's almost 2 different Bolos, right? The expressions, the intensity that he is bringing to this stage. He knows what it means to play here. And it's almost activating him. It's like a secret agent for North America. It's like getting his head on. We go down for the first time towards Barbecue. Ground floor, the kitchen site. See if it can sort of play against the rotation. If Dark Zero get this, what a huge swing of momentum it would have been.
Of course, it would be a huge swing, but also kind of expected. If G2 was able to continue that 2-0, that would have been a struggling moment there for Dark Zero. Like, again, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, kind of what you've been looking at right here, to have yourself in a decent, even half. So, them going back 2 already, that's great. If they can finish that off with a complete rotation, that's even better for them. But Nave, with that Nitro Cell, he's trying to find a target. And it's either the Geisha balcony where it's going, or it's going outside the Peaceful Tree window.
In and underneath, directly towards the side. Virtue on the prep line. You can see Doki's finding a fight, but Benja's found the site, and he's found it unoccupied. Virtue goes down, but I assume there it is. Benja in the top right gets the take, and that'll make a little bit of caution. Nave tears off there to Doki. I'm surprised there's nothing in all chat on the back of that. Nazuno is going to put the words "diffuser is planted" on everybody's screen. A pistol drop, a 4 versus 2. They have the vertical. This can be a well put together retake. Now it's just the single remaining player of Alamau all the way around. He's on the rappel. He's expecting the pressure to come against them. There's the play against the kit. There's one. He's too far out for the second. DZ, a rotate of 3.
Good hold to come through, not panicking as soon as that diffuser goes down, and just playing it calm and collected, shutting down those final G2 players. Dark Zero, a good turnaround of momentum out here, bringing it to that 3-2, and now we have the opportunity to aim for that 4th, which is the split that we would be looking at if we look at the tournament overall. As G2 get themselves ready again. You saw Canadian there being very vocal just a little bit earlier, like, okay, this is the right stuff, let's keep this up, we need to make sure that we continue talking. Beautiful shot from Naif out there. Doki just removed from the board.
Just
right is the
literally just at the end. I mean, perfectly retake. They realized they'd lost the side. They rebuilt around it. They didn't just throw themselves in. Amazing.
The crowd is insane.
Okay, G2, 2 rounds. You've been able to put the pressure back onto this before. You've found yourself now on the groundswell. Remember, they've taken their time out and double that down. They have to attack on the second half, a place where previously they were only able to get 1. So they needed desperately sort of a 4-2 half. If they find themselves on a 3-3, you're still sort of looking at this as not entirely game over territory, but you assume G2 will be able to put this to bed pretty quickly.
I mean, even if it's a 4-2 for Dark Zero right now, it is still like a very even game as it goes on. And of course, last time, as you mentioned, Dark Zero were only able to get a single round on attack when they faced G2 here. However, that was with a different roster as well. Naif and Bolo weren't on it. Naif, of course, bringing a bit of that extra leadership into the game as well for the side of Dark Zero. They've really sped up as a result as well. So it's a different kind of beast that G2 will be playing with here.
They have the attention towards the top of the house VIP stairs. You can almost sense G2 there. I'm not saying slowing down their pace towards the site. They're not eyeing it up as hungrily, though, I think. They're sort of weighing and measuring every engagement. Virtue almost found one there, but Canadian's been able to slip himself around the back of a drone. Not sure if he's entirely sure. Now he will be. There's the call on the location, the pressure from underneath. Uno wants to catch him, but it's Doki that gets Nafe in the meantime. The swing from under, with NJR getting one looked out. It's suddenly back and forth, exploding all over the map. NJR, he's trying to find the next fight onto Shrine Window, but it's Bender to get Bolo. A 2 versus 2. The man of the moment of the previous round is locked out, with Canadian leaving just Virtue, the Aussie. Had a huge game against this country folk. Came out MVP. Cannot find the lockdown, a 4-2 half. This man said he wanted to be back on the stage, and he's going to take every round to get there.
Great round coming down there for a Canadian. And G2 really struggling in those last couple of rounds, trying to go a bit too quick maybe when they get themselves punished for it. As soon as that first kill falls, it is just pure chaos that unfolds. People die on either side of the lineup, and yes, sure, it comes back to a 2v2, but the defenders are in favor in those kind of situations. Dark Zero, a good timeout we saw there, a good turnaround from the momentum G2 was starting to build. And now as we swap the sides, Canadian out there, he's doing really well. As pointed out before, it's pointed out before, he's minus 40 currently inside the tournament. And of course, the fact that, minus 34, sorry. And the thing is, he brings other things than just pure gunplay, right?
I mean,
like he's the leader,
IGL.
he's the one that leads that charge, basically moves his pawns around to do what is necessary. But if he then also starts showing up mechanically, starting to get kills, then Dark Zero is going to be in a really good place. So if Canadian can keep this up, G2 are going to be struggling for the remainder of this game.
I mean, it's cited by him statistically the most successful IGL in the game, currently still playing against it. I'm going to say cited by him because I know there's many IGLs that would argue that in our green room alone.
Fabian.
However, you cannot argue with his credentials, with his history, the most stages sort of played on across this roster, even with the across this entire lobby. The break on towards Alamau. He's going to see if he can trick it. That might
double EMP.
Double EMP, almost. Could have got it, but well prepared, well rehearsed by Dark Zero. As I said, this is generally where they've sort of stepped up in the second half. Naif bringing the mid-round adaptations, bringing the extra conversation. A big brain from EU imported over to battle against, well, EU right now.
He knows him through and through. Doki hears the repel. Knows someone's going to be out of the balcony. Almost gets tagged up. The Nitro Cell believe. Yeah, missed out there. So Doki having to go for a bit more aggression. Quite sure there was something looking to be tossed at. It could have been a Candela coming through indeed. Pamba should be able to clear this one up. Takes a little bit of damage, but the entry is theirs.
Very clean take there from Pamba. Knew the role of the Ying, knew the role of Candelas. You can hear that sort of echo, the cacophony of just noise. Symphony of destruction, and unfortunately for now, Doki is the first person to find himself on the wrong end of it. Alamau's trying to retake the territory. He wants to make sure that Dark Zero aren't comfortable, that they're always sort of losing in mistakes, because that was classically the best way to punish this Dark Zero team.
Although aware of the fact that there's another person inside, but the rotation towards the drum is going to be there. A lot of damage! And the kill from Pamba shuts him down with the second Candela. Really making some good work out here for Dark Zero.
They're both stacked, keeping each other covered. NJR might not know that he was only a flick away from the first fight, but he's hoping he gets that one. The second hop over, but there's the trade out. Uno. He'll probably be beating himself up. He wasn't ready for this engagement now. Ben just got to be ready for all of them. A 1 versus 4 with 40 seconds left.
I don't know where he is.
Done before, has a C4 in pocket. He's trying to lead into the first engagement. There it is, the kick goes cold. With 30 seconds, he just wants to get one more kill, you assume. Here it is, the rotate underneath. Play the C4 potentially on towards the doorway. It gets himself a little bit more security. Remember, they've got to get that kit back, and they've got to try and get the support onto the strike. The last Candela just catches the wing of a man who can get rid of it. The C4 ripped and ready to be loosed. They've got to try and take this as a body's problem. They're not able to see him, but they find! Just at the tail end of it, that was almost a double collateral, which could have entirely changed the face of that round.
It definitely would have changed the entire round out there, but it's such a difficult position to play in that 1v4. And even if you get one kill from that staircase and they wouldn't have stacked up, you would have been locked out of rotating back into the side whatsoever. And G2, 5 rounds in a row now lost. They managed to plant in some of them. That got denied. Now on the defense, the Candela's really coming in hard.
I mean, Pamba, hell of a gunner. And as demonstrated there, it's sort of the Pamba story. When he came up in a region around the height of, you know, Nurs having huge games. We've always obviously got superstar players like Bolo was at the same time. That old Astralis into MAC roster and all the American guns that were on it. Kim and NJR sort of had their big moments. They had Charlotte, they had the Major in that situation, but the ability to keep that sort of heat, that contention, that consistency of being the point man of a region filled with sort of celebrity gunners on a stage, again, this great sort of majestic.
It's like, I can't believe my eyes every time I turn around and I just look at it and it's like, wow,
that's because you're scared of heights.
So many players. Wait, why is that? I didn't hear it.
Because you're scared of heights.
I am also very scared of heights. It's a blessing and a curse right now.
Yeah.
All right, it is going to be T. Nave taking some very early engagement out here. He's rotating away from the window. Doesn't want to stick around whatsoever. All rightfully so. Virtue even pulled out the revolver out there, considering its DCSG was low on ammo. Didn't really want to go for the reload out there. But nothing really lost yet for either of these teams. Of course, Nave loses a lot of HP, but not the end of the world.
G2 did not have the conversation yet. They think they can swing this back. I mean, it's a first defense loss. However, this is their sort of map. This is where they wanted to bring the fight to it. Dark Zero, I think, would have prepared for this game. They have a skyscraper. They know how they want to get into the engagement, and it sort of adds those question marks. The quicker this game is, if DZ take it, the bigger you sort of look at that bank as the second map and go, okay, how much have you hidden this G2?
Yeah,
here's the break. We get the roll, the start on the equipment. Didn't see the rotation of Doki, who happened to just breeze by at the right second there.
Drone's activated.
They've lost the first moment. They've lost the player who pulled a couple of kills previously.
Countermeasure up!
What are Dark Zero going to do here to try and get revenge?
Big question EMP used out there, but Ben just stepping back wisely so he can continue to use those glasses. Harp Breach in the meantime coming down as well, but I believe it got tricked out. All right, no, actually opened up, so didn't hear the explosion. Canade with a great kill onto Vengeance though, brings it back to a 4-on-4, but the rotation is out here from G2 now. They need to play T and Karaoke. They do not need to play Exhibition and Office.
They're going to try and hold and play against these long angles, see if they can get just the pull back. Remember, the pressure of time is on Dark Zero. They almost had things fall away from them in the 4 versus 1 because of the pressure of time, because of where they needed to be and, well, how little time they left themselves to get there. Here, they're still eyeing up the main defenses of the site. You look towards the core of this map, along that line of drum I talked about, and Shrine, and, you know, the sort of terrace area. If you cannot get your way past it, you will throw the round. You'll throw the ability to get the attack. They're still struggling to get the territory. 15, 20 seconds have now passed, and this is only when they're getting the intel on, well, where are they? Doki, he can just play this.
Yeah, there's no more smoke canisters though, so a push is definitely coming to shove. Flashbangs coming in, the EMPs as well. There's 10 seconds on the clock. When are they starting to move through? It's just flashbangs right now, as Doki will find the very first.
There's the swing. Canadian's doing his best. The Doki goes down. They flooded in before they're knocked right out by the dam built by G2. A 1 versus nobody Virtue. Pulls it round, gets some heat back in their favor. Finally stopped Dark Zero's round count of 5 in a row. They said, okay, that's about enough. 5-3. They can still work on this.
Still worrying how that round went, because even though there was 20 seconds left before the actual execute came through, it came down to a 1v1 situation. Virtue this time, you know, able to clutch it out, but if there was a little bit of extra time there for Dark Zero, they would have been able to slow that down a bit more and you know, probably still get those kills, but also the information on the last player. Luckily though for G2, they stem the bleeding, at least for now. And the timeout has been called. And that's probably also due to the fact that it wasn't as clean as they wanted to. And because of the fact that they lost round 7, they want to turn it around now before it becomes a map point for Dark Zero.
I mean, you're otherwise sort of risking it, right? We talk about the importance of when to take timeouts. We said it in the game the other day where Liquid, they have a habit of taking their timeouts around round 6, around where a couple of rounds have gone a bit wrong, but you have to sort of, as a job of the coach, and it's the very hard job of the coach, predict when you can sort of notice the players are getting in their own heads. You've got to Doctor Strange it. You've got to see this is a bad storyline. Let me wave my hands around a little bit.
That's like one way.
Pull down my mic and then get myself sorted.
The passion in all these fans is amazing to see, as momentarily we'll get back into it. And continue after the timeout from G2, so that means no more timeouts for the remainder of this map. Both these teams will just have to do it with the 5 players on their team against the 5 opposing ones. There's no more intervention from the coach.
Now the fun sort of spread of these maps is when you have comparisons to how these two teams have won their accolades. You know, you sort of look at the Invitational final, G2 versus W7M last year. Both Bank and Club were in that best of 3 rotation. both of them won by G2, I believe, although Club might have actually been a loss off the top of my head. The other side, Dark Zero, both those two maps were won by them in Charlotte. I haven't double-checked it on the individual hammer wins of TSM and SSG for Canadian and Bolo apiece, but I think I'd feel pretty confident in assuming
those are mainstay maps, right?
Club and Bank made it. So they know how to bring a fire with them onto these big games, onto these big engagements.
And of course, like, complete metas have shifted and changed with the new operators and balancing that has come through. Like a big one, for example, is only to mention the frag grenades. That has really changed up a lot of these pro players, their perspective on how to play the game, because before we saw these players always go below, use that grenade from underneath, get a kill or two before they execute it on the site. It is way more head-to-head now.
Now, you haven't mentioned it yet, but I think it's worth talking about the site selection here. Obviously, you're onto one of, I think, probably, and I'm just entirely throwing this into the air, statistically the least played site of any in the tournament. And we might see for good reason. G2, it's after a timeout. It's something that they often like to do, is play these, throw the mental of your opponent's one. If your opponent is wired in, beelined onto the fight and they have expectations, on the back of a loss, if you suddenly change the script, change the music and the tune and the rhythm of it, well, they'll fall over and trip on their own feet. That's the hope and the gamble. Now, you'll prep a hold on it, but it's the weakness of the site. It's this, the immediate lean-in that you can get on the prep swing. Uno's doing his best to hold off with the C4, but that double door is a risk. If he's on a drone here, it'll only take a little pinch and a swing to his left-hand side that might be about to pop through. It's a close fight. There's a player coming in behind him. Can he get a route out? He finds it. Not quite executed on. Pamba takes a lot of damage. We're only about 50 seconds left, and Bolo, oh, he knows the engagement's there. Uno finally caught. However, huge amount of time wasted.
A lot of time wasted indeed, and you know, it is going to look like it's a complete horizontal approach that we see from the side of Dark Zero, all stacked up on the double supply door, but they're opening up into the bathroom, so they're looking to just flood through.
I mean, they have no other option. You could see both Canadian and Nafe were sort of prepped up on the shoulder of Pamba saying, look, mate, there's our route A, let's take it. Through the header one with Benja and Alamau, knocking them back against it. They're holding onto the corners. There's about to be a bit of a drop onto the hatch itself. At the same time, the C4 gets one. There's a catch from Benja. Big hands and a big round.
The 8th time that side got played, and the 7th it got won. It is one of those offsides that we don't really see, as you just mentioned before, but it has this tendency of just being won by the defenders, and it's probably because of the fact that the attack hasn't been tested on this. And it just keeps coming back, and G2 find themselves 4-5 now. A single round from equalizing the score.
I don't need to say it. I don't need to say it, Dark Zero fans. You know that this team sometimes has a habit of when games get close, it gets even closer. Now, they've been pretty good at keeping themselves out of OT. They've been pretty good at winning rounds. Remember the last series these two teams played against each other? 7-5.
It's Canadian stat just now.
Hello, Wally.
There they are.
Love Wally.
It's always good to see parents get involved with esports.
I mean, he's been all around the world with his son.
For him.
But as I was saying, I mean, he'll know it very well, this is the moment here where Dark Zero, you'll prep against it, you'll bring your sort of mental coordination against it, but you know how rocky it can get when you sort of find yourself going, here's that same story, here's that moment again, 5-5. If it becomes that, is a terrifying place to be when you were 5-2 up just a few rounds ago. Especially with how close these rounds have been.
It could have been over at this point.
Could have been over.
Honestly, could have been over already for Dark Zero. As Benja hunts out, sees it come up, just denied that information instantly. Hoping to not be hunted down, but you see Bolo instantly firing some shots down with a C7E. Aware of the fact that he fell back through that staircase.
I mean, you see Bolo going onto the Jackal here to try and pick up and control some of the space. It's not that G2 is entirely running around the map. However, they keep finding these little pocket corners. There's a very boxy design to Skyscraper, and the ability to not have to check every single 90 I mean, it's a bit of a blessing. You can utilize the gadget in two ways. One is the one that is the default, scan it and see where it is. But two, if you look it and you see some green footprints right next to a corner, you can be pretty confident you're going to have to swing that holding your click down.
So the ground floor is being prepared now by Dark Zero, as you saw there, just cleared out, cameras being removed, just removing any bit of information that G2 might be able to get from it, whilst at the same time the horizontal approach from the restaurant or top restaurant era is starting to come through. There's some shields they need to get rid of, and openings are being made as well, but it's going to be the Tuberau that would freeze the exothermic on the opposite side. It's just going to slow things down just a little bit. Actually, heartbeat charge.
I mean, it's the pressure of time. I talked about it before, the pressure of time. This will open, that gadget will activate, it doesn't destroy it. But the Zoto buys you that space. There's pressure underneath Alamau and pressure in front of Alamau, but a bit of a missed moment there. They weren't entirely locked down. He's looking for a second fight, and he finds it. Alamau, 2 stories, 3 bodies. He's hitting them every single distance and direction from within about a 5-foot space. And what an execution of an execution here, including the take onto the Jackal. NJR gets one before getting a fate handed to him. G2, what a climb back.
And suddenly we find ourselves in 5-5, and Dark Zero, after 5 consecutive rounds, have lost their momentum completely, have lost their lead completely. And of course, some of these rounds have been close. They're just like an inch away from potentially finding one of these rounds and at least force overtime. But G2 over the course of this half has been starting to grow, has been starting to get more convincing in their round wins. And Alamau with an amazing 3K to come down upon Dark Zero there.
I mean,
swapping in between guns as well for the distances.
2 with the SMG, the 3rd on the MPX. That's his backup gun.
Yeah, you know.
2 needs a primary. That's for special occasions. It's great play. You go to that because of its quick rate of fire. You don't need the damage drop-off distance. You're playing narrow angles anyway from within about, you said, a 5-foot radius. The knowledge of swapping in and out, the knowledge of having control. It pulls it well together.
5 seconds remaining.
And as we go closer and closer towards match point.
Barbecue is up next. Pamba is using the Amarus, the Canadian, onto the Montaigne. This might just be an attempt at a plant in a quicker fashion than we would usually see. And as G2's just setting themselves up again, I'm just wondering, what is the plan that Dark Zero is going to be executing here? Is it just going to be a quick push?
I mean, there's a plan here. It's the Monty.
I know. That's what I said before. There is a Monty, there is an Amaru, and there's a Grim. So what you would expect is the Grim to start shooting those Bs, Amaru cause some havoc, and the Monty to go for a plant. But will G2 be ready for it? Will they respond before it can even get going?
They have the Tuberau to slow things down and bring some pace, but to be honest, over the rounds, it's these pocket situations. I said they're finding corners, making things challenging. Oh! That is just poor timing. Alamau, huge round before and a missed one this time. NJR gets Benja, a 5 versus 3. Now, Pamba, with that operator in that position, has become a lot more dangerous. They can get themselves in and aggressive onto the site within a bit of a blink of an eye, especially with that Supernova shotgun. There's a bit of the rotation, the motion. They know that they have the 5 versus 3 body advantage. They know they were 5-2 in round advantage, and that has slipped away. They have to ensure this doesn't as well.
If this slips over, it is absolutely detrimental for Dark Zero. So as you mentioned, they need to make sure they can drag this across the finish line. There is clutch potential on G2. There's always has been. And as we do have Doki still up on the top floor, whereas Eno and Virtue find themselves on the side, a flank is not to be written out and could be coming in at a huge moment in time.
They're just getting that read. They're finding out where Nafe is. Doki is that loose thread, that sort of problem child that might rear their head and kick up a bit of a tantrum with guns, but they're sort of not focused about it right now. If they can get the safety on Canadian, you might go for a bit of reverse plant. They just need to keep the vertical control. So Doki has to move at this point. The Tux player close on right, they're still not confident. So Pamba's gone even wider to try and find a fight elsewhere that Doki's heard the read on. Whether it was called by something on a cam or not, you can see this change of pace, and they look a little bit nervous here, Dark Zero.
We have a player sitting in the corner there, Uno on the Tubarão. As soon as Canadian doesn't check this and just goes for a blind plant, it could be the end of that plant even going down altogether as Virtue opens up.
The first kill has gone away from them here, and that just ramps it up even more. Doki on the hop out rotate, jump down the side, find ahead of Polo, threw himself off the building to get that kill, and now everything is starting to fall away. Doki, a super shot from the man himself. Canadian still but the impossible wall of Scotland knocked them right back out of it.
The way they turned that around. And as I said, G2, they have the clutch potential, and there you see it in action right away. 6-5. And that must be a bit of a tilter on the Dark Zero side of things. Because you had everything going for you. You had the long angle, you had the Montaigne. And then within seconds, it all falls apart.
I mean, they had one loss in this tournament against a team that wasn't G2 just the other day. And I think everybody remembers how that game ended, how close Dark Zero were to securing themselves in that upper bracket, to securing themselves, I believe, a top 3 finish. And yet, here they are, once again, an advantage slipping through their fingers.
5 seconds
the mental sort of break and push back of having themselves so close to success, so close to getting themselves into that position. Now, you can't see it at home, but the room is actually lit up with the people's cameras on the backs of their phone. The lights are here, the fireflies. And you can sort of know that they're celebrating a match point for a hometown hero and a couple of other big-name champions.
The beginning of the end of the upper bracket run of Dark Zero also happened on Barbecue when they had everything going for them and always pops up with an incredible clutch. And now again, it seemed like they were able to push themselves to map points, and G2 come in with the clutch. How do you now calm yourselves down as you're going over towards a side that has been won before? As we're back into tea and karaoke, and Dark Zero needing to find a response, otherwise map 1 goes away from them. Opening is there, Tubarão just in time. It's going to be stopping that breach, but gives the opportunity, more importantly, for the G2 members to rotate out and get themselves to safety and waste that extra bit of time.
Precious time, ever ticking here, and it is that sort of shamed moment that it is that aspect of Dark Zero that we keep finding ourselves in, but the compliments every talent and every sort of team's been able to pay them, and their game, this event, has been the adaptations they've brought, the late round fire that hasn't otherwise existed from them before. It just takes a second to get themselves onto the advantage they had. They know they can punish G2's players in the gun game. They've done it multiple times, sometimes to their success, sometimes to their detriment. To go from their last confrontation on this map being a one-rounder to this one-rounder wayer shows the growth. However, the other two from this tournament were both 5-7s. They don't want to keep that as a trend. They don't want that on a poster. They don't want that on a statistics sheet. The break of the Flores zone gets gold open, gives them a prepared route through onto the site itself. But the first to go is A. Bencher gets the lockdown as NJR finally gets the breach onto the angle onto Geisha. The player rotates around towards the back end box. They're seeing if they can get this, the punishment on the swing shotgun player, but they cannot go in themselves because all the angles are there. NJR gets one, gets two. A drive as Benjer at least finds a single for G2, but NJR's wrested a huge bit of control. G2, they're rotating underneath Doki on the main stairs. Might be in the side of Benjer and a thorn that the Lion doesn't quite predict. Bolo, he's either side, but NJR screaming. Canadian themselves gets it. Doki gets the kick before it's confirmed. NJR has to ace this round, but he can't find it. G2! Cement skyscraper is their home, their bastion, and their for them for a long time. This was their map to lock in. Imagine the energy into the second map here. It is the reigning champions to take, but we still have a series on our hands, so we'll toss to the death to have a breakdown.
I hope we're not going to have a breakdown, that's for sure. We're going to break it down here. Thank you very much, Fluke and Hap, and yes, Milos with me, our fresh Fabian, and we're going to break this round with more details to come in a sec. G2 bringing it back. What a massive story.
What a game. I mean, going down 5-2 and coming back, that's such a massive thing for G2. I said coming into this map, I expected wonders, and I think they delivered on it. Could they have been faster? Probably.
That was incredible. Honestly, the mental fortitude that G2 had to be down 5-2 on stage, you know, their map pick, the map they're literally one of the best, if not the best team in the world at, and they get to come all the way back.
Just so impressive, and everything that they did in their attacks. I think G2 were a little bit fast, they were a little bit hot on the potato maybe. They kept going really aggressive and just kept pushing. Had they slowed down a bit, I think they would have gone a little bit faster here.
The gaps were very clearly there that we highlighted that they would be from DZ. And we'll come on to that. And G2 obviously tried to exploit them, and I think on their attacks maybe forced it a little bit too much. That's the nerves of being on the main stage. That's the nerves of playing in front of the crowd. Then once they settled in, and as soon as they started stringing 2 or 3 rounds together on the defense, didn't really look like it was going to go any other way.
Yeah, they were so cold in the decision-making as well in the defense. They went manpower disadvantage, and they just kept finding solutions.
That confidence in one another and the team as a whole and their shot calling, we saw it. You saw the round just before, even engaging with a shotgun when necessary.
I mean, that's the thing with G2 as well. They have all this individual performance that I don't think they have an end of that pit. It's just endless amount of individual performance, and they're just incredible.
What about Dark Zero? Is there anything that we can take from this? Because let's remember, this was a close match.
Yeah, this was close. I think it could have been much further away had G2 not have messed up their attacks. However, the one thing for Dark Zero for me, they've got to look at their attacks and how slow they are. They want to, the way attacking is done at the minute is you do it with probably 70% certainty and 30% risk. Dark Zero wants to execute when they've got 100% certainty and 0% risk. But what that creates is an incredible amount of time pressure, and when there is utility on site, lesion mines, smokes, cap cans, whatever it may be. Even Doki, on that round of Barbecue Kitchen, he jumped out of the window near Mainstay side, jumped back in the restaurant window, right? Those plays you're susceptible to when you take it so late on into the round. They've got to improve that pacing.
I love my grandmother, but Dark Zero were way slower than her, and she moves very slowly. It just, they run out of time, as you say, Jack, but it allows G2 to always have the, we know what they're gonna do because they're so predictable.
Well, that was map number 1. Before we talk about our second one, Alfama is standing by on the Talistration station. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Milos. And indeed, the reason why G2 won this match is because they were able to win in attack. How do you win attack? On Skyscraper, one of the most defender-sided map in the map pool right now. Well, let's take a look at Dark Zero's defense. They're on T-Room and Karaoke. Very classic strat. They extend through the whole floor. They want to defend zone number 1, then peel off to zone number 2 and zone number 3. The way G2 is set up right now, it's classic split theory. You've got 2 entries pressuring zone number 1, and the idea is that the 2 cutoffs here are going to punish any movement from the zone number 1 to zone number 2. Now, where it gets even smarter is that Alimao, the in-game leader of the team, is actually sitting on Karaoke window, just close to site, ready for an opportunity. Now, let's take a look at the real footage. Doki, Benja on entry right now, ready to pressure zone number 1. Virtu, Uno as cutoff. But Virtu is not only a cutoff, he's also pressuring site, and he's gonna get the pick on the anchor on site, and that's based off Alimao's intel on the drone. Alimao sees this, uses the Lion, rappels in, and gets the second pick on the second anchor. After this, honestly, site is open, they've done very well, and that's how G2 is winning rounds. If you want to see more of G2 versus Dark Zero, it's coming after just a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to 6 Invitational 2024. Map number 1 is done between Dark Zero and G2, but we potentially still have 2 more to go. We're here on the analyst desk to set you up for our second map. That will be Bank. Dark Zero will start off on the defense. We got some info just for you. Hello, welcome. I'm Milos, with me are Fresh and Fabian. And now with Dark Zero on the back foot, losing map 1, a close map 1, but a loss nonetheless. They start on defense on Bank. Is there something that we can compare it to when Sky?
So Bank and Skyscraper play out quite differently, because the split theory that we saw Alphama explain to us from G2 on Skyscraper doesn't work as well or as often on Bank as it does on Skyscraper. So I'm expecting to see slightly similar, but at the same time very different. What I'm expecting of G2 in their attacks is a lot of window repulse for almost every bomb site, because that's just the way I know they play.
Yeah, a lot of split theory can only really be applied on the top floor when you're trying to take control of the top floor of Bank. Then you've got to play defaults. However, G2 did bring in Uno when they brought him in to help them with their defaults. This might be why we've not seen them. We've seen them permaban away Bank for quite a long time. I think that's why we've seen them bring them out, because they're now going to be comfortable on 2 defaults.
What I want to see as well that changes up from Dark Zero here is that, first of all, their attacks, they need to have that unexpected execution in a way where it's something different happens. Because every time they've executed on the last map, it was last seconds. How unpredictable can you be with 20 seconds left? Well, you know you're going to be pushed. So you have your gun up and you're expecting everything to happen.
Take some risks, literally, because the solid safe approach has not worked in map 1. You've been basically reverse swept. Take a few more risks in Bank, because if not, you're going to be going home.
Could we see more shield play? Because I know when it's match point and you're bringing up a Montaigne, sometimes it's kind of like, okay, this is desperation. Would we see Clash would be slower gameplay also from Dark Zero in defense?
If we're going to see any shield play, it will be an attack from a Monty, because there's so many things you can do with a Monty on Bank. If they're a server, you come in through dirt and you push the first bomb site straight into it. You can even go without taking anything else off the map. Top floor, you can come up the spiral staircase, you come in through heaven. There's so much you can do with Monty in attack. Clash, not so much, just because of how spread out the players can be in attack.
Although for G2, that it actually wouldn't be a bad idea. We saw it like 3-4 years ago. The Clash on the server stairs might work really well for them if they read more into the fact that DZ are so slow.
I mean, Buck on the attack. Also, we've talked how important the operator is for attackers in general. Great on the entry. Great to use on Bank.
Yeah, I think Buck overall, because of the hard bridge gadget, especially together with the vertical gameplay, he can be used for so much. I'm also expecting to see Ram, top floor, anything that's on the middle floor, because of how much vertical you can do super quickly. I think we'll see a lot of Ram as well.
Fresh, who needs to show up here from Dark Zero?
I think particularly Nath. Nath is one of the players that we highlighted in the pregame. We expected more from him. He's shown us more within this tournament so far, but he had a very, very quiet map 1. Don't know if that was his roles or not, but hopefully he can bring it up on map 2.
Let's see if we get a map 3 or not. Fresh, Fabian, thank you very much. Our casters are ready. Up to you, Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, and it is very much up to us. We are as high as possible in this building, and, well, that was almost...
See, I have a fear of heights, so as soon as I see a little bit...
What I want to see in the Bank.
I like how that was on camera. I was going to say... All right, let's get into the bandstand as we head towards the next map again. I looked over to my right and I saw the height and I just got...
Yeah, I mean, you almost took an adventure.
I almost did.
Now, here's the point I was going to make. If you hadn't have just almost slipped off the side, I was going to talk about... I was going to build up some hype, talk about the deposits made at this bank and the history of these two teams. Talk about their...
We can still do that.
Ability. Well, I mean, we got time. Now we're going to see a Dokkaebi and an Azami band come through. We're going to see a Fenrir band, and a Monty is the change. Now, Milos, all the way down there, did say, are we going to see more Shields play? No, is the answer. Azami, Z. To be fair, yeah, I mean, they've only not banned Dokkaebi Azami about 2 or 3 times. 2 of those times they lost the map. One of them they banned Jaeger, one of them they banned Valkyrie, and they lost those maps. So the success rate of banning both versus not banning Azami is into DZ's favor.
It is. But I was also expecting, like, the further we go into series and the further we go into a tournament, you kind of want to see these teams swap off their default bans if possible. Maybe lean in a bit more towards the opponent they are facing. Maybe that's why, like, if anything, it was going to be a Monty that was going to be played. Well, no longer there. So how is that going to be answered upon is, of course, that big question. Bookers up first.
Yep, we find ourselves leading in here on the defense side from Dark Zero, the swap of the maps, the choice of where they want to go here. We've complemented G2's attack quite a lot, their ability to get themselves in. Obviously, this being a map that is not their selection, it's probably their choice if you're unaware of how that sort of trade works. And here, if they can put a distance in on their attack more than they did on the previous map, remember the start they got off to, how much that would shake Dark Zero's mental if the first 2-3 rounds are taken away from them.
Yeah, that's for sure, especially, you know, given the fact that the pressure is already on them with that first map off the board. G2 can start this off strong. It's going to be a big hit to the side of Dark Zero. Now, we start off by clearing out that top floor as we usually do. The IQ, I like that pick, considering the amount of electronics that are out there. The yokai drones come to mind first. Those are usually quite a problem, especially in the late round if you want to go for a plant to come through. But it also helps you to see the Warden if they are activating the gadget.
Now, I sort of took the history of these two teams, and when they played this map on SI 2023, it was a 7-5. So the growth that they had on Skyscraper, if DZ could manage it on this map, well, then it would be a 14-5, so a bit of a better growth here. I don't think that's, of course, possible, though. Nade, a man at the moment, a man to keep eyes on. Doesn't like that hand sanitizer, but does like getting the kill on anyone who might drop onto Gold Hatch.
Good fallback there just in time because they were basically on him out there. If he would have stayed a second longer, would have dropped before he was able to actually fall back down the stairs. Like the blockers coming down there.
Yeah, huge amount of gadgetry around the side of lockers, the Maestro bubbles. You know you're going to be battling against NJR smoke canisters, the Echo drones alongside Bolo as well. And then you've got Goyo. This is truly set up. Is a very long, very deep war of utility attrition. There's going to be a little quick play against the second bubble. There is the destruction of some of those canisters as well. G2 getting as much of this work done early on. They've already removed, I think, 2 of the bubbles. There's at least 1 left in this situation. There was a grenade rolled, but I don't think we got to see whether it entirely got its victim or if there's just 2 that are similarly based. No, because I think they went for that one. There's also a bulletproof. They know what take they're trying to stop.
Yeah, definitely so, and as Doki's now forced back in the bonfire while being on fire and being shot out through the window, it's Injure and it goes down. Instead, Doki not able to get the kill.
They've dropped in the Vault Hatch. Right behind them, hit gold. They said Nafe was the stopping point for that position, and he was entirely removed. Uno gets the plant locked in. He's going to find a flawless. And I said, the momentum they could take from Dark Zero after what happened at the end of the last map to leading into this one could be tragic. A flawless is the opener. I mean, that's a tragedy written in blood.
It is, and I mean, the thing is, right, there was so much utility placed on the default plant spot inside of servers that, you know, when G2 seeded, then they realized that there's still more Goyo canisters and, you know, Evil Eyes still left up that we cannot really deal with. Well, that only leaves you with one other choice, and that's to start dropping down the vault hatch, just drop down the elevator hatch, to come down the main stairs, to really attack from any given position at the same time. Well, no, worked wonders for them. Dark Zero seemingly not ready for it.
I mean, here it was, Alamau right in the middle. G2 got a really good read on how much attention was being paid towards the default plant spot. They started clearing all of the utility that was stuck there. I don't know why Scream is here. That's fun. But as pointed out in Alfama's brilliant illustration, breaking back how G2 attack, how they pull parts whilst they're doing the maps there, they're realizing, oh, well, Nave's a bit isolated here. We have this situation. They're not, you know, they've got one person watching 2 very important hatches. The other one is focused a bit towards the default because we're putting attention there. I think we can sort of smash in and steal it. Doki swinging down green, drew some attention towards him, and it allowed Alamau to just scream his way into sight whilst 2 players dropped other hatches.
Both clutch drones taken down. Alamau was trying to find a way to hack these evil eyes that are, of course, present on the side. Not only do they zap, but also the amount of information that they feed towards the defensive team. That's the big issue there. If you want to go for a plant, they're going to be seeing what is happening. It's going to be feeding into the defense's way to try and retake that. So they feel getting that. Now they're going to have to play without it.
Looking for the first kill, the first bite, and I'm really excited if Virtue's going to go up through a hatch here right next to Nafe. It makes a lot of noise. And they got to ensure that there's at least noise being made elsewhere. What does that? A boogie drone. Nothing can be blamed on you missing it. If you're entirely surrounded by this, they are not hitting the hatch directly as of yet. The rotation onto the procs, the play on beepers. You can see someone's coming above him onto the top right. Uno is trying to force the players further out. Nafe goes down. Virtue must be up and in the sight. No. Up towards the hatch potentially, or we had a rotate down from Nafe, but in the meantime, NJR taking pressure on towards Benjamaster here. Pamba gets Uno. Dark Zero held on, but the trade out from Doki, the Lion, across the top floor. They have a lot of time. Can they try and find a pocket of space?
It's the big question as Virtue holding off on the angle. 2 players from G2 still left up above as Canadian finds himself inside of Archives. Didn't get droned out, but the drone was shot, so Virtue definitely does have an ID of that there's someone present out there.
Another E1D pulses out and everybody finds themselves unfortunately stationary apart from NJR, who's sent to the station of hell. They're coming just deep onto the corner box. Canadians are back line with a triple on the back of it. He's locked out too. 2 in a row. A replication of the first map. Will we also get a timeout here?
Wasn't as clean of a take from G2 this time around as they lost those early bodies, of course, in the fight. At least they managed to bring it back in there, clean it up quite efficiently when it was that 3-on-3 situation. And as you mentioned, again, the 2-0 start. Great from G2. It seems like there's no response coming yet from the side of Dark Zero. Of course, them knowing as well, like, I mean, it was quite early last time. They might have ran a little bit short. Maybe they have the opportunity to carry themselves back in for this 3rd round.
Oh, that is just... Oh, there's that combination of the Lion, Doki. He started to explode here. He had some moments on the previous map, especially towards the end. You can see his confidence build. And here, leading in, 3 of the kills in that round. He's going to stay on a French operator with maybe the same, similar DMR. I mean, don't change what's broken. Do you know what isn't really broken? Most of G2's players, 2 rounds, and there's only been 2 kills from the sides of Dark Zero.
Yeah, and both of them, of course, came down in that last round in the early trading engagements that we had whilst the roam was being cleared out by G2. And after that, when the site started being hit, nothing really being out there anymore to stop them from truly moving through. As Canadian gets the opening kill onto Benja.
Much better here from Dark Zero. They're sort of stepping into the approach. I think they realized how much territory they handed G2 to be exploratory. They were dipping their toes in every single take possible. And there's some toes that are absolutely torn off. Alamau caught in the back, and this is a bit of a sort of wake up for both teams, I think. As I said, much better change of pace. Nafe just misses an opportunity onto Virtue, but as he saw the rotation, he's almost guaranteed to call that out to Bolo. He saw playing around these positions before. Still on the hatch, though they've actually just opted to retreat.
Yeah, there's only a single player, Dark Zero, on the side before Canadian dropped down, so I think they're going to be focusing more on the actual side itself now. Nafe on the hunt, going over to the top floors, going to see if he can do anything vertically, whilst Virtue waiting patiently near the elevator hatch for a potential drop or a misstep of one of these players. Canadian got quite close there, just kept himself out of range, however.
I mean, I appreciate more this approach here from Dark Zero because you have Nafe on a Solace. Virtue takes the drop. Zuno gets NJR. Virtue might get punished by Canadian and is. That's the kit locked inside the elevator hatch. Zuno and Doki both suffering scrape. Nafe's still above, has the full vertical control at this point. As these 2 are battling in a side, it is butchery to fish in a barrel. Dark Zero get a response. A reflection of the previous map of a 2-1 over the first 3 rounds, but this time they haven't needed to use their timeout.
Yeah, and that's the most important part. And as I mentioned, they probably have faith that they can get back into it by themselves, not needing to have the help of the coach at that moment in time. So with that, we found ourselves 2-1. We are headed towards Tellers and Archives. I'm still conflicted about this site because the entire open top of it can be opened up, but we've been seeing it quite a bit over the past couple of plays. 9 times now to come through, but it's pretty 50-50.
It's one of those sites where it has a long history. It has a lot of problems in the current meta, as a lot of sites do, just how easily it can be opened up vertically. You lose a lot of control, and you can't control it from underneath either. You cannot get yourself back in as you can on a lot of other sites. And, you look towards the rotations you can do on hatches across open. You look towards just how much of it this turns into a kind of about 5 or 6 total rooms for an entire take over the 2 stories. And it becomes very, very tricky to either survive holding into that space when they're above you, or reclaim it in time if they're able to get in the room and they got to play below you. But as long as they can do what they did in the previous round, Dark Zero, take the players, push E2 to this sort of width of bank and give them the full stretch and see if they can deposit a couple more bodies.
Now the way this usually goes is pretty similar to the actual CEO site. We'll have people present near stock, as Bolo is, an aggressive quiet there as well. But we also have them inside the janitor just to block off any of the repels that come through. Good use of the gadget out there.
And JR's inside and JR's outside. Alamau has the lockdown and the pinch on the player. That means now that Bolo's rotation is gone. So is Doki. Nave gets a bit of revenge for the fights and the kills these two have had over the previous map. Fun fact, when G2 was in an SI final last year, he actually typed "shout out Nave" into the all chat.
I remember that.
So it'll be very funny to see the response on this side. Bolo gets the take onto Uno. And as I said, he'd lost his rotate option. Now they're losing all the players. Alamau somehow gets a scream through onto Canadian. Inside, getting the kit done. This is the problems on the retake. They're having to move quite quickly here. The 3 remaining players, and Alamau's not entirely secure yet because, well, there's no G2 to offer some support. Benja, he's inside open. Virtue's trying to rotate his way up green to just get the crosswatch. Here it goes down again, but Asolis, well, they're fishing, and unfortunately, they're a little bit too late. No! Just in time, Pamba cuts Alamau, cuts the kit, Nate cuts the stairs in half. Benja alone in a 1 versus 3. This gives his game away. They give their game of saying, I'm not going to take this fight yet. They don't need to. They don't want to.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Aware of the fact that the diffuser has been recovered, and as soon as Benja's going to start, they should be aware.
Oh, he's off.
Yeah, he's going off. He's just trying to bait out the Solace now, knowing Pamba's still around, and that plant will never happen as long as they are. This is usually why you need to have someone on the top floor to provide yourself with that verticality.
It's the impossibility of this site. The impossibility of this site on the other sort of flip half as well as Benja. He realizes they're not giving him anything. We saw all 3 DZ players go wider and wider, further away. He's able to take out Nafe. But look at the positions of Pamba and Bolo. Pamba's still above. The second that kit starts to hit the ground, there's the reveal. Here's the shotgun fight. And there is 2 apiece.
So what happened there is Alamau, of course, found himself on the site early, but as you mentioned, there was no support. Virtue, in the meantime, was pushing up the main stairs to find himself at the, well, steps towards the basement, but having the opportunity to stop anybody from coming down the main stairs, from rotating through the lobby, and tried to provide support that way. That's what they were waiting for, but it took a bit too long. And as a result, Solis got himself into position, and they were able to stop the plant from happening. Twice.
I mean, what an advert for the operator. The shotgun there, the take onto the first, if it was a post-plant.
Yeah.
Think about the positions G2 had, the fact that they had to rotate higher there up the stairs. I mean, cruel, that last one. Was because they knew they needed to retake the vertical. They couldn't leave the Solace there, but then, you know, they lose the swing from the elevators. G2 had a window of opportunity, but unfortunately, I think it was not the one they ordered, and they were a little bit surprised on where to put it. Didn't quite fit the decor and the design of the building. But 2 apiece, all to play for. DZ, they've brought themselves back into here now.
Round is still pretty close though. It is coming down to just like a slight mistake or a lack of control. But these rounds could go the other way. And we're headed back towards open area now, which was of course won by G2 as well. It was quite a heavy fight over the top floor as we started off with a 2-on-2 trade. And as the clutch drones again shut down before they could even get close towards those evil eyes. Alamau's going to try it again. Surely not expecting it to work around the second time though.
I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, give me your... Oh, Maestro Cam just got it. And now that's a very big problem because you've got to use one of those impacts to get rid of it. Luckily, you have 4. NJR planned for worst case scenario. However, I think it was DZ where they had all 3 bubbles stolen, and then Canadian got the kill onto the player in exchange. I think it was. It might have been NJR. They used to. I think lessons learned from that previous video. A minute gone. G2, they're closer to the site, but they don't have the control above. Doki cannot win out the first engagement. They had an awareness on each other. Canadians looking for a second. It's Benja, but Benja's dropped from locked inside the site. They turn their back to all of these fights where Dark Zero have a little bit more intel, a little bit more of an idea of G2's approach. Virtue up the white stairs with Bolo more than ready. And there's the demonstration. A bit of a slip, a bit of a snafu out on the back. I'm assuming that was from a gunfight.
Loading new mag!
But Alamau's now on a sliver of health, and you're still looking at, you know, a side of one of those impacts, the C4 itself. And that'll be the end of his life this round.
Yeah, this should be a Dark Zero round. They have complete control of the sides. They have complete control of the top floor as well. And even though there's a mid... Alamau dropped to Steph. That happens, you know. The joke's coming out. Now, Uno's in a 1v5 situation. Has to go for an ace clutch.
I mean, mistakes happen.
There we go. The ending is there. Didn't want to extend the suffering for more than it had to be.
Whoops.
Well, that's definitely a whoops.
The Clown Prince of Rainbow Six gets his moments here on his home turf. But luckily, he's full of... he's as deadly as he is funny. Dark Zero, 3 rounds to 2. They have themselves an advantage that's very similar to how it was before, but it feels very different statistically. They're getting themselves into this as more sort of tight engagements. There's less of a sort of, it's G2's game, now it's Dark Zero's game. They had a lot of fire and a lot of fury on the fight back of Skyscraper up to 5th point. Here it feels a little bit more relaxed for now. They have a very good awareness on G2's approaches, and I think it's now the pressure sort of on G2 to kind of get their heads back in, give a little bit more respect to Dark Zero's game there.
I think it also helps that they haven't called in their tactical timeout. It just gives you a bit more like control feeling, that is, because you've done it yourself. You brought it back yourself. Of course, the coach is part of your team, but you only have one of them. One of those call-ins that you can do with them for 45 seconds.
Defuse the bomb.
And as Bolo, again on the Yokai, this time there is no IQ to stop that.
Nope. There is no commando drones to steal things as well. None of net cover and split. There is still a burn of utility. The blinds come out with nothing behind them. Very loud gadget, both visually and in the audio game. So it sort of will force a bit of fear into the players. Doki's getting the reveal of the swing. They know they cannot just push up dirt without taking a direct engagement. They might not know that the player has left. Now they'll have the reveal. Canadian in the core of the map playing his favorite thing, which is an intel gatherer from range. Pulse is often the sighted one. Great removal of utility. 2 minutes and they've already got rid of all of those Goyo canisters. As they find a fight, they went in and then right out. Canadian with the heartbeat had the full read, the E1D. A little bit too late there to stop that kill.
Yeah, a bit of an unlucky moment there for G2 that Alamau met with Canadian, but at least the trade comes in. Benja, however, gets pre-fired, and that's a diffuser now dropped in the hands of Nave.
Who didn't opt to drop as well, stayed on top of the hatch. You could see he flirted with the idea for a second, but I think he saw the kid hit the ground and said, I'm going to stick around, see what else I can do. 3 versus 3. Virtue, he's sort of caught in the bit of a middle here. He needs to go and recollect that kit. He's the closest man, but with a minute 30, they can rotate, and the pings are still on him. You wonder if it's a Val cam. You wonder what the read is. Hope it's not a default, but as they opt to go for a slightly longer engagement, Virtue, he's expecting the fight, the swing. It's Pamba that just sort of says, I'm here, and then heads off, wastes a bit more time, wastes a little bit more of this precious sort of utility that Dark Zero struggled with last map.
A minute left, and I still think both those yokai drones are on the board. One of them was in lobby. That must have been the intel that was being fed about Virtue's positioning, closing in on the player in elevator. And there's 55 seconds left. You just see G2, they're preparing themselves, they're preparing angles. Uno is looking to go for a point. No, actually, it's not Uno. It's Virtue that has to go for the pickup, because Uno is going to be probably jumping in after those Candelas to see what he can do.
Now, as Bolo rotates the Echo drones round, with the amount of time left, they have the charges to dictate the story of this, put themselves onto the 4-2 split, 30 seconds, and Uno, he's dicing and dancing around a drop that you assume Dark Zero are going to pay a little bit more attention to, but there's a rotate coming up the stairs. The Valkyrie's gone on an adventure. They're going to see if they can find an engagement. If Uno gets caught here, it could all be over. The long throw, the play, they've gone 2 stories up. Bolo, he's alone in the site as the pressure goes around. Nave, he may as well be in Narnia. The 2 versus 1 with 5 seconds. He's quickly rotating round onto the back, but Doki had it watched. G2 keeping things level in the first half.
I love the little bit of game sense out there where they don't plant right on the first site they open up because the hatch above has been opened. That means that if that roamer's still out there, you might find yourself caught. So what do? You dig in deep, you get yourself in the middle of the lockers, which are just so much more difficult to retake, especially coming from above. And the kill on the Echo, so important as well. If they were to be able to fall back into goal and use those yokai drones,
to say welcome
to hell.
Welcome to hell. Now I feel less bad that I cited a call earlier as being sent to hell. Because, I mean, they're welcoming them here. There, the coverage. They knew Nafe was going on the long play, whether they had it on a read. I said there was a lot of reads coming against them. There were yellow pings onto the locations of the players towards the top of the elevator shafts, towards where Nafe was able to get his first kills. And here, G2, whether game sense, whether expectation or information, turned it into the problem child here. 3 apiece. Still both timeouts on the board. Still both bits of attention here. G2, they've not played this map in a very, very long time. As Fabian rightly predicted, they will still have a game here. Now it's the test of Dark Zero, because whatever game G2 have here, they very likely, outside of scrims, have no idea what the holds will be.
No, that's for sure, and you know, this is where it really starts coming on into play. There's a quick push attempt going to be made. Virtue completely blinded, but no one follows up on it. The drone was giving away the intel. Canadian still is around with that drone. There's Candela's not finding anything now.
They're in, and they're off to the races here. There's the cover, and there's the kill. There's a drop in the hatch in the middle. Do they know there's a rotation round? There's a player right on the hatch here as well. This is a surrounded situation. Alamau, he's holding on. He isn't too far away from a fight with Pamba. He really desperately wants to take it. The smoke canister forces Pamba out of position, and there it is. Beautifully played, with Benja getting one of his own. Bolo's gone. The refusal to hand over open area, the refusal to give up the ground, leads to a little bit more success here. A very long use of the exit Kairos to get the hatch open.
Only 2 more pellets left in pocket there. I think that will open up the hatch, yeah, nicely. But that means that if anything else is going to be closed, well, you are not going to be opening that because you only have those 2 pellets left. So that is a concern for potentially later. Think of the mirror windows, for example. Those are going to be in play. You're going to have to worry about them one way or another. And with a minute 20 left on the clock, it is, you know, a 4-3 situation in favor of G2. But Dark Zero really haven't done that much yet. They're only now starting to get themselves into the top 4. But Doki's still around. So if there is a drone going to be leading it, removed NGR from the board and instantly falls back towards the lobby because he knows Nafe is out here.
I mean, there's a player on his left and a player on his right. Where are you going to go, Nafe? You've got to find a fight either way. Benja gets a big scrape onto the Habana, who's just going to try and angle themselves forward and at least put a wall to their back. The break on the hatch, the break on their face. Leaves Canadian inside the site alone with a kid. They retake it aggressively. One round closer. Oh, it's not Scream, I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's G2's death they've brought along with them. The Executioner seems to be hanging over this arena. There's the play from Alamau I talked about. He dropped this hatch instantly. As soon as they lost that first engagement, he was down here to try and get a response. He waited and waited for the right call from his team to put the pressure on. Sad, sad moment, though.
Painful NA fans in the crowd who are...
Love it.
G2, great round to come through. And of course, they haven't played Bank recently, but they've definitely played a lot in the last 12 months, like 14 times or something. But it's all mostly... Is that an Alamau t-shirt? I've not
the Alamau fan base. I don't think I've seen player t-shirts before.
No,
actually.
I've not seen player t-shirts before either.
Amazing.
I've seen Intero t-shirts.
Yeah, well, he wears those.
5 seconds.
Oh yeah, we weren't supposed to tell that.
4-3. Still, both timeouts. If this round goes to 5, you pretty much guarantee Dark Zero are going to take it, but it's been traded back and forth. G2 threaded 2 rounds before DZ found 3 in a row. With how the first map went, you want to try and keep G2 as far away from map point as possible. Virtue suffered a bit of a scrape. Not entirely sure where that was from. Maybe stopped window side, or Bolo is above skylight, so he could have just caught a wing and a clip on the top of white. Either way, it forces a bit of a rotation here from G2. They're going to sort of keep themselves a bit further away from these immediate engagements and let Dark Zero do a bit of structural work.
But that's the thing, right? They don't need to take these fights right now. There's a little bit of pressure coming down, but nothing directly too threatening onto the side. There's like 2 players or 3 players on Repel even. Oh, what are they going to do from there on? Sure, they can, you know, fire in some Excaros and open up onto Kento, but, well, again, like, it limits your movement just slightly. It isn't the end of the world as Pamba now finds himself entered and exited in the building within a second.
Another pulse, another hold, and another section where the players are forced to think about the actions that have occurred, and that's the problem here for Dark Zero. Every moment they have to sit in a deficit is devastating. Doki has the perfect read on the player, slightly hidden behind that speaker. You know, it's only going to be a moment before Nafe's under a bout of pressure he didn't expect. As Benja's surrounded, there it is. Alamau gets Nafe inside stock. Benja's sitting, holding, wasting time and attention, and a body! Benja gets 1. He's been revealed this entire time. He's about to have a second swing from Canadian. They're looking for the sliver, and they sort of shoot across the bow. There's the execute. But with Doki getting Canadian, NJR, all that's left of this round, and he started it on those big windows on a fight. Getting another kill on the back of it. It's exits in this moment. It's 2 stories of problems. There goes Virtue. 40 seconds. You can see G2. They pull themselves a bit back. Let's not get it too silly. We can still pop fire, and we have these sort of power corners, but NJR's got a great gun and a very good handle on it. They rotate vertically. G2, they've headed towards the top floor. Not entirely sure where the kit has gone down, but it's not in the pockets of NJR right now. Ah, yep, Tellers. So NJR, they're just not giving him an engagement at this point. I said they sort of had fun with the fights. The beepers go off. They know exactly where he is. G2, 3 rounds in a row, 5-3.
And Dark Zero really no control that round. Entering the building, shut down, struggling with taking down Benja, who finds himself like in ATMs behind the closets. And as we have the timeout right now, I think that's the rightful call, not only due to the scoreline, but also due to how that last round went. Because it felt like they were trying to chase G2, but they were always like 10 steps behind. and finding themselves locked off. It was a 1v2 in the end, but that's because NGR managed to punish two very aggressive G2 players trying to just end that round as quickly as they could. So, after the last time, you managed to get 5 rounds consecutively through your timeout.
Let's go, G2. Clap, 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 clap.
No, those weren't in there. It's just let's go.
I mean, the claps are implied. Look how energized they are. Look how much sort of vibration is passing through them from the crowd into it. You look around the room and you see several Brazilian flags. And although Alamau sort of bathes in a, you know, all press is good press, loves being a little bit of an argument, a little bit of a sticking point, a little bit of a response to the rest of the world saying, no, 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 Brazil's not the best, NA's not the best, EU's not the best, I am the best, and I bring that wherever I go.
Bomb located by attackers.
You can tell he is very much at home here. 5-3. Dark Zero, you were great after your timeout last map. In fact, you were so great, you got 5 rounds in a row. Can you replicate some of that success here?
That is the big question. 2 more rounds, though, and G2 find themselves moving on in the under bracket as they continue their, well, according to them, hopeful back-to-back lower bracket 6 invitational winning runs. But we're up on the top floor, and this one is the hardest one to actually defend. 48% of the rounds that have been played over the 6 invitational have gone towards the defenders once you were on the top floor. So Dark Zero, you got to prove you can attack. You got to prove you can do it on this site, as you've done before. But of course, G2 haven't played it yet during SI, so there is a lot of uncertainty in what they'll do, in what they'll bring, and how you need to face it.
The first reveal around onto the back of just trying to catch that loose wing is that idea that's being brought here. Canadian on the Jackal, an operator that, as I said, there's 2 stacks, 2 stories, and 2 ways of getting it. But if they've misplaced Benja, well, that's going to be something that haunts them later. Well, there's no misplace. They have the hot drone information, but the longer they go without getting anything on the back of it, the more of a nightmare this will become. Do you want to take this as a flat fight here? Canadian, no! There's 1, there's 2! Unfucking believable, Benja! What a force he has been this tournament. A return to where he was. He's on the 3rd here. The C4 over for the 1. He can't quite get it. He's surrounded. He's able to get nades. Swinging either side. The pendulum of death bouncing back and forth amongst the grenades is finally stopped. But all the time, all the bodies, all the places, players and utility wasted by the boy Wonder.
The teamwork there not in order from Dark Zero. The first of all, the solo fight from Canadian, you needed to just instantly collapse on them together. And now Virtue waiting on the top of the stairs with Alamau as they pop up. It's a cleanup! G2 map series points!
And I mean, what a well-earned grin.
It's not the point like last round as well.
Think about what was on him. The Jackal tracks hot droned, 3 players going for the engagement, takes the head off of 1, pivots 90, then 180 to find his next, and then gets the 3rd on the back. I mean,
it's an unbelievable round from Benja, and again, like he kind of did this in the last round as well when he was playing in ATMs and found himself, you know, wasting so much time and bodies. Here's one coming in. The solo fight. Why was there no backup there?
Immediately into the. I mean, come on. Dark Zero, backs against the wall, in a room of people chanting for their opponents. Everything ahead of them, 1 round at a time, the distance of 3. It's one of the furthest they've been on the wrong end on this entire tournament. They have played excellently. With the last two engagements against G2, well, the fights 7-5, 7-5. Here before 7-5. G2 have gotten better and better and better. And Dark Zero have that ability, have that capability. But a roster against the tide of Brazil and against the room louder than anyone could ever imagine have the hardest job they have ever had.
We find ourselves in lockers with a heavy roam from G2. Dark Zero, their main goal will be to clear that out. But a minute has passed and only now they start opening up from the top to the first. But even then they won't find themselves within any success. Benja, again in a crucial position, receiving some vertical pressure. Also someone on the main stairs, Pamba. If he manages to shut this first one down, it is game over for Dark Zero.
Every engagement has to be perfect, and Benja is that poster child of perfection. Canadian hits back against Doki. The IGL with more experience than any others is here, but so is Alamau. There's a full stop to NJR's sentence. Pamba's holding and waiting, but there is only so long, isn't even rewarded. A missed moment as the ship breezes past in the broad daylight. Shined upon here in Sao Paulo. A 4-3 body advantage with a minute left to go.
So much utility in the hands of Dark Zero, but there's nothing they can really do with it. The Heartbreach gadgets won't help. The fire caught by the Surya laser gate. There's so much to do. There's so little control, and there's not enough time as they're eyeing up to go for a hot drop. Canadian walking in. They're hoping for the best. Will it be enough? That's a big question.
Here it goes, exploding across, but Benja gets his second for the round and shuts down Pamba before he can fully even let loose with the LMG. Canadian on the back of a long watch smoke. It is a technical 2 versus 2. Azuno's hit the ground, but Alamau, he's hit the roof. He sees the player, and the player's his. Nath, he's EU through and through. He's been fantastic, but this is G2 territory. Alamau stands proud amongst this Brazilian crowd. Your reigning champions dispatch another lower bracket team. Another scalp is theirs to take on their glorious return to reclaim their hammer.
Map 1 was so close, could have gone Dark Zero's way. However, as soon as we entered Bank, unknown territory from G2, they basically completely picked them apart, bit by bit, Benja by Benja. And that must be a painful way to go out, but G2, they look so strong.
I mean, what a performance it has been from them. What a tournament. They've really reignited. But I think it's time to hear some wise words from a man with two other very great men on the stage. Ian Chambers, please take it away.
G2 progress here in Sao Paulo. Commiserations to Dark Zero. I am joined by Alamau. Vamos aplaudir!
Aplausos pra ele, rapaziada. Não era isso que vocês queriam?
Alamau just...
Tá com moral, hein? 360, ó. A arena toda tá com você, ó. Lá, tem pra todo lado. Alemão, senhoras e senhores.
The crowd surround him.
Yeah.
This must be amazing for you. We will talk in English just briefly. Alamau, just come a little bit further forward for me, and then we'll do some, of course, interview questions in your native language. But bit of a love-hate relationship out here. How does it feel to be back in front of your own crowd?
É demais estar aqui com os brasileiros. Tava esperando por esse momento por muito tempo, né? Acho que todo mundo queria ver esse Invitational no Brasil e agora a gente chegou aqui para defender a marreta.
Gonna do it in English?
We were so anxious to play in Brazil with this crowd. The crowd is amazing, and now we have to defend the hammer again.
Just to run it back to map 1, 5-2 down, everything changed, the momentum shift. What was it? What changed within the roster in the team?
No Sky a gente sabia que eles eram muito lerdos, né? Então a gente só jogou para execução e eles se perderam todos os rounds. We just waited for the executes because they are so slow and can just win by not doing anything. So that was how we came back on Skyscraper.
Just finally from me, Sonics, W7M, wait for you next. Any preference there?
I want to play W7M, but maybe they won't even win against Sonics, so I don't know. Rapaziada, eu quero pegar os touros para mostrar que no Invitation é outra história.
What was that? Can you repeat that?
Ele tá dizendo que aqui no Invitation é outra história, né? Você tá quase sem voz? Tá emocionalmente diferente jogar aqui?
Não, pior que eu tava meio doente, eu acho, anteontem. Acho que é por isso que a voz tá meio rouca, porque eu nem berrei tanto nesse jogo.
Tá bom. Parabéns, então. Você quer enfrentar os touros. Tem certeza que você quer essa galera contra você. É isso que você quer.
Quero pegar os touros.
Just finally from me, before you go, any message to your English G2 fans watching at home?
Guys, thank you for the support, all the G2 fans. I want to see you guys back in Europe, but here in Brazil. Preciso dizer obrigado a todos os brasileiros aí torcendo por nós. Minha família aí, tá todo mundo ali, ó, minha família, meu pai, minha mãe, minha irmã, minha tia, minhas primas ali, tudo ali. Então, obrigado por tudo, rapaziada. Tamo junto.
Alamal, thank you very much. You can make your way back down, and congratulations once again. Listen.
The entire family's over here.
Yeah? They're all out here watching?
Yeah, watching.
Well, G2, the reigning champions, take a step closer to reclaiming the hammer. Will they go all the way? They've got a lot of hurdles in front of them first. Back to the desk to pick it all apart.
Thank you very much, Ian and Leo. And yes, Alamao has his family here. He's got the eyes of Brazil on him and G2, and the entire world is watching. The world champions move on to the next stage. Congratulations to G2. We're back on the analyst desk to break things down after a map 2. Milos with me are Fresh and Fabian. Gentlemen, I have to say, G2 looked so composed on bank.
You know, first of all, this crowd is like their entire family, right?
Yeah.
The amount of support they got from the crowd, just incredible. Like, I've never experienced something like this. Just needed to get out of my system.
I've never seen a crowd support Alamao, then call him names, and then support him again within about 30 seconds.
Give it to the next game. If they play W7M, he is back to being Judas again, that's for sure. But if we go back to the game and we break it down a little bit, G2 again, they show how excellent their attacks can be, the amount of trust they have in each other to allow that to go off the structure and just make these individual decisions and the finding of the gaps, and then just obviously backing that up with all the gun skill in the world. And then when they don't find those gaps, take the first round on basement attack. We said, oh yeah, you can't play split theory too much on bank. What do they go and do? Well, they drop all the hatches and they push side at the same time. They go from everywhere and overwhelm Dark Zero. That was such a good attack, and it just keep the momentum up for all the attacks. And then defenses, I mean, look at the individual gun skill that they have. What can Dark Zero even do against that?
Especially when they understand Dark Zero as well, right? I don't know, I said it in the interview. We have to wait for them and do nothing. We've stopped short on the desk of basically saying that. Dark Zero's attacks were just pathetically slow again, which has been a big problem for them across the year. And G2 read into their opponents so well. Both maps could have been blowaways. Dark Zero obviously did manage to find a few rounds. I did like their adaptations on the defense, bringing the Valkyrie, bringing the Solace, but it wasn't enough. They were never getting any attacks.
Cohesion, trust, and confidence is what we get for G2 to be victorious. Reminder for everybody, this is the squad with Uno on it that won the Invitational last year in Montreal. So there's a lot of pressure on them, but it looked like they handled all of it, and they're all showing up on the board, Fabian.
You know, there's something with their mentals that they have really broken through when it comes to events. Now again, we mentioned before the game that they have a Brazilian ghost. Now they've gone past that, and they come up on stage with all this confidence and just pure will to come back and lift that hammer again. I would not be surprised if they do it.
Well, one person that was carrying the hammer earlier today and last year was Doki, and he performed excellently in this matchup. Let's put up some stats and talk about what makes him such a player.
I think Doki's got all of the talent in the world, right? It's been known for a very, very, very long time. I think the problem Doki has had potentially, throughout the last year or so, maybe even little bit longer term, is he tries to force it. He tries to be the guy. It looks like he's just settled into the system now, picking up the kills as part of the system, and that seems to be where he excels.
You say, you're not that guy. You're not that guy. The thing with G2 is everyone is that guy. Like, everyone can just do whatever they want. They run around the server and then they decide, yeah, I'm just gonna kill everybody. It's my day today.
Well, here's a highlight from it. Our intel play of the game. Let's play play of the game.
And who else would it be? Of course, it is going to be Doki. Now, he picks up 4 kills inside this round. Every single one of them as important as the other. This shot, by the way, what a beautiful spot. But this in the 3 versus 2, managing to push in and get into sight to facilitate the kill onto the Echo. We've seen Echo clutches so many times in that round. And then just the understanding that the flank might come in from there punishes it. We were saying how important it might have been for G2 to get a 3-3 attack split. Ultimately, it wouldn't be because Dark Zero couldn't attack, but at the time, it was so important that they got that and got over the board, and Doki with a huge 4K in that round facilitated.
But let's not put all of the Dark Zero attacks on them, because G2 as well, they played solid defense. The team play that they had in combination with, again, opportunistic decision-making where they all come up. Like, look at the last round. Carl sneaks up on second floor in a 2-on-2 and just denies the plant. What can Dark Zero do against that when they seem to be so slow and maybe not reacting as well to what G2 are doing, because G2 were smart in every decision.
Well, issues on the day, but let's not forget that Dark Zero making it here to the stage cements them as one of the best teams in the world, and nobody on this planet can take that away from them. It's just that today, and in this adaptation, G2 was the better team, and that's the beauty of competition. They will still walk out of this pretty happy, I would say, despite the loss. So, gentlemen, final thing for Toss to Break. How you feeling?
I'm just happy to have seen such a first game that is just this incredible. I'm so happy.
Great quality game, great crowd, and we've got the Brazilian teams to come.
All right, so we still have some more for you here on the stage live in Sao Paulo. We'll take a quick break, a bit to calm our hearts and nerves down. We'll see you in a bit.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side?
I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Operators, prepare to engage.
Am I supposed to be running? What? None of them, right? Rampy. Oh, he did win MVP.
Really bad aim. I got this.
Fnatic. You made a hard one, bro.
It is the Team Empire versus G2 Esports.
Empire and G2.
Okay, what now? For England.
What?
I'm like an American. USA! USA!
Probably Mira.
Come on. Que isso? You know that little goal right there?
You need to put it in there. Yeah. G2.
I'm gonna guess liquid.
That's fácil.
His stat's too big, can't even tie that. That's good. Oh! Just a bit wide left.
SSG! 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3, SSG! Oh yes!
Welcome back to the Ginásio do Ibirapuera here in the beautiful, vibrant, and of course very loud city of Sao Paulo. This is the Rainbow Six Invitational 2024. My name's Ian Chambers, and this is our amazing Brazilian stage host, Leo. We are off to a good start.
Yeah, it's amazing being here. I'm so glad. Galera, que jogaço que a gente acabou de acompanhar. O alemão segue vivo, junto com a G2. Na sequência, tem Sonics e W7M. Será que a gente vai ter um brasileiro avançando, enfrentando o alemão? Será que a gente vai ter uma final brasileira? Isso a gente vai descobrir já já, mas tem muita coisa para rolar aqui no Six Invitational. Aí.
This is what it's all about. And our reigning champions, G2, have taken a huge step towards potentially clutching it again. Commiserations to Dark Zero, they will be back. But for now, it is time to celebrate another member of our incredible Rainbow Six community.
Exatamente, então vamos respirar, já já a gente vai com o próximo jogo, porque é hora de homenagear mais um membro importante da nossa comunidade de Rainbow Six Siege.
It's time for our Community Commendation Award, and this recipient is an artist whose vision is truly magnificent.
All of my art has this moving component. Never have a still image. It's like a freeze frame moment where you pause and then you have all the action right in front of you.
I never really studied art, so everything I know is self-taught by YouTube and books that I found and also other art peers. And I never really dreamed that something like this would happen because I'm just a hobbyist by heart and never planned to make money with my art, but I had so many cool experiences already.
I always try to be better at everything that I do, and I think the challenge keeps the motivation going, otherwise I wouldn't do it.
My husband is a perfectionist, I would say. He is never satisfied with the same level, so to say. So he wants to improve with every illustration. If there is something he doesn't know yet, but he needs a specific skill to continue, he will just teach himself that skill.
I come from anime and manga art. So most of the stuff that I drew was with katanas and ninjas and samurai. So when Ubisoft released For Honor, I was so hooked into that. And I mostly started to draw game art at that time, For Honor fan art. And then Ubisoft contacted me and said, hey, we saw your For Honor art, it's really, really cool. How about you start drawing Rainbow Six Siege? So at that time I was already a big fan of Siege. When they asked me that, I was like, I never really thought about that, but it was a cool thing, it was a cool opportunity, and I said, of course. Anime has a big influence on me, I still love to watch anime, and translating that style into characters that we enjoy in the game in Rainbow Six Siege is something that I always try. Sometimes it's harder because characters look so fancy realistically, and then putting them into manga and anime art is a challenge. But it's a fun challenge, and I really enjoy that about making art for Siege. If you go through Vienna with an open eye, you can find art everywhere, and that's also a very inspirational factor for my own art. You have the statues there that are very lifelike. They feel alive even though they're out of marble or stone or whatever. And for my own art, it's very important to me to have the same kind of sensation that I feel when I look at the art in Vienna. When I'm in a game, there is so much happening, and in my drawings, I kind of freeze frame those things because I want to have it in action. I want to have the mood, I want to have the flair, and then I think, what is Siege? Siege is the action of the moment, this situation where you find yourself in and you're like, will I make it out of this? Usually you're shouting into the microphone, I need help, or they are on me, or they are coming. It's very important to have this kind of connection with the game to keep it relevant. And a cool thing to experience is when somebody looks at my pictures and points that out. He says, oh, I know that spot. Oh, I just recognize this whole situation. So all of these things going on, they come into my pictures, and I think they make my pictures come alive. After I drew so much for Rainbow Six Siege, I was lucky enough to actually design a skin for my favorite operator, which is Hibana. I still remember it very clearly. I was on my way home. I looked at my phone and I was asked, hey, how about you draw something for us? It would be a skin. And it was like the peak of everything I was ever hoping for. You can imagine the excitement I had when I saw the 3D art for the very first time. It was unbelievable. I felt so rewarded and so happy because I imagined it in 2D and I thought it could look cool, but I did not expect it to be that cool. So I thought, okay, that was the peak of my experience with Ubisoft, designing my own skin. But after some time, Ubisoft contacted me again and said, hey, can we have a little chat? I didn't know what to expect. So Ubisoft asked me to join 3 other amazing artists to work on an exciting project. And it was to draw the Siege Invitational promo artworks. It was my chance, this was the moment to leave a mark in a game that I spent so much time with, that I so dearly enjoy. And it's something as a hobby artist I never thought would happen. I think my hobby really changed my life. I never thought I would experience so much cool stuff with just drawing art, just doing what I enjoy, but here we are. I'm curious to know where we'll be in the future and I can't wait to see where all of this is going.
Sao Paulo, please welcome onto the stage our next commandee, incredible illustrator, Fragments!
Vamos aplaudir, galera! O cara é uma fera, é artista diferenciado. Here's your trophy. Congratulations and thank you.
It looks good in your hands, Fragment. I'm going to say that first. Before we discuss anything, talk us through the fit.
Yeah, it's like I can wear my own design. It's incredible and be here. Shit, I don't know. I'm lost for words. Yeah, this is like the headgear that I designed for my favorite operator, Hibana. I hope there are many fans here who love Hibana. Yes?
Vocês gostam da Hibana, galera?
I'm liking the crowd work. I'm liking the crowd work, Fragment. When Ubisoft first reached out to you to be part of the game and to do some work for them, did you ever imagine standing on a 6 Invitational stage in front of a crowd here in Brazil?
It's completely unreal. Never dreamed about that, but here we are. Here we are! Yeah!
Cara, ele nunca imaginou que ia estar aqui, afinal de contas começou como um hobby e ele desenhou a skin da Hibana e o cara é artista, fez muita coisa pro 6 Invitational, tá muito emocionado por estar aqui.
I know that you take a lot of inspiration for your art in Vienna, right? What does it mean to you now to know that there'll be people watching this and people that you have no idea even exist that are influenced by your work?
I mean, that's why I started to draw. There are so many inspiring people and being one of them now to inspire other people. If I can do it, they can. No, you can do it too.
É isso, ele tá inspirando muita gente e diz que vocês aí também podem inspirar outras pessoas jogando, curtindo, levando à frente a paixão de vocês.
As an artist, you've achieved, hey there, love that. As an artist, you've achieved so much already, Fragment. What do you set your sights on next? Because I imagine that everything that has come your way so far has been so unexpected. You never know what's around the corner, right?
Yeah, I'll just continue dreaming and then see whatever comes. You never know. I never knew that this would coming. So yeah, just dream big, continue what I do, and we'll see.
É isso, é continuar sonhando, fazendo, ver o que acontece. É mais ou menos o que a W7M vai tentar fazer hoje, continuar sonhando para conquistar mais um título.
Amazing. Congratulations, you deserve this award completely. Please, one more time for Fragment.
Salva de palmas para Fragment, a lenda com a gente aqui.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You know what, I loved that he was soaking up that moment. That is what this is all about here at SI, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. A gente tá chegando num momento importante, já tem um jogaço, a W7M contra a Sonics. Ai, ai, ai.
Plenty more games to come and, of course, plenty more commandees on the way as well. But for now, let's get back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian and Leo. Congratulations to Fragment and so many people that will be commended over this weekend for their work in the community. And we'll come back to the desk. I'm Elsa Medic, your host. With me are Fresh and Fabian. We're so proud to be here to talk to you about, I guess, the biggest darling of this crowd, W7M and their opponents from North America, Sonics, the last standing team from the NA region. Gentlemen, we're hyping it up, but before we talk about these teams, here's them and what they have to say.
Facing Sonics in the first match here in Ibirapuera is going to be a great match for the public.
To play W7M, it's going to be a challenge. They're the best team in the world right now. The mindset is just to be confident. The only way we lose is if that we beat ourselves. We just come out with confidence and we can beat anybody in the world.
We have some things prepared against them, but I think our main goal right now is to improve our mistakes because we're doing a lot of them. And if we just play our game, I think it's going to be a good game for us. Hey Sonics, we are coming for you. And Emmy, you're going to choke in front of our home crowd.
Herds, you're really not that good, might be overrated, and we're coming.
And there it is, our two teams, Sonics and W7M. They'll be playing against the spot, or 2-4 to get a spot versus G2. That is a hell of a game to come up. I know a lot of people are looking forward to W7M versus G2, but Sonics, we labeled them as the dark horse of this tournament. Fresh, does that still stand?
Yeah, I think it does actually. I think, when you look at people's expectations for Sonics into this tournament, it maybe wasn't high because of the way that Atlanta went. But they've changed their roster, they've brought in Ambi. That Ambi Citizen bromance seems to be working really well for them.
Now, how does W7M and Sonics face up and match up?
So the matchup in itself, I think the teams are very evenly matched. I do think that W7M have a slight edge just because of recent performances that they've had at events, in combination with, I think that Sonics are to a certain extent still finding themselves. They are a new team, honeymoon period is still around, and they're feeling really good. I think that the teams are very evenly matched. The statistics said Sonics are slightly ahead, but Sonics has had a little bit easier matchup so far, I think.
Well, let's talk about Sonics since you're mentioning them and we're talking about them in detail. There's their roster for those that do not know this NA giant of a squad. Fresh, how are they looking going into this game?
Yeah, so obviously they ran all the way through their groups, then they ended up in the lower bracket and have had to work their way through the lower bracket. And as I said, maybe expectations for them coming into this event was that's maybe where they should be. But the confidence which they've played through the groups, it wasn't a 2-1 win. They were in, a relatively weak group, we can say it, right? Yep. But they were getting those clean 2-0s. Everything was going more or less right for them.
I think that the addition of Ambi to this roster has really given them an edge over their previous selves, because that's what I want to compare them to. When they had Gunnar, they didn't look super solid. They seemed to be off in timings, and everything just seemed to not work for them. Having Ambi into this roster has enabled other players to shine and be better at their positions, especially Citizen.
I spoke to Super, the general manager of Sonics, before this event, and he actually came up with something quite good, which is, pretty common for him. He actually said, I looked at our last roster and I said, could we beat W7M? No. With this roster, I believe we can. So it's almost like fate has brought these two teams together.
All right, actually, let's focus on W7M. Since you're mentioning, maybe Sonics have actually pulled it all together. W7M Esports, the darlings of Brazil, and second-rated team as of last Invitational, Fabian.
Yeah, they've struggled a little bit during this event, but now that we come onto the main stage, I mean, to a certain extent, this is where it begins for W7M.
Absolutely.
You guys heard, and I think people at home, they heard how the crowd just went absolutely wild when W7M went in. I was expecting that for FaZe. We got it for W7M. They are the new darling, and it's clear-cut that they are. Every single player in their team is number one or number two in the world at their position. There's no doubt about it. They've struggled a little bit during this event, but I think they'll pull it back here.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that, we saw it in the map graphic there, or in the graphic, 7 maps lost at this event is basically unheard of for W7M, who lost, 1-2 maps in Atlanta in total. So Philippok said it in the interview as well. They've definitely had their problems. I think the big one for W7M has been actually getting to the point that they execute. Where the round is them playing for gun kills and winning it that way, they're fine. But when they're executing, it's where they've fallen.
Well, let's talk about win conditions. First of all, with the players that need to show up in this matchup, we have 3 key players to highlight: Citizen, Crixer, and KZ. Fabian, start it off.
Yeah, if we look at Citizen's performance as an individual, he's been put more in a flank watch position lately, which honestly he is shining at. Like the bromance he and Ambi has, where Ambi first of all has enabled him in the game. I think that Ben is carrying Ambi outside of game, because the way that they act towards each other and the way that they are next to each other, we've seen them walk at a hotel, we've seen them walk the mall around together, getting cheeseburgers, Smackies. They are so close, they're bound to each other. And that's just so nice to see.
And an engaged citizen is an unreal citizen. Moving through to KZ though, I think, look at that EPS, despite the fact that he is negative on entry, obviously broke the kill record.
Yeah.
You know, nothing's getting taken away from him. An unbelievable player in terms of just the raw mechanics and FPS element of this game, where he, you know, you see time and time again where he picks up one kill, then he flicks, picks up another one, then flicks back, picks up another one. He plays into crossfires and beats them as a one-man army. Absolutely incredible fragger.
Yeah, it's that big question of, do you have the confidence, but also do the play styles fit? And we actually have a graphic just to talk about that. What operators do we expect to play, and what is comfort picks for these two squads, Fabian?
So looking at the different operators here that they have the most played at, let's start with W7M. There's an Asami there that just, you know how well they play with it. They've put up these different angles that nobody's used to seeing, and therefore they get a massive advantage when their opponents are trying to get up to them. And they seem to have a tendency to not get them destroyed either. That's something that I see from W7M. This is like, they get to use the Kiba barriers much more than I've ever seen before.
I'm seeing operators on both teams that the other team is going to want off the board.
Yep.
I'm seeing Fenrir for Sonics that W7M are going to want off the board, and I was starting Azami for W7M that Sonics will want off the board because of how these two teams play with the North American and Brazilian styles.
Well, you said that Sonics are built to defeat W7M. What maps will they have to be playing on for the series? Again, best of 3 series until we hit our BO5 Grand Final. We start off with 4 bands, Border, Chalet, that's Nighthaven Labs, and finally Oregon taken away. Clubhouse is our first pick. That is W7M, with Sonics starting off on defense. Sonics will pick out map 2, that'll go for Bank, and W7M starting off on defense. Again, no surprise, Cafe Consulate removed to take us to Skyscraper. Finally, W7M is starting off on the attacking side. Jack, overall thoughts?
So Clubhouse, first and foremost, I think W7M is probably one of their best maps. It's definitely in their top 3. I've said it time and time again, they'll take anybody to that map. Not surprised to see them pick it out. Bank for Sonics also makes sense. It kind of, it plays out with the Sonics playstyle, and I think it is quite advantageous for them.
Yep. I think that Bank, if you start there, I think that Bank makes sense from Sonic's point of view, but I don't know if it makes sense to play that against W7M. We just saw G2 beat Dark Zero on Bank with a Brazilian playstyle against a North American, little bit slower playstyle. Sonics doesn't play like Dark Zero, but there are definitely gonna be similarities and a little bit more like each other. So I'm leaning slightly to W7M here.
The one curious thing for Sonics was Bank was a permaban of theirs for a very, very long time. They obviously brought Citizen in and worked on it. This event, they're absolutely loving that map. So if that's where they're most confident, then that's where, you know, you should just feel comfortable going to.
Confidence is absolutely key. That's where it is.
What happens on Clubhouse?
I think that W7M will go away with Clubhouse. Bank is where I'm looking for the real competition.
I agree. I really hope, and I actually think this will go 3 maps.
All right, Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. We are all set for a matchup. We'll take a quick break, and then it's time for Dark Zero. Well, Dark Zero out. What are we talking about? It's W7M going up against Sonics.
Salve, rapaziada. Eu sou o Herd, sou entry fragger da W7M, capitão da line também.
Herds just misses one, flicks onto Virtue, shotgun in hand, the ride comes out! Herds is in his head.
Sou um cara que ajuda bastante nas táticas, junto com o meu coach, que é o Igor. O Abreu também, que é meu analista, e o Pox, Felipe Pox, que é o IGL do time. A gente costuma cuidar dessa parte tática aí do time. Dentro do time também a gente tem um suporte que é o Nade, e pra mim um dos melhores atualmente no cenário. Tanto em skill individual, quanto em ser um cara que ajuda no clima do time e tudo mais. Pô, o Casey, que ano passado foi o melhor jogador de R6 do Brasil. Uma skill bruta absurda. Pra mim, o melhor jogador do mundo há tempos. E o 9-2, cara, que é tipo a peça que tem que ter em qualquer time, que é o cara brincalhão, o cara que deixa o time num clima suave.
Bate o cabelo, essa criança!
E pra mim também o melhor Sup 2 que tem no mundo atualmente. Ele faz a função dele ali como ninguém faz no mundo. Rapaziada, a gente já ganhou 2 Major, acabamos de ganhar um aqui em Atlanta. Mas a gente quer a marreta, a gente vai em busca dela, porque não tá bom, a gente quer mais. A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado. E, bom, é isso. Isso é a W7M.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو 6 سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 6 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 6 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
Welcome back to one of my favorite cities on earth, Sao Paulo, for the Rainbow Six Invitational 2024.
Chegou a hora, rapaziada. O melhor time do mundo venceu os 2 últimos Majors diante da Sonics, que quer quebrar essa sequência invencível dos touros.
If you thought it was loud in here already, you are not ready for how loud it is about to get. Our next series is a big one. I want to find out who the arena is backing here.
Vamos tentar descobrir para quem vocês vão torcer a seguir.
Sonics! Okay.
W7M!
All right, it is the NA boys looking to crash the party against the best team in the world. Sonics versus W7M! Welcome onto the stage, Felipox and Ambi. I've got to start off. Ambi, you are the youngest player ever to step on a Six Invitational stage at just 18 years old. With a crowd that don't want you to win, this is a lot for you to take on.
I mean, yeah, and I'm ready for it. No, they're booing, but it'll be very quiet. It'll be very quiet today.
É o jogador mais jovem do Six Invitational, mas ele tem personalidade, hein? Diz que não tem problema, que vai aguentar. E aí a pressão, todo o barulho agora tá a favor de vocês. Isso impacta?
A pressão tá pro lado deles. A gente não tem pressão para jogar.
Com certeza.
E é fazer nosso jogo, a gente jogar feliz, jogar leve e a gente vai ganhar.
Wanna do it in English for the American and global crowd?
Eu queria agradecer todo mundo que veio aí, é um sonho estar aqui jogando na frente de todo mundo e bora pra cima dos gringos aí.
Just Felipox, while, you know, we have been on many stages together now. You are back-to-back major champions. For our English-speaking audience at home, you have waited a long time for this moment. It is finally here, your home crowd. What does it mean?
It means a lot for me. It's been my dream forever to play in Brazil in front of the home crowd. So it's just amazing.
One thing that is amazing, before I let you sit down, Ambi, I was so impressed with you coming into this, and now I'm even more impressed because you love to talk back to your team that are up against you here. Any last words for W7M and the crowd here?
Good luck.
Boa sorte, suas últimas palavras?
Vamos acabar com eles.
Finish him.
Guys, go and take your seat. We've got a little bit of time here to have some fun with the crowd, all right?
Yeah, oh, I love it.
So let's just ask them again.
Okay.
Who do they want to win?
Vamos tentar de novo, galera. Quem vocês acham que vence essa partida? Ian. Try.
Sonics!
Vamos lá, vamos mostrar pros gringos agora, ó. Eles estão bem aqui, ó. Eles estão sem fone ainda. Será que dá? W7M!
Wait. I need to try something. Do you mind?
Okay, go ahead.
W7M!
Whoa, you're a fast learner.
I'm trying. This is something that Brazil has waited a very long time for. 5 years in the making, and the fans here are so incredibly passionate that it is finally back in Brazil, right?
Exactly. Desde a Pro League que a gente teve no Rio de Janeiro, a gente não conseguiu sair com o título. Mas a gente está ganhando tudo e vai ser muito especial se a gente conseguir sair com o título. Para isso, a gente precisa desbancar a Sonics, tem a VP depois. Mas, galera, vamos empurrar. A partir de agora é Brasil no servidor.
Sonics versus W7M is right now. Over to our amazing casters.
There are two signs in the crowd that you could see from home. This is Brazil, and welcome to hell. The two-time major champions back-to-back find their way home, going up against North America's final hope in Sonics. Firstly, can I just say, Ambi up for the interview, the 18-year-old, his first SI, first time on the main stage. What a great job, and already enemy number one.
This Brazilian crowd is taking no prisoners. They have waited over 5 years to watch a Brazilian team in the flesh at an S-tier tournament for the Sonics. It's now the last hope for North America.
An American dream. Can they turn it into a reality, or can W7M continue this juggernaut run? Not just in this bracket, but arguably over the last 12 months. Winners of Copenhagen, winners of Atlanta, now looking to be the winners in their own home country at Six Invitational. But it requires a mighty effort, a lower bracket run that is not going to have any guarantees. We will be heading to Clubhouse, first picked by W7M, and boy, will they need to make a stand and a statement early. Do not give Sonics any hope in this hell environment.
Well, we had the interview with Ambi. Huge storyline for the Sonics, turning 18 only 2 weeks ago. And talk about a trial by fire. He's had an awesome tournament so far, but his first time in front of a crowd and a hostile one at that. He's done a great job, obviously, so far, but this is a true test of his focus.
This is one of the biggest tests that any team, any player could ask for. A Brazilian team is your opponent in this hellish landscape that is Sao Paulo, Brazil. Every kill, every movement in the building, they will be cheering for W7M. The Sonics, how do they overcome this?
I don't know, man. Can you hear that crowd? W7M, we're public enemy number one, both at Copenhagen and Atlanta. But as is evident, the crowd is well and truly behind them at the moment, and they have some deadly players. The Herds KZ combo, one of the best to ever do it. They've had a phenomenal tournament so far. Will they be able to do it once again? Nade as well on his SI debut. Phenomenal work so far on that support role. 25 plants, 39% survival rating. He'll be key in this match as well.
A bit of history as well, back all the way. The beginning of this campaign that led us to this Six Invitational, it was Copenhagen in a semi-final, and it was Sonics and W7M. W7M got the best of Sonics, moved on, took Liquid down in said grand final. The social predictions say it's W7M, 65%. If we were to have the same predictions inside this arena, it would be 100%, no doubt in my mind.
I can't wait. Can you hear that crowd in the background? It is absolutely popping off at the moment.
Let's send us to Clubhouse. W7M are making their entry known to this wonderful statement. As we get underway, all eyes on W7M in front of their home crowd, virtually no one in this stadium going for the Sonics, but back home, an entire region now has their fate resting on the North American team. Can they upset arguably the favorites of this tournament coming into it, winning the last 2 majors, now in their own home country? Sonics, can they be the villain in this story?
So the buck band out, that will limit the verticality available to the attack, and that's where W7M will kick things off. Hard breach ban as well, as we often see here on Clubhouse. Maverick this time around. Tuber out to double down from W7M, hoping that that will aid in their ability to open up walls. Bandit as well is very intriguing, Jake. It means that all of those key defenders that we keep talking about in this kind of meta will be available outside of the Nerf 2 brow.
Let's not worry too much about the actual raw statistics. A lot of that gets thrown out. The emotions come through on this stage. These little moments will be the deciding factor. Can you be good in the clutch? Can you win your 1vXs? Can you be the one to win a 1v1 in a do or die round? These are the moments that will make or break your run here at the 6 Invitational. It's plain and simple. You lose this series, your time is done. You will be heading home. W7M would love nothing more than to play in the grand final in this stadium in front of this crowd. Their journey on the main stage now begins.
To basement we go then for round number 1. Who will get off to the best of starts? It's looking like Sonics will commit to a small roam here at the moment. Valk in play, so info available. Fenrir again has snuck through. Azami as well. So the expectation should be in this half that the Sonics get off to a decent start. But keep in mind, this is W7M's map pick.
It is, but it's defense clubhouse. And I like this early from Grixa. Inside stock, looking for a spawn pick. W7M might smell weakness if Sonics aren't going for these kind of plays, not showing presence up above. Sonics have to, whether they want to or not, show some kind of presence up above. Otherwise, W7M will run all over them. Citizen, best player really on the team at this event for the Sonics. He's over towards main stairs and already trying to cut off some of these drones and obviously deny as much information from W7M as humanly possible. But it is a slow start from W7M, opting for the droning, going for the long rotate in through Garage.
Control then through Garage and the Claymore to cover the flank of KZ. Ambi contesting over towards Blue. The young gunner, is he caught from behind? Not quite. Able to scurry away back towards site.
Yeah, very fortunate to get away there, Ambi, but I like this early from Sonics. They're not just bunkering 5 on site. They are very much wanting to try and get in the face of W7M where possible, but also where smart. Citizen towards main stairs. Can he find the opening pick? Not straight away. Opts to go for a spray through. The soft reach doesn't happen. Hurt has information from that IQ. It's not the fastest starts here from W7M, but that's okay. They don't need to go too fast. It's clubhouse, it's basement. But W7M typically around that minute 12 mark when it comes to the entry. So expecting them to maybe look for a peek bot main stairs anytime here.
The Ying, the Capital, and that Grim will be key in the final part of this push for W7M in displacing defenders and putting them exactly where they want. The groundwork's done. The easy part of the round for the attack fulfilled. Sonics have not given away anything for free. They still have Nitros in pocket and impacts. It's Citizen to get the first, Nitro off above, and he's able to get the second. It's a perfect start for the Sonics.
And it's a quiet crowd right now, nothing to get excited about. Slow push from W7M and a double kill from Citizen, the top-rated player on the Sonics to begin. 60 seconds left in the round, and suddenly it becomes a recovery operation now for W7M. No real foothold down below. Suddenly time's a factor. KZ, what can he do with the Quan Hive launcher in terms of getting those bees out, clearing out key positions?
45 seconds then for W7M, who have been stalled out massively in this attack. Can Philippe Pox on the Ying unlock it?
Candelas go out, looking to clear out this blue position. Citizen close by, doubles in, one in towards third as well. Grips is also clean, and this is super clean from Sonics right now, on the verge of flawless to begin inside of the arena. Grips is knocked down, but indeed it is flawless. North America cannot hear you right now, Brazil.
And the boos echo through the stadium. A perfect start for Sonics. The groundwork from W7M solid. The timestamp as well was also good, but the execute faltered, and it was all off the back of the entry from Citizen. Able to pluck 2, bringing that back even with the Ying available was a tall ask for the Brazilian.
Now, mind you, out of all of the teams that are still remaining at this event, Sonics are the second best defensive team on a map where obviously defending is quite strong. Clubhouse, that is. And so therefore, we have got expectations. They will do well. They will do well early on, and they should be winning Church and Arsenal. Now, we go to tertiary sites. We go up above. It's Gym Bedroom. Following that, potentially Cash and CCTV. This is where W7M will have their best opportunities on the attack.
Let's see then if W7M can respond in round number 2. Not getting off to the best of starts, but an opportunity to refresh. As you mentioned, over towards bedroom for round 2. Maestro in play in combination, again, with that Valkyrie. So information is going to be absolutely critical for Sonics, and W7M will need to do their best in denying it. No IQ, for example, as a direct counter, so we'll see how they deal with it.
In terms of the emotions as well, perfect start for Sonics. Flawless round, never really gave anything up to W7M. Made no mistakes, really cleaned down on basement. This will be a bit of a difficult test though. Jim Bedroom, a lot more angles of attack, and certainly W7M can find themselves looking to get into that fast-paced gameplay that we do like to see from them. Again, roughly minute 12 seconds on the entry times, and they're usually very successful in that as well. So W7M looking to respond early on. So far, no kills.
So double hard breach here from W7M, Thermite and Ace for Nade and Herd respectively. Exterior con will be opened up in tandem with the CC wall. And Sonics will need to react accordingly to ensure that they don't give away too much map control here for free. We'll see Citizen up close and con, Ambi's over towards Cash, and that prompts the rotation from the attack to head to that Jacuzzi wall.
Triple stack over towards Jacuzzi now for W7M. Nade looking to open it up with the exothermic charge, and will do so successfully. Of course, no Tube Round, no Bandit. Opening up these main breaches becomes far more accessible. Step Herd, very aggressive angle. Now wants to open up bathroom.
Oh, Geo takes a lick of damage as Herds is probing for this pick in towards bathroom. He knows that if he's able to get this opening pick, the rest of the team can push through. Good impact trick though, in response from Sonics. Great work from Grixer to deny that wall from being opened up and giving Herds an opportunity to find that pick.
A little one-dimensional right now though from W7M. Yes, they got main breach over towards CCTV, but look at this little overview. Double stack on the roof, over towards the balcony and Jacuzzi. It does mean logistics, main stairs, all covered for Sonics defensively. Herds again, final Selma, looking to open up con. Grixer holding in the bedroom close, has a Kiba barrier in his back pocket, but still slow and steady from W7M, like the opening round.
Geo still up close, wall not exposed. Action elsewhere though, as GV92 will post up and try and find this pick through Cash.
The lip box is dropped from the roof, holding balcony can help with a pinch towards Con, if he so chooses to. JV opening up the rotate, top red in towards Cash. Ambi holds, Ambi doesn't get out, Ambi wants the contact. It is Nade though, against the first, and Ambi does take down JV92. So the 18-year-old can make his way through Con, in through logistics, one to keep an eye on as Grixer holds this gym window. Geo with a double pick, there he is, Ambi can he get it? Oh, a shot by Nade! Turn around 180! And a shot through the heart as Grixer's the only one alive. He gets a second, 2 in the round and 2 more to go. 20 seconds, but 80 gets W7M on the board.
And the crowd springs back into life. W7M doing a good job contesting that Jacuzzi breach despite the counterplay from the likes of Grixer. Able to get control top main stairs. It was the Ying to facilitate that, which funnily enough actually stalled out the push a little bit and may have given Geo an opportunity with Ambi so far away on the Warden. Not meant to be though. W7M responding nicely.
Yeah, and responding early as well. Good, quells the nerves. We talk about the crowd buff, but it can certainly be a crowd debuff if things start to not go your way. The crowd is silent, you know you're letting them down. Really good start there from W7M to respond after losing basement. Obviously, the ball's on Ambi, though, to stay in towards Cash. Ended up not quite working out. Lovely flick shot from Nade. Wins over towards main. Had he lost that, Ambi had really good positional advantage to be able to maybe salvage that round for Sonic. So that was a big, big moment from Nade. 2 kills in that round from him. And W7M are on the board for the first time here on the main stage. And Sonics do not opt to go back to Gym Bedroom. Immediately, we go over now to Cash and CCTV.
So we'll see a similar lineup to what we saw on basement here from the attack, namely that Grim Capitao combo in trying to create space to vacate that for the defense. We might see something like a Rafters stack with that utility to help flush that out, for instance, but can be used in other positions accordingly as well. Herds on the Nomad, so dedicated flank watch available for the attack. And that may be utilized if W7M wants some control down below, which Herd is currently droning for. Elsewhere, breach is being worked by Nade.
Yeah, and again, no Tube Round, no Bandit. Kaid not opting to be brought either, so this wall will get opened up uncontested by the exothermic, as we've been seeing throughout this game of Clubhouse already. These will be the very light advantages that the attacking teams may have throughout this map of Clubhouse. KZ with the Claymore, maybe anticipating some more aggression from Sonics, but right now they're opting simply for a Rafters hold through Rexham with that Azami. Garage opened up and the pressure will be coming. Geo's up top as well towards Rafters. The red ping though does silence Ambi. Citizen wants the response and he will find it very swiftly. That though onto Herds, and it's now a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, good work from Citizen, sensing that there would be pressure down below. W7M finishing their work on those exterior garage walls that will expose the rotation back towards site. Geo holding that currently, and with Philippox and that secondary hard breach, here's an entry point now. He can get in and those bolts can get to work on Rafters.
Heavy focus in towards garage now. The incendiary bolts to go out. Of course, Magnus are so far stopping that. The bees as well in terms of the information and the pings that can come through. Philippox trying to just burn Rexon away on the Rafters. Nowhere to go! Welcome to Hell, Rexon, and then a bomb as well for Philippox. Swiftly dealing with this garage hold, and it's now in favor of W7M. They deal with the lurking Citizen, and just like the round prior, it's down to Grixer. This time in a 1 versus 3, but that's all she wrote. 2-1 lead for W7M.
And we talked about how key it would be that the Capital Grim combo was synced properly there by the attack. I thought there was going to be a slim moment there where the magnets weren't cleared. As such, the bolts would have been captured and that entire attack probably would have fallen apart for W7M, but they just paused, didn't let the pressure get to them in the moment. They ensured that they dotted their I's, crossed their T's, whatever, cleared the magnets, and you could see they're putting so much pressure on the double stack Rafters from Sonics. That was the huge win condition for the defense, equally so for the attack, and it's W7M to win it out on that occasion.
Yeah, I should add, by the way, for Sonics, this is not the start that they would have been opting for on a map like Clubhouse defense. They're not sure really where to go. First was Gym Bedroom, then Cash, now back to Gym Bedroom. Really clinical clear from W7M as they were able to clear that garage Rafters position really with no kind of response at all from Sonics. Sonics were more so opting to play into that roam game with Citizen, try and make sure mainstairs comp push wasn't going to be really much of a factor, but W7M were just fast and clean in garage. It will be a top red cash extension though from Sonics here. Not quite do or die round, but certainly these are the big rounds for Sonics on the defense, letting W7M get out to a 3-1 lead on attack. Not the start you want in this kind of arena with this kind of crowd.
And it's important to remember as well, Sonics with a flawless group stage here at SI24, but then faltered against FaZe Clan. Didn't win a single map, so weaknesses have been exposed against Brazilian Siege. They would have worked on that, looked back, and well prepared themselves for this matchup. But after a slow start, W7M finding themselves in this game.
And picking up the pace as well for W7M. They certainly look in control. Feels like they're the ones that are dictating the server despite the fact they're on the attack. They look confident. They look comfortable. When they get into the building, it's Sonics that need to be wary. In the opening round, I thought Sonics did a good job holding main stairs, going for a stock ping. I think I need to see a little bit more from that from them. Ambi towards CCTV and Citizen top red. That's the extension you really do need to bring. The question is, how quickly will they fall off it? Pressure towards Jacuzzi, wall gets opened up by Nate, again uncontested, as will be the case for all of these rounds on this map.
And it's Geo again to hold this power position. It's his 7th consecutive 6 invitational appearance, and he's hunting down the hammer for a 2nd time. I mean, what a storyline. Not many players can say that they've been at the height of Siege for as long as he has, and he'll be a key player throughout this match. Yet to find a kill so far, but in that kind of power position, he could be the man, but it's elsewhere. Ambi, good for one, but an immediate drop from Philippox.
And it's a push. W7M is just going to go straight into side. That's the go button for them. Quick and concise, but a good trade. Geo on site, strong. 2 men holding, remaining against the 3 of W7M. Too strong though. Out of logistics, in towards Bedroom, and they say goodnight to Sonics. 3-1 lead. The dream start in front of their dream crowd.
Clinical from W7M, and that's what we expect from these guys. They get that early advantage or perhaps identify a weakness, and they pounce, hitting that initial trade onto Ambi. You don't see many teams with the confidence to go for that set play and then execute it as cleanly as they just did.
Worrying signs early on for Sonics on the defensive Clubhouse. So far, having only been able to win basement once. They do go back there though now for the 5th round. It started here, Herds completely catching Citizen off guard with that top main stairs control. The con push wasn't successful, but then the logistics drop, got the trade, and suddenly from that point on, W7M had the numbers to overload those positions coming away in towards site from top main. 3-1 lead, and a lot of proud fans right now with the way that their team has started here on the main stage. Sonics, how can they respond now? The onus, very much with 2 rounds to go in the half, is on them.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, certainly though hard to complain if you're a W7M fan, as they battle for the perfect season. Back-to-back major champions looking to solidify that by lifting the hammer. They've been far from perfect at this event. They have shown weakness. Now it's up to the Sonics to try and identify that in this match, look to exploit it. We head into round 5. Double shield lineup from the Brazilians, Osa, as well as the Blitz. Shock drones as well in play for JV92, IQ as well. So the counterplay here from W7M in response to that Valkyrie that is persisting for Sonics.
Well, so far, at the very least, they get to go back to basement. That's good signs for Sonics. They looked very strong. It was flawless. Great way to open the round and, of course, the match in itself. But W7M have picked up the pace, and that's probably been the storyline for them at this 6 Invitational. Talk about a bit of a slow start back in the group stage. Obviously, they were unable to top their group. It was the Russians that did that. But they've slowly, very slowly, guys, been grinding and working their way back to what feels like peak performance. And talk about timing their run. So far, it's timed to perfection. What can the Sonics do to slow said run down? KZ expecting that swing from Secret. Ambi wants to go, but instead, he gets denied. He's not 21, he can't come into this club, and KZ will send him packing. 5 versus 4, advantage W7M.
I'm loving the confidence from Ambi, but you can see they're directly off the drone, shadow advantage as well. W7M punish that. They are the ultimate punishers in Siege. You put a foot wrong, and more often than not, they'll be ready and waiting to punish. Minute 20 now on the clock, 5v4 advantage, and it's a better start on the basement bomb site for W7M.
Good news for Sonics, though, they still have that mirror up. It's still something that can change the course of this round, but here comes Philippe Box over towards Dirt on the Blitz. Can this be stopped? Nitrocell available for Gio, holding that entry point. Has he been droned out? 60 seconds left in this round. Gio's getting antsy, wants to swing. Instead, probably just needs to hold the angle. Time this right. There's the denial. Says no entry here. Go another way. But it's Nate that finds another way with the kill onto Citizen from the hatch through Moto. And suddenly the defense for Sonics is scrambling. 1 in towards Dirt still for Gio, 2 towards this Arsenal side, and JV walks straight in, the trade comes through, Gio from Dirt, makes it a 2 versus 4, but where's the clutch factor from Sonics? At no point on this defense have they looked like bringing back these rounds. Vamos Brazil! Dominant so far in Clubhouse, and Sonics cannot stand the heat in the kitchen.
When we reflect on the first 5 rounds, the only one Sonics have been able to capture was off the back of the entry 2K from Citizen. From that point onwards, they looked really solid. They locked it out in a flawless fashion, but they have shown weakness now, fighting from behind.
Timeout. But all you're gonna hear in this timeout is this crowd. It is electric. It is a warning to the entire competition remaining. This is what you're going to have to contend with, not just for W7M, but also FaZe Clan later on. Sonics, yeah, on the ropes a little bit early, but can they find a way back? Final round in the half coming shortly. Need a second round. Absolutely desperate to find one here.
Questions posed then of Sonics. Are they going to look to now double down on the aggression, perhaps really get in the face of W7M, or instead bunk it down? We are heading across to bedroom for the final round of the half, and off the back of the tactical timeout, I don't think we can understate just how critical this round is. Not only off the back of the attack, but the fact it's defense and you're trailing. Sonics, if they want to remain confident and have at least some momentum in the second half, they need to lock out this round, and more importantly, silence the crowd.
Seeing a lot of Liquid jerseys in the crowd, maybe not understanding Liquid's of course out, but hey, the merch shop is open. Go and grab yourself a W7M shirt. Final round of this half. 4-1 lead for W7M. And surprisingly, it was the fact that Sonics won the opening round. They got off to the dream start. Flawless as well in that round. That just could never really get going since. W7M have gone to another level that Sonics so far have been unable to match. Should add the caveat one more time, though. Of course, this is the map pick of W7M, but my goodness, does this not spell good news for Sonics for the remainder of the series? If you're not able to find defensive rounds of Clubhouse, need to turn their fortunes around as Herds makes entry in towards basement and can make his way up either main or secret.
I don't know how Herds expects to hear anything on this lurk, because I tell you what, I can't hear it myself. He'll lurk through secret at the moment. Live drone by JV92. He'll be looking to contest red stairs more than likely. And who else but Citizen to run into on that part of the map? There'll be counter pressure from the breach. And we'll see if W7M can converge on this map clear.
They need Citizen to get involved now for Sonics, the highest rated player. Yeah, it's a team game, but sometimes individuals make the team rise a little bit taller. And Citizen at 3 and 4, it's not bad numbers, but he probably needs to go to another level. Geo! A scrappy fight, but he wins it against JV92. Looks for a second, understanding the pressure is mounting. When W7M push, they push together, and you can see why exactly Geo is feeling that heat. Oh, what a swing from Citizen. He does get involved, and suddenly this hold from Sonics is looking quite strong. Stalwart in the face of aggression from W7M, looking to take this top red position into cash, but they're just unable. But Geo had to be pushed out. He got droned out, but again, Citizen gets that kill from Con with the nade, falls back to sight, and suddenly things look good for Sonics.
And without the tools like the Grim and the Hive Launcher, Capitao and the Bolts, you could see that facilitated Sonics, and it allowed them to go for those aggressive swings. And W7M weren't quite expecting it. So some great play there from Sonics. They're not backing down without a fight. It'd be very easy to go into your shell with this scoreline, with the crowd, with the stakes, the expectation. But they're doing a good job here to lock out the half.
No more logic bombs available, one drone available though. 4 fully blocks, it's at least something. And a couple of flashes still between the two of them, 5. And there's a Warden on the board in Ambi, logistics. And a double push from Nade and Philippe Pox. Can they overload this position? No, first one falls. Strong from Rexon, and then the numbers as well for Sonics. Okay, that's something. Will it be a matter of too little too late though? In a half, well and truly won by W7M. Sonics at least get a reprieve. 2-4 scoreline, and we switch, and W7M now onto the defense.
Now, Sonics can breathe a sigh of relief. They have earned a lifeline here on the first map of this, what could be grueling best of 3. An opportunity to refocus and switch up the dynamic heading into the second half. The beauty of Siege is it really is 2 halves. The attack-defense dynamic is completely different. Great aggression there from the Sonics. And we'll see now as W7M go across to defense, they'll kick it off on basement, whether or not that translates to attack.
Statistically for Sonics as well, the best team when it comes to attacking win rate. 54% so far through this tournament. Along with that, almost a 60% entry successful rate as well. So statistically, they have the numbers that can back them up that maybe, just maybe, they could find a way back here on an attacking Clubhouse. But so far, the storyline for Sonics, repeated over and over again by those on the desk and other talent members, is that Sonics have had a dream run. They haven't had to face many juggernauts, and when they did, they got swept aside pretty cleanly by FaZe 2-0. Now, they find themselves once again at a deficit, at a disadvantage. You've got great numbers, you had a great group stage, but now this is where it really matters.
I love watching Herds on the Vigil, and it's something that the Sonics heading into this game should have expected. Great operator encountering the information gathering tools that the attack typically is leaning into at the moment. And so Sonics will need to be perfect on this roam clear if they are to contest him. Focus elsewhere though. They'll chip away at the default positions or default breaches, I assume. Or perhaps elect to go a little bit more direct. Again, keep in mind, this is basement. Ambi though probing in towards garage.
Well, Herds is the big one, playing Vigil. This roam is something that does need to be dealt with. I'm not too sure if Herds is just going to simply hold, waste time, then go back to site. He might actually look to commit this the whole way through. So a big win condition here for W7M in the hopes that Sonics go for a bit of a miss drone, go through Lounge, try to go in towards Stock, and then Hertz catches one. Instead, now he's over towards that bar position. Now, eyes trained over towards main stairs. The entry from Citizen going into very much that direction in the pool position. And Hertz has got a good angle. Seems like he's got more information. Player behind, in towards left. Ampy's got no idea! Sat down again, and Hertz is looking for more. And I think he might just find it! Not even Citizen can stop this man on the vigil, roaming away for W7M. Two-player advantage. And Rexon and co need to hunt this man down.
I mean, they're trying to drone him, but Hertz continues to reposition. He's cloaking his position. Drone finally comes through front door, and Hertz will tap away at it. So position now well and truly revealed. 60 seconds, 3v5. And Hertz is finally dismissed by this attack.
Makes it a 4 versus 3. Still advantageous for W7M, but not as strong as before. Only the one-player advantage. 50 seconds left means for Sonics, there's still time to also work with. But they haven't even got Kitchen Hatch opened up. They haven't even got Moto Hatch, or they haven't even got Stock Hatch. In terms of the checklist, it's been completely left until just now, where that Kitchen Hatch has been opened up, and finally some pressure can come from above, but there's so little time left.
Flashbangs from Grixer, but keep in mind, Warden in play, so KZ could be a key stakeholder in the round. No Grim available, so information here for Sonics may be lacking, but they do have 5 drones.
Down to the final 20 seconds. Sonics, can they snatch one from the jaws of defeat? Shut down early though by KZ. Geo through dirt as well. Can't make his way in. Grixer with the drop, but successfully got one. But no one else on his team could find any kills alongside him, and he's all playing lonesome. W7M running away with this map of Clubhouse.
A 1.1 rating for Hertz heading into this playday. A plus 15 entry. They throw him on the vigil, they say roam around, waste time, make it difficult for the Sonics to hunt you down. He didn't just do that though, he aggressed. He got in the face of the attack, and the lack of trades there from Sonics proving to be extremely, extremely costly.
It's so difficult to envision a comeback here for Sonics. It would make for one of the better comebacks that we've seen in a long, long time in this game. It's what is now required. That is the difficult nature in which it finds itself for this team. And I don't even think we've heard this crowd at its very loudest just yet, simply because right now, truthfully, there hasn't really been that challenge from Sonics. This has been quite one-sided. W7M have been that dominant. 3-round lead, 1 round away from map point.
So we go over to Master Bedroom and Gym for round 8 as W7M inch closer and closer to map point. It is their pick, but it must be said, after a slow start, they have well and truly recovered. The Azami in play, not banned out. Keep in mind it was the Bandit and the Cougar out. So in combination with that Fenrir, it's going to be challenging for Sonics to break down this attack and deal with utility. Citizen responds with Flores, and we'll see how much he can get done.
And look, the operator lineup as well for W7M here does kind of scream on-site defensive hold, along with that extension over towards Cash, top red, example. But there's that perceived pressure. You just had to deal with that vigil in the last round. You know W7M are aggressive. They're going to want map control. So Sonics will have that perceived pressure where it's like, we probably need to clear down below. We need to do a lot more than they may actually have to do. Jacuzzi has now been opened up, and that can allow them that kind of top main stairs push eventually, or straight in towards Gym. The Flores here from Citizen, 2 more Roteros remaining, and he does get rid of one of the keeper barriers. Very well, can get refreshed though, of course, by the Azami in KZ playing towards bathroom.
Barrier active. Keep set. Devices going down.
For Sonics, it's about trying to dislodge defense. Very tough with that utility facing them. Ambion Conwall will be able to open that up. So good work from him on Heart Breach. Groundwork from Sonics has been solid. It's been timely. We're only at the halfway point in the round. The next layer, though, of this defense coming into play.
Nitrocell available through fully pops, but he finds himself over towards the con position. So more of a late round Nitrocell, not so much right now over towards this battle at Jacuzzi. So far slow and steady for Sonics, but they are also making work elsewhere. As you mentioned, they opened up that single con wall, But JV92 towards top red, and look who's on the stairs, it's Gio. Is JV aware of this? To win the battle, he does, and that cuts down any kind of chance for Sonics on a back push from Cash, and they're losing the forward battle towards Jacuzzi. It's a slaughter! The crowd tells the full story. Utter dominance from the two-time major champions, finding their form at the perfect time. Sonics can just not match them. Not at this moment and not on this map. 4 match points here in the opening map of this best-of-3 series. As we look back at the round, a couple of 50-50 fights, probably namely the one top red going the way of JV92. That was the trigger point for the attack. And that stack outside Jacuzzi Breach punished. Mirror window still standing, CC wall on the other side of the map not opened up. So it must be said that the groundwork from Sonics, maybe not ideal. I still think though with single con open and Jacuzzi, that round could have been a little bit more competitive, so I think they'll be disappointed with that end result. W7M though on the flip side, I mean, what a turnaround. I thought after round 1, I was like, oh, okay, don't get the jitters in front of your own crowd. They have not got the jitters at all. Absolutely not. Look, maybe that opening round, like you said, was that a little bit of a tease? No, certainly wasn't. Sonics have not really been able to do much since. 4 match points. Is the pressure just getting to this team, simply put. Or maybe that run that they had proves into the upper bracket, the opponents maybe weren't the strongest. Maybe we're seeing the real Sonics here at the foray in the main stage. They will have their chance of redemption on bank, but of course, cannot give up just yet. We've seen greater things happen, but it would take one of the greatest comebacks of all time from this position. So no wall denial to speak of from W7M. It's as easy as an EMP and an exothermic to get main breach opened up. KZ is very aggressive on the window, trying to impact that grenade. It's a double stack here. Alongside his good friend in JV92. It's the magnets and the Kivas in combination. Can the Sonics dislodge? They're not playing Grim. They're not playing Capital, and that's what worked for W7M. Already a couple of Candelas were thrown down by Citizen, another one in hand as well. Rexon and Ambi over towards this garage position, but it's double stacking rafters. Not much else to say other than the Sonics have capitulated on Clubhouse. With every moment and every shot around the map, it goes the way of W7M. Candelas again for Citizen. Does the pace need to get picked up? I don't think it matters. The last 2 remain outside CCTV. Grixer makes his way in, only to fall. Listen to that crowd! And what it means for them, for this team, at this tournament. Back-to-back major champions are making their statement at this 6 Invitational. And it's only Friday afternoon and the fans are popping off, rightly so. W7M, ruthless on map number 1 of this best of 3. Incredible performance. Of course, Sonics won the opening round and flawlessly. We thought maybe for that moment we were going to be in for a banging match. No, not to be. W7M flexed their muscles. Utterly dominant. Sonics had no real chance. A lot of those rounds as well, guys. A lot of 1v4s and a lot of 1v3s. At no point did we get down to even like 1v1s. They weren't even scrappy. It was an utter dominant performance by W7M. I want to know, though, what the desk has to say about this game.
Thank you very much, our wonderful casters, Dustin Xenox, and we're back on the analyst desk. I'm Elostomatic, your host, and goddamn, a hell of a crowd that we have here. And it's still Friday. People are working, people are studying. Tomorrow is going to be even better than today, and already look at how incredible this place is. And look at my incredible analysts for game number 2. Foxy and Laxing, 2 pro players that are with us here to talk The details, first of all, gentlemen, you look absolutely fantastic. How are you doing today?
I mean, I'm doing great, but let's talk about you. I mean, you're looking just as flashy.
I got to keep up with you, too.
Yeah, you're looking pretty good. I like the little medallion.
Thank you.
I love it.
It's a wonderful gift from Montreal, so I keep it always close to heart. You know how it is, folks.
I do know how it is.
What a game, though. W7M, with the support of the crowd laxing, push forward and sweep Sonics away.
Yeah, I mean, this crowd is incredible, and them cheering for W7M, I mean, that's a no-brainer. But talking about this game specifically, you know, I don't know what Fresh and Fabian were saying on the death, but what me and Fox were talking about into this is both these teams are a team of tempo. If that team can run away, set the tempo, get those initial conversions, get those trades, whatever that needs to, that was going to be the team that was going to be running away with it, and that's exactly what we saw from W7M, setting that tempo.
It's all about the start of the game, and W7M, the only time where they looked shaky was when they weren't able to get a leg in the game. They weren't able to get that opening kill, but they were able to understand what was the key thing stopping them from getting that, and it was Sonics' Valk and Fenrir. And W7M from then on was doing an amazing job at shutting it down, taking it one step at a time, and then when they go to execute, there's nothing in their way to stop them from getting those flashy plays.
So Sonics, they tried to slow the game down, but W7M immediately take out the operators that do that. How do you counter this sort of thing?
How I see it is, I saw a little glimpse of hope previous round. I think it was round 8. Round 7. Geo ends up swinging and taking a gunfight when the round was really coming down to it. Geo ends up getting 2 kills. They end up running away with that round. What Sonics need to do is they need to continue what they're doing, playing that turtle, but they need to know when to get aggressive. They need to know when to take that initial gunfight and not let W7M get control and then constrict the site.
Absolutely. W7M was doing a great job. Sonics needed to pick up the tempo and continue to fight against them. But I think when you're at an event like this and you have the crowd against you and you're losing and bleeding rounds, it's so difficult to battle not only against your mental, but against the crowd screaming at you.
So from then on, lessons to learn in preparation for map number 2. We'll talk about that in the moment, but still, what is there that Sonics can do to refocus?
Just realize where everything went wrong that game. We've talked about Sonics, how good they've looked, how strong they've looked as a team, that they look comfortable. They didn't look comfortable this map, but that's the whole point of a best of 3, that you shake off that first map, you figure out what needs to be done, and it is. Maybe you need to play a little more aggressive and set that tempo for your own self so that way you can continue going forward into those rounds.
Exactly. Their backs are against the wall. If they wipe that first map, at the end of the day, it's still a 2-0, even if they 2-1. So they need to bring a little bit more aggression into the next map.
Well, we know how good Sonics are in terms of strategy. We look to that to be built for map 2 Bank. But we'll talk about that in just a moment because Alfama, our telestrator, is on the other side to talk details.
Thank you very much, Miloš. And indeed, I just want to take a look at how W7M is not only super strong fundamentally in terms of fragging, but also in terms of strategy. They outsought Sonics, and I think it's amazing to look especially at the defense hold right now from Sonics. They're on cash on Clubhouse, and they're investing so much in rafters. They have 3 Kiba barriers to keep the 2 players here and here safe, and on top of that, they have the Wamai, throwing Wamai this to protect the Kiba barriers. Now you take a look at how W7M is set up. They have a 4-way crossfire here from 2 players coming into garage and 1 holding the door and 1 holding the breach. Let's take a look at the footage right now of how they are able to do that, just achieve that by using utility operators. Now, the first thing you have to do right now is you want to get bottom control on the small staircase here. And they will do that with a double pinch. 1 from stock. He's getting droned and pushed into garage from that angle, and Felipox kills him. Now that's the first step because you want to get in below to 3 gadgets. Now this is Grim using his swarm bees to remove the players in rafters. And at the same time, Felipox killed the Wamais here and is sending fire to remove him. That's the first player that will die from the fires. That's Strexen on Azami. He will die from it. And then second after that, because of the swarm bees, the Wamai will also die. This is perfect utility usage right now from W7M on top of being amazing fraggers. If you want to see map 2, it's coming just after a short break.
back. Ladies, gentlemen, NBs, we are live at 6 Invitational. Game number 2 is already underway and map 1 is just complete. Clubhouse going to W7M as you see them on your screen, the local Brazilian hometown heroes. Before we square in on map number 2 in the series, that is Bank between Sonics and W7M, we'll have to set things up with a bit of information. We'll feed you all of it here on the Analyst Desk. I'm Elsa Medic, your host here on the show, and with me on the Analyst Desk are Fox and Laxing. We got quite a bit to talk about in just a few minutes. So, first of all, Bank, Laxing, that is the Sonics pick. What can they bring?
It's going to be an interesting map because this is a map that is solely based off information. It's going to be based off communication. You're going to need to be figuring out with your teammates, coordinating on a push, and that's what we weren't necessarily seeing on that side of Clubhouse. Because this is a map where, given the roam, you're going to be separated. You're going to be apart from one another. You're going to need to be communicating, or W7M is going to find you, and they're going to keep playing that trade game.
Not to scare any North American fans, but up until this point from Copenhagen, Sonics has actually lost Bank 3 times. But to give you guys a little bit of solace, a little bit of comfortability, they've actually left the map up as a decider 4 separate times. They haven't had a chance to play it, but it gives you a little bit of that hope that they've been saving strats specifically for this opportunity. And this is no slouch of a map for W7M either. They've actually won it 3 times at this event. So if we can see Sonics correct the mistakes that they brought from the first map, it'll be a nice little back and forth, and it'll come down at the end of the day to that who gets the first pick, who gets that opening stronger.
And Super said that this team specifically is built to deal with W7M. We've yet to see it, but maybe Bank is the play for it. What can W7M, though, bring for it, because they're looking like favorites?
Well, we know W7M is a intel team. They love being able to control the intel. They also love being able to deny the intel. So the biggest thing there is they're going to have to be figuring out whether we're going to see a Valkyrie being shown up, which I assume we will, or maybe an Echo. They're going to have to be using whatever utility they possibly can to figure out where that information is, also get their own information with their drones and try to figure out what SQ is trying to do within the map, because again, it's not going to be so condensed like Clubhouses. This is a very open map, so people are going to be in different spots that might be a little unorthodox compared to the others, so it's just going to come down to a lot of team coordination and intel gathering.
We see a lot of unique entry opportunity, like Lax was saying, from W7M's side on the way that they're able to enter the map. And so far, from what we've seen from Sonics, they haven't been able to respond to it, like you mentioned, well enough to be able to put a little bit of a safe foot down and fight back against W7M's aggression.
Who's got to show up here for Sonics to bring it back?
All of them. I mean, that was a team effort. Losing 7-2 isn't a map where you can just blame on one person. That is a team dynamic issue there. And again, you just got to wipe off that first map and come together and play to your strengths.
I'd love to see Grixer come alive. He's been such a lifeblood for the team, going from initially being an entry prior to this roster rendition, and now he's the main support, one of the main supports alongside Geo. I'd love to see him be put in these positions that we know he can win, and not just leaving the rest of the team on their entry to find those opening picks against W7M. We need to see the back line of Sonics fight the back line of W7M.
Are we going to see a map 3 skyscraper, or is it going to end right here, Alex?
Sonics have been looking good. I'm not writing them out. I think that they're going to correct the mistakes that they need to fix in order to implement that into this game. So I will say we're going to a 3rd map.
Final thought, Fox?
I'll disagree. I think Sonics is still a younger team with the players that they've just brought on, especially Ambi. They have a lot more mental fortitude that they need to bring in, especially against a crowd like this. I think W7M takes it 2-0.
Oh, W7M are the best, isn't that?
I think they're pretty good. I think they're pretty good.
They're looking solid. I mean, that first map was convincing.
Laxing, Foxy, thank you very much. Let's toss it back to our casters. Guts and Xenox, enjoy.
Yeah, obviously a disaster of an opening map for Sonics, but a dream for W7M. Despite losing that opening round, getting shushed as well. Went too early, Sonics, but a chance of redemption here on Bank.
2 key takeaways from the desk for me. 1, Sonics, because they've only had 2 zeros thus far, they have left Bank up. They should be comfortable going to this and have stuff hidden away. That said, counterpoint from Laxing. You need perfect communication against the roam game from W7M. We didn't see it on Clubhouse, so we'll need to see it switch up here map 2.
Certainly will here for Bank. Massive moment here for both of these 2 teams. Let's get this one underway. So, opportunity presents itself here for W7M. Win this map, you're into the lower bracket semi-final, booking a date. Very tantalizing one with the defending champions, G2 Esports. What a match that would promise to be. The back-to-back major champions versus the defending world champions. It would promise to be one for the ages. Sonics, though, would love to spoil that day, bounce back here on Bank, and send us to Skyscraper.
The Sonics boys looking locked in after map 1. Happy to give that one away. Sensing that map 2 could be a change of fortune. Double hard breach ban on Bank. So the Maverick off the board, Ace as well. There's going to be a big emphasis on, of course, the Thermite, secondary hard breach as well, with operators such as Buck.
I was going to say, starting early here, probably something Sonics need to do, but they did that as well on Clubhouse. They won that opening round, basement defense, Club. Yeah, sure, probably should be winning that. Flawless, though, and then just nothing from that point on. Maybe consistency is what Sonics would need to find. A lot of the rounds they lost back on Club, a lot of 1v4s, a lot of 1v3s, so they were losing all these 1vx's and, well, obviously not getting a lot of opening kills either. The good news, though, for North American fans, for Sonics, is the fact that they are the best attacking team, now playing on a map that they, of course, picked, which is Bank, which also happens to be one of the best attacking maps that we've had at the tournament thus far. If there's ever an opportunity, if there is ever a time for Sonics to bring this game back, to silence that crowd again, it would be here on Bank, and it needs to start in the first half.
Yeah, the Azami ban from Sonics. Now, of course, we're not a fly on the wall backstage. We don't know exactly why they have banned out this particular operator, but I will say on the previous map of Clubhouse, Azami was causing quite a few issues for Sonics. It was, slowing down the pace of their attacks. It was forcing the Flores pick, and W7M played it really, really well. So that won't be the case here on Bank. W7M will kick things off on the defensive half. The basement we go. Let's see if W7M can book a date with G2.
Well, the crowd certainly right behind W7M the whole way through. They somewhat adopted G2 in the earlier game, of course. I'm not too sure where their passion will lie in that semi-final. Of course, if W7M makes it, I have a feeling it would be with W7M. Sorry to say for G2. Sonics, though, of course, looking to make sure that does not happen. To keep the American dream alive, they need to win this game of Bank and send us the Skyscraper. They begin on attack. Mentioned it already, they are the best attacking team we've had at this tournament thus far, but they haven't really had to attack against the best of the best, and so far, they haven't really been able to crack the W7M defense.
Solace in play then, round 1, and it's Herds again on the roam. Brava clutch drones available for Rexon, and Citizen is on IQ. So there's a lot of intricate counterplay in this first round, especially if Sonics are to execute a map clear, a roam clear. There's a lot of layers to it. Ambi is taken very low. He's poked and prodded over towards Dirt. Critical hard breach, especially if Sonics want to go for a default plan.
Yeah, I like the aggression immediately from KZ as well, like blocking up that Dirt push. You can sometimes see the smoke go and play blue stairs or go and play back of sight, eventually looking to, of course, time delay. The Montang, though, can, of course, make things more difficult for KZ. Love the gas babe again, though. Geometrics is just going to suffer inside of that smoke. MP's already taken so much damage. Early aggression, but it does mean the gas babes won't be there for the late game in terms of denial of that flank going down towards default inside of server. So while there has been some damage onto Sonics, in the long run, it could come back to bite W7M.
So Legion in play and those goo mines spotted out on drones. They could play a part late in the piece. But it's Rexon to find the first. Herds shut down. He was a dangerous roamer. Back on Clubhouse, but a clean shot from Rexon.
This is a really, really dangerous round now for W7M. Can they get the kill onto Rexon? Well, they actually deal with the Montang. They deal with Garrett, and they also got rid of Ambi. Swift triple kill from W7M, and suddenly now they're just Citizen and Grixer. Nowhere even close to sight, nowhere near Kit, and not much of a chance you would imagine. Kit, though, spotted. One in towards server. It is KZ. Philippox, though. Oh, they're everywhere. Citizen wants to find the response, but back into Archives goes for Philippox, and he can peek the doorway. They're just on another level.
Phenomenal defense there from W7M. Sonics tried to bring the tools to deal with that composition that the defense presented, but the execution just falling short. And if you make any mistake against W7M, as we saw on map 1, it will be punished.
Now, of course, that's not a timeout. Sonic's not throwing in the towel this early, but it is a tech pause. Of course, during this tech pause, players can't speak to each other. Of course, outside of those, maybe communicating the issue that they are having to the admins. Outside of that, though, it's silence.
But dwelling in that silence for Sonics, I don't know if that's going to do them all that good, guys. And in this moment as well for W7M, they've continued to bring the form we saw from Clubhouse all ready to bank in this opening round. Defense, early on basement, very strong and not the standard default experience. We saw KZ over towards Dirt, very aggressive on that smoke, denying that server position. And then eventually they had roamers up above. So really, again, W7M are the ones that are setting the tone of this match, and Sonics are just having to follow that tune.
And Bank is a map where it is often very challenging as a defensive unit to have all angles covered or all points of entry. It's a large map with a big footprint, and it's very difficult to juggle where you do want to defend, perhaps where you may want the attack to filter in. In that last round, W7M displayed really nicely that they're reading the Sonics well here to kick things off. For the Sonics, though, an opportunity to respond. They just need to keep their head up high.
Yeah, they certainly can't throw in the towel here. I mean, it's one round into the second map. Yeah, Clubhouse didn't go your way. Clearly, W7M are playing really well. The crowd gets behind them. But the crowd, at the moment, not really too far behind W7M because it's been so one-sided. That's the issue for me. You almost want the crowd getting amped up and hyped up for W7M's plays because it means the game is close. It means you're doing quite well. You're doing something that's getting the crowd excited as well. Come to the party for us here, Sonics. Help us out. Obviously, tech pause gives us an extended time here to quell on the thoughts as to how they want to kind of approach this mentally, individually. But again, I don't think Sonics did that much wrong in that round. I liked the Montaigne push through Dirt. Certainly can be something that, yeah, gets a little bit dealt with by the smoke. But once you deal with those gas canisters, force the smoke back, you can usually get that server room control, go for the plant. They had plays over towards the hatch. They didn't do a whole lot wrong. W7M just kind of read into them.
And it's something that the desk was talking about, right? We're going to have to see the information gathering and execution off that info be really clean from Sonics, where it perhaps lacked a little bit more on the likes of Clubhouse. Again, Bank, huge footprint, so it needs to be absolutely perfect from the attack. An opportunity, though, for the Sonics now to stew, to reflect. As you mentioned, they can't communicate, but I'm sure there's a lot of thoughts running through their head at the moment.
And it is quite difficult, right? You've only played the one round, so you're probably then overthinking that round, I think naturally, because that's all you can really go off of. You really shouldn't be thinking about Clubhouse. That feels like a lifetime ago now, and you do need to kind of forget that map, let alone maybe wanting to forget that last round, but obviously now you're just going to think about it. Should have I pushed this? How could have we played that? How could have I made a difference in that round? And that's probably the question the Sonics players need to be asking themselves. How can I be the one that makes a difference in this series against not only W7M, but also against this crowd? It's like they heard me. Unfortunately, an extended tech pause here. Do apologize for the delays, as the admins are obviously working as quickly as they can to try and deal with these issues. It feels like torture, though, if you're the Sonics. For W7M, it's fine. You're already one map up. You can enjoy the crowd, enjoy the atmosphere. Sonics just have to sit there. Can't do anything, can't speak to anyone. Have to deal with the fact you're already one map down. And you cannot imagine a worse scenario than just sitting there with so many thousands of fans watching you, hating you.
I mean, again, we saw Ambi there trying to chill out. Again, only turned 18 2 weeks ago, just before this event started. And whilst he has a lot of experience in Tier 2, Tier 3 over in North America, this is a whole different kettle of fish, not only for him, but pretty much every other player. Nobody has played in front of a crowd like this, and it is only Friday afternoon, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. I mean, I'm glad you kind of mentioned that. We've still got 2 more days of this to come. The semi-final day, then, of course, along coupled with the grand final day. It's a long, long way to get there, especially if you're W7M. You think you've got to obviously get through Sonics today. Then you've got to deal with G2. That in itself is already going to be a very, very difficult task. Then, even if you do manage that, a lower bracket final before the grand final, such a long, torturous journey, but one that they're slowly navigating. But I'm not going to lie, I think the extended pause here might actually favor Sonics in a little bit, only because of the fact that it felt like that first map was so quick, so intense. It kind of just went by them, flew by them. You come into Bank, you lose the first round, things don't quite go your way. And while they can't communicate, it does just give them more time. Experience the stage, sit in the chairs, feel the atmosphere. Not have to worry too much in this moment. Let the nerves or the enthusiasm, the adrenaline, just kind of leave your body momentarily, then get back into the server and look to reset. And because that's arguably what they need to do.
Sonics looking to lock in here. Again, keep in mind that they have not played all 3 maps in a series so far at this event. Perfect group stage with 2-0 victories, then against FaZe, a 0-2 loss. So they're going to have to go the distance here to bring this one back. That in itself will also be a challenge.
Have had word that we're hopefully getting some answers sooner rather than later. Thank you so much, of course, for bearing with us. We will give you the answers when we get them. But so far, the crowd making their own fun during this technical pause, during this delay in the action, as they light up this arena. I think it was mentioned as well in the last cast that we had earlier on that this was something the crowd was getting involved in. Now we can visually see it and enjoy it. It's been a wonderful crowd so far, a wonderful event. And to think 2 more days of this to come, an incredible atmosphere. Unfortunately though, in this moment, we will have to go to a short break, but hopefully once we get back, we can get straight back into the action. Alrighty, thank you so much everyone for bearing with us. Issues sorted. Maybe not for everyone though, because Sonics have got the biggest issue of all still to sort, which is this one map deficit. Over to Bank we go once again, 1-0 to W7M. Not just really inside of the map, but also of course for the series, having won Clubhouse. The response from Sonics is certainly required. Right now, W7M have played their part in this dance, but right now their dancing partner in Sonics haven't really come to the table.
So let's jump back in, round number 2, and it's open area and kitchen in play. We're going to see the Monty brought out here from the Sonics. So this is indicative of a direct hit through electrical. This is something that teams have seen time and time again throughout the year. So Sonics will need to play this to perfection if it's to work out. Now sometimes we see the impacts in response from defense to counter. Won't be the case. Nate has already used his, so instead it's going to be relying on Nitro Cells if they want to take on Geo directly.
Yeah, big plays if they do go for that fast rush. It's KZ over towards Blue Stairs. Someone to keep an eye on that Thorn. Good gun in hand. Razor Blooms too to maybe try and stop any of those fast pushes. Not really seeing said fast push though come to fruition, not straight away here from Sonics. At least it can happen later in the round. Again, opting to bring Geo on that Montang. It got dealt with though in the last round of Lockers and CCTV. Drone has been dealt with. Now makes his way over towards the terrace, and of course can eventually come through electrical for an entry point, wanting to scout out this top square position. Quad wall reinforced, KZ over towards Archives. Of course, someone that does need to be very much dealt with in this kind of round. If they do opt for an electrical push through square, Herds up above Stock Hallway, watching maybe for a top floor roam, Ambi on the rappel. So far, W7M all in really good default positions.
Yeah, Herds loves playing Stock Hall, but is now rotated to aid in the hold over towards CEO. Sonics leaning heavily into the rappel to seeing if maybe they can find something for free, but an opportunity doesn't present. Logic bomb to come through from Citizen though. So some information perhaps here for Sonics. Not really able to find a whole lot off the back of it though.
Geo makes his way through Stock Hallway and then into Janitor. Has spotted Hertz first, forces him back to long detonate with a vault over and can catch one on the rappel and might not be able to if he fell back. Rexon now can make his way in and has been able to do so. And 2 kills in quick succession now for the Sonics as Ambi pushes through front desk. Really strong second floor clear here from Sonics. W7M now at a disadvantage. Not many times in the series have they found themselves in this position, and the drones now come out for Sonics, having cleared that top floor. Turn their attentions over towards site.
Echo and Velt combination here for the defense. So Yokai's and Black Eye cameras will likely have a read on Sonics. We'll see if the defense can respond accordingly. You can see Herds and KZ sitting those cams, feeding it to the 3 remaining defenders. 3 defenders of which will need to play this perfectly. Yokai to aggress one square, get some additional information. I like this from W7M. They're looking to get proactive on defense, sensing that they're under pressure.
So they clear out Archive. Square control established for Sonics. 3 on site now for W7M. Again, not many times in this series have they found themselves in this position where they're down a player, where Sonics have got map control, and Nade wanting to keep main stairs in control and coupled with JV92. So they could overload this Stock Hallway position, keep Stock in control with W7M. It's down to Ambi. Secondary hard bridge to open up the Stock hatch. Time a factor, and with that, Nade gets aggressive. Red ping, prone, smart from Ambi. Nade makes his way over towards square, but it's a double kill on site for W7M. Shot through the wall, time the biggest factor. Geo can't play it, the way boxes in his face. Helped out by Rexon though, but as soon as he goes to play it, being watched by all angles.
No fear there from W7M. Electing to re-aggress over towards that square position and cutting down the defense as the push came through. Again, a lot of that attacking prowess had to be centered around the Monty and facilitating him to make his way across, Geo that is, get that plant down and then play the post from far-reaching positions. But again, W7M, even at a mere disadvantage like that, don't put a foot wrong, get proactive info, they play off it, and they just absolutely decimate Sonics on that final push.
Look, as great as that Montaigne can be, and very much a big factor in that kind of round for what you want to do, it does make everything a little slower. Top floor clear, a little slower. Wanting to plant on site, a little slower. Minute 26 is typically the time of entry when it comes to Sonics on the slower side. And I would imagine W7M are aware of this, have studied this, have VOD reviewed this, and you could see how aggressive they were. Main stairs, knowing full well Sonics were going to be coming in late towards that Janitor and Stock position. So what did they do? Double push up. Those on site for W7M are strong. 2-0 start here on Bank defense, again, to set the stakes here for Sonic. The quote-unquote best attacking team at this event so far, statistically, on one of the best attacking maps, and you've lost the first 2 attacking rounds. Does not bode well. All signs pointing to further dominance from W7M.
The Monty persists for round number 3. Brim as well being brought here by the attack. Sonic's looking to layer more information on top of the Dokkaebi, which will persist. Hard breach in the hands of Grixer, so opportunities are plenty here for Sonics. How will W7M respond? Mirror is in play, so I'm anticipating this one on the Jan wall facing in towards CEO to try and counter the repel game, which is likely to come through from the attack. Castle also in play, so there is utility for Sonics to deal with.
Hertz holding long desk position, and what an angle shot onto Ambi. The young up-and-coming star from North America failing to make an impact thus far here on Bank. 0-3, but not the only one that's struggled. Citizen 0-2, the highest rated player on this team, has not been able to show up when it matters the most. But that's mainly because W7M have just been so impressive on the defense. They was shot. Citizen caught top square. The young and the old, both 0-3. Geo 0-2 on the Montang. Sonics just cannot make anything happen until that moment. Rexon's doing as much as he can on the Grim. But as I say that, the Nitrocell in response from Hertz, it's swift, it's clean. And W7 up 4 versus 2, looking for their 3rd round in a row.
And they have the crossfire front desk here, which is the only real win condition for Sonics if they're able to get space up through a banana. And Grixer can combine. He'll jump in lone. The 2-stack here from Sonics into 4 members of W7M bearing down.
I mean, the crowd alone already makes this a hellish landscape, but in a 2 versus 4, it becomes even more difficult. Geo holding top spiral, strong, allowing Grixer to get a good angle, and he found at least 1 kill. Flush to come out. The yellow ping, but no one there on the other side of it. The blue box plays around that shield as W7M are making Sonics look absolutely second-rate.
And I think I could spot it, JV92 jumping out of his seat, sensing that that is a key round for W7M. Got off to the perfect start, 2-player advantage. They close it out nicely, and it prompts a tactical timeout from Sonics under a lot of pressure at the moment.
The Montang's not working. It is absolutely not working. I understand why you want to bring it, understand what it can do on a map like this, so complex, allows those entry pushes in, but it is not working. Time to pick up the pace, Sonics, because if you don't pick it up now, you're about to find yourself on a plane back to North America tomorrow. 3 rounds down, 1 map down. They have just not come to the table. Time to put the shield away, time to grab the guns, time to start to pick up the pace and try and go straight at W7M. You've got 1 last chance off the back of this timeout. Don't let it slip. 3 rounds to go in this half. Absolutely, Sonics need all 3 of them.
And you could see the focus there in the eyes of Goddess, the coach of Sonics. She has a lot of experience, especially at this level. But will her guidance alone and her ability to reset the team be enough? Because at the moment, this is clinical from W7M. And I tell you what, G2 won't show it. And if they're watching this, I reckon there is just at least a small element of discomfort at the moment.
From G2 right now, I am very worried. As you said, though, they won't show it. They won't tell anyone. But playing this team on this stage in front of this crowd, a difficult task for anyone, even the defending world champions.
5 seconds left before
Round 4. Off the back of a tactical timeout from Sonics. But it's a basement site on Bank. Lockers and CCTV, a difficult task, and they do away with the Montang. The Dokkaebi brought, the Finker brought, and maybe the pace to be brought here by Sonics.
They do have tools to deal with a roam if they wish to clear it, namely the Dokkaebi. Will they switch up though? Look to be more direct, look to get Ambi in the game. Yet to find a kill on the Finker now, and it's a swift entry through electrical. Leapox is holding elevated though, and as those drones filter through open, he'll sense that that will be where this push is spearheaded from.
Logic bomb rings out, the Leapox doesn't mind though. 5-1, perfect start, playing the water towards elevators, has now dropped, rotates away. JB92 playing bot main stairs. Open area hatch opened up by Grixa. Much better pacing, at least from Sonics here, in terms of the checklist, in terms of opening up these hatches. They can get to work now over towards bot square. No contest from W7M, firmly on site. Obviously, you can see the way in which Ambi watching top blue stairs. You know how aggressive W7M have been in this series. Now the drone to come through via Ambi. Server's clear. But for that sake, W7M have also got time to nail later in this round. 2 Nitro Cells, 3 Gas Babes. If Sonics go for that server push, there will be time denial by W7M.
I mean, Maestro, Mirror, then Herds while that execute's coming through. No doubt he's going to try and flank on Oryx, right? So this is tough
Mirror
for Sonics. I do wonder if there's going to be maybe a more split approach, drop back a player or two, maybe even one on site itself to overload positions like Red, like the line of sight for Raj. I do think, though, that a straight direct default hit here from Sonics will be denied, or at the very least, leave little time for Sonics to change it up.
1 gas babe thrown already by KZ, simply off the back of that wall being opened up. Here's Hertz, though, on the Oryx to rotate through Archives. What kind of flank watch have Sonics got set up? The hatch isn't opened. That actually aids them. Now can't play from said hatch. If the Oryx wants to make a play, has to go down blue stairs. Geometrics and Ambi, both playing, both unaware. No one watching this blue stair! Hertz will get one! Ambi will get the trade! Pumps the adrenal surge! And that's the last gas babe thrown out by KZ. Loses his life to Grixa. Ambi can go in now for the plan. Where's the denial? Who's close by? It's Philippe Pops with a Nitro Cell, but too busy. The Nitro Cell's late, and Ambi escapes in the night, back up blue stairs, and suddenly Sonics on the verge of finding an opening round here on Bank.
They need to isolate this pick inside of Garage. You win this, it unlocks the cross back towards the objective, but a well-timed flash, and it's the attack of Sonics to bounce back.
They absolutely needed that one on a basement side as well here on Bank. So much better from Sonics. They do away with the Montaigne. They do away with that slow pace gameplay. They pick it up. They sweep a lot cleaner, a lot quicker, open up hatches, eventually through server. That's the Sonics we know. That's exactly what is required to take down this W7M team. 2 more rounds to go in the half. And still, quite frankly, Sonics probably need those 2 rounds.
I tell you what, that last round, the flank potential there from Herds was so scary. And we saw the only player on a drone at that time was live drone in Garage as that flank came through. But a really good trade eventually inside of server from Sonics. They get that plant down. Philippox perhaps not having the best of reads on that. He had the Nitro Cell in pocket gold. The plant denial came through too late. And as they tried to isolate even just the first pick in the retake, they were slain.
No calls for alarms, though, for W7M. Up 1-0 in the series, still up a couple of rounds as well inside of the map. We hit the staff room and open area here, 5th round
5 seconds
of this second map. It also does get brought, might not be a Montaigne, but it is still a shield. And can't imagine in terms of where Sonics will look to probably take that. Can, of course, still go through electrical. Can also play drop through stomp. We've seen a couple of teams do that as well. What does W7M do in response, though? Drop 1 round. You haven't really given Sonics much of a look in this series. You think back to Clubhouse, the only rounds that Sonics won were very separate from each other. So Sonics looking to try and do something they haven't really done in the series, which is gain some momentum, win a couple of rounds in a row. W7M have squashed that every single time.
So the counterplay here from Citizen on Twitch with the shock drone could prove to be pivotal, especially if Sonics wish to take control up above. Mirror window configuration from W7M. If he is able to play Disruptor on that, it will significantly bolster the chances of the attack being able to clear out these positions. Easier said than done. KZ close by, but flashed, and Ambi's pushed forward.
Ambi just try and clear out. Janitor spots that mirror window, though, of course, and so probably doesn't want to make the track past it or even into Janitor. The drop down off the Candelas. Grixa just trying to shoot through. But, of course, KZ's already vacated. Herb then with the kill onto Ambi. And so far, difficult entries, though, for Sonic. Still trying to go fast, still trying to bring the pressure to W7M, and they do get a trade onto Nade. Makes it a 4 versus 4. Certainly a lot better. Last round now into this one from Sonics, but Hertz does still need to be cleared. Over towards Long Desk. Has got himself that mirror window. Geo with the drone in through Janitor, and they are actively trying to clear out this position that Hertz is currently occupying.
Oh, close fight. Both players, though, surviving. Herd's able to get back to site, but it's KZ. Citizen finally alive. It's taken 4.5 rounds, but he gets his first pick.
Philippox, he's lurking elevator, could still swing from Kanto. The wall next to elevator. Still reinforced, has that option if he does want to. Of course, can drop hatch as well, hoping to maybe catch someone from Sonic's off guard. I would imagine he has not been droned. If that's the case, one swing of the hallway and could spot anyone. There's so many members of Sonic's up above. At any moment, he could swing. 4 versus 3, and the time now comes for Philippox! There it is, they had no idea. Of course, you can't really flush him out. He can just drop hatch and get away, but he holds the position. Gio takes the battle, but a battle not won. Citizen, though, maybe can go down below, catch him on the rotate, but he gets away over towards front desk. He's out of there. 30 seconds left. The plant, though, comes through for Gio. More so worried about the site. Hertz will stand up. Hertz has got himself into a position to deny, but he doesn't. Gio gets the plant down. Philippox not through stop. He's got the rotate. Yeah, the plant went down, but suddenly Quickshot. Oh, he makes it a 1 versus 1.
Is he able to win this out? JV can play behind the Talon shield. Gas canister up above, but the vertical play from Grixer to shut that down.
Something we haven't seen from Sonic so far. A clutch. Finally a clutch. Finally a scrappy round that they've been able to help go their way in those dying moments. A 1vx. A plant trying to deny the retake. We haven't seen many of those rounds in this series. Think back to Clubhouse. So many 1v4s, so many 1v3s. W7M so clean. And even a bunch of flawless rounds. And in that round, Sonics were able to dig deep with so much on the line. 2-3, final round of the half, and Sonics are starting to make their presence known here on the main stage. Much better from them. Really well played from Philippox, and certainly was a huge factor. But nevertheless, a huge 1v3 from Grixer.
Oh, just had the line of sight. Grixer played well on Clubhouse. I mean, there are a couple of opportunities for him to clutch up where he's left in those 1v3 instances, and he did his best to play them as well as he could. Great work there in the post. The plant denial there from W7M not quite hitting the mark. As you mentioned, there was that game plan potential for
5 seconds remaining.
Also to drop down, the Talon shield to cover from that stock hatch position, and it worked out nicely for Sonics. And if they're able to claim one more round here, it really does ignite some belief.
So Tellers and Archives now. Final round of the half, W7M looking to, of course, maintain advantage. Not wanting to allow Sonics to get themselves back into this game to tie things up 3-3. But Sonics are starting to bring the heat, starting to bring the pressure, starting to get a bit of a groove. That American dream still yet to be realized to try and make top 4. They're the last hope. Already down on that. They were already down a couple of rounds here as well. But suddenly, just suddenly finding some hope.
Information gathering tools have been the name of this game so far. And Philippox scattering those black eyes on the Valkyrie around to gain information. Combination with the Solus to then counterplay the drone work here from Sonics. Grixer on the floor as we'll send a Rotero down through the lobby. That one though gets muted out. Nade elsewhere onto these castle barricades, absorbing again. More utility here from the attack. First one doesn't land onto single, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Jay will have to try and smack that down. Philippox now with the read. He will though fall back.
Going back.
Minute 45. Pivotal 6th round. Heavy doing a lot of work here on the IQ. Raxa maybe anticipating again more aggression from W7M, but they've quelled that a little bit. And the repel in successful. A foothold inside of the building now for Sonics up above, top floor, Ambi and Citizen. Both able to sweep across, but Herd's inside of stock. Opting for aggression, opting for a play later in the round. Hasn't been droned out, position unknown, and could very well spell disaster for Sonics.
And again, the drone economy here, look for Sonics, it's actually not that bad, but much like the previous round with Philippox inside of Elevator, they have allowed a defender to get into a wrap position, a playmaking position. And the longer Herds waits, the more impactful this could actually be, provided he times the flank right.
Ambi over towards top main stairs, just to the very left. Again, no idea. Herds had kept himself quiet, even on the solos. He gave up his job of trying to get rid of drones, opting instead to play that hidey hole mode inside of stock. Again, continues to take the battles, expecting the swings to come from top square. Makes a rotate, more shots from Nade. He gets one onto Rexon. Herds is just roaming. 30 seconds left, and they shut down that square position. Only down to Grixon again. Can he clutch up? No, he cannot. This time, he's on the opposite side of it. W7M close out the first half with a solid 2-round lead and find themselves 3 rounds away from a lower bracket semi-final.
Again, the playmaking potential from Herds realized. He sneaks himself in towards stock. He can scan for drones to ensure that he is not live droned by the attack. And despite the economy of said drones looking very positive for Sonics, they didn't capture him. They didn't know where he was. He gets the first pick. And then instead of consolidating, as we often see from W7M, off this pick, they instead aggress. Everybody plays off that pick. Nade makes his way up main stairs, gets in on the action with the impact as well coming out from Herds. And Sonics then scampering towards site, did not stand a chance.
3 rounds away for W7M from that date with G2 Esports in a lower bracket semi-final tomorrow. That is how close they are. That is the task at hand now for Sonics. It feels like they are so far away from being able to get themselves out of this hole, but they've got to start digging now on the defensive bank.
Attacker's objective is to
America's final hope, resting solely on this second half of this second map. Sonics must. If they cannot, then North America is finished. The 6th Invitational 2024, KZ, the aggression straight in on the rappel, despite the fact that there is signs of player presence inside of Janitor. Makes his way in. Rexon now over towards Long Desk, knowing that KZ's already in. He should have known. KZ just swats him like a fly. But Ambi with the response from Long Desk does at least get the trade. Much needed one for Sonics.
Unfortunate there for Rexon, not given the sound cue. Top performing player at the moment for Sonics, despite the lowest rated heading into the day. So something that will continue to track as Ambi makes his way back into Janitor Closet. Play contact before Long Desk, and he's being hunted down now by W7M. He'll survive for now, and Geo gets in on the action.
Philippe Box still up above W7M. Hasn't been dealt with, but at this point, Sonics, if they want, make yourself go back down. Staff open, Ambi takes the fight top square. Probably didn't need to. And Nade will punish him. Makes it a 3-on-3. Geo on the Echo. They've got themselves the Go-Kites as well late in the piece. JV doesn't want to make entry. Thinks better of it. Why not? Still got over 90 seconds left in the round. Don't have to rush this.
Echo still in play. 4 Candelas for Nade. Combo that with a potential Lion scan, and it's going to be challenging for Sonics to recover from that. Fortunately though, Logic Bombs expired, so too are those scans from Lion.
Not many drones left. One really up for Leapox. One placed elsewhere. Secondary hive breach to open up the stock hatch here from Nade. Still has 3 Candelas. They'll be very much useful here. No Warden on the other side for Sonics.
The camps have been hunted by W7M. So will that additional information from the Vulcan, the Echo, prove costly for Sonics? Maybe not, as Nade falls.
Drop is successful from JV, playing off red picks. Philippe Box is down, it's only out. A 1 versus 1 for JV 92. Over towards Beepers. Geo wins out. Oh, do or die again for Sonics, but they do not die. Holding on for dear life by slim margins.
Volatile information there, available, funnily enough, to both teams. You can see Geo late in the piece, onset information, but gets off at the perfect time, composed in the 1 versus 1. And that's the kind of clutch potential that this guy has. As mentioned previously, this is his 7th consecutive 6 Invitational appearance. He's won it before, and he knows what it takes to win it again.
Yeah, very impressive again, I think, for both teams. First and foremost, love the aggression from W7M, the entry here from KZ. Rexon should have known, should have heard that rappel. I mean, I don't know, with this crowd, it's hard to actually understand what you can hear. Ampi gets aggressive as well. Top square loses that 1v1, opens it up. And again, red ping information. Knowledge as to the 1v1 for both players towards Beepers. Geo holds strong, makes it a 3-4 scoreline. Sonics, a lifeline, perhaps. One they're going to have to just grasp onto and ride into the sunset in the second half if they're going to have any chance of taking down W7M. Need to get on a roll, need momentum, need a couple of rounds in a row. Must win this basement site.
W7M clearly signposting in the last round. They want quick entry. And a very quick line scan here, indicative that it's probably going to be much the same. They back themselves in to win this trade game. While Sonics did an okay job last time around, it's so volatile sometimes for defense. And it's KZ.
Wow.
Wow, he gets the best. He's already in open area.
Yeah, again, quick entry from W7M. And already the air traps as well onto those rotate positions. So has himself really good position and site map control. Above, in towards open. Brexton down early as well on the Fenrir, not ideal. Hertz now can drone over towards Janitor. Geometric sitting in there on the Mozzie. Extensive roam from Sonics here. Opting to try and take these contact fights up above rather than just sit on site. Not the conventional way that we typically see this get played out.
Geo's position surely will be known in a moment. And he doesn't have a reinforcement to play off. A couple of lines of sight and the rotation. Hold initially.
Geo got through the wall. What a shot from Philippos! Through the soft wall! 2 versus 4, and it's down to Grixer and Citizen. Drop from Citizen on this Talisman Archives site. Opting to not play basement, opting to not play the more conventional defense. Sonics, has this been their undoing? Has this been their demise? W7M opening up this defense. Citizen must find the next kill. Flashed out main, right to the arms of an awaiting JV92. Grixer's good, but not that
good. And the crowd erupts. JV92 in perfect position to play clean-up crew. And he's working the crowd, who continue to back these boys to the finish line. On the side of Sonics, though, some of those key players that we highlighted, and I'm sure the desk did as well, struggling to find themselves in this match. They are being put on islands and given no playmaking opportunities.
Well, struggling with these fast entries 2 rounds in a row.
Oh, it's still a wall.
Yeah.
Oh.
We saw it actually from the other side as well. He was running away from that position, shot through the soft wall. Now down to basement, down to lockers and CCTV for Sonics. I think wanting to maybe give themselves a chance of gaining said momentum. You win Archives Tales, then you go down below. Suddenly you could be looking at a lead potentially. But now they're forced down to basement really with not much hope in heart. In terms of that time denial aspect that we typically see on this site, again, the smoke does get brought. Grixer on that. The mirror in play through Geo. Again, the Mozzie Solus combos will try and deny a lot of information for W7M. I'll be frank though, guys. Their pacing probably says they don't care that much about the drone play, at least not in the early portions of these rounds.
Well, there were 3 drones, make that 4 taken down by Sonics already. Has that now made it more challenging for W7M? But keep in mind, they have Monty, they have Jackal, 2 very strong entry tools. Citizen's going to be hunted right from the offset, and we'll see if he can respond.
Red pinged out, logic bomb, Citizen feels the perceived pressure. It is Hertz though, Alsberg gets the open kill onto Ambi. He can just not get involved here on Bang 3 and 8. The impact from Citizen trying to respond with aggression of his own, but he's just absolutely surrounded from all areas of the map. You want to go above? You want to challenge us, says W7M, no worries. They deal with them swiftly. 2 minutes and 10 seconds and it's a 5-on-3. And suddenly now the pressure on the shoulders of Geo and Rexon and Grixer towards Beepers, and Geo stands tall, gets one, loses the life though. Need to win that battle, Rexon does. 2 versus 3, the drop is successful, but no real utility to deal with this Montang. No nitro cells, only the gas babes of Grixer.
Well, he has a read now on Monty main stairs, so he can relay that to the rest of the team. But in this 3 versus 2, W7M edging towards map point, series point again to book their date with the defending champions of G2, and they have looked amazing so far today. Disciplined now with time on the clock to drone out sight. take a breath, and formulate a plan for the final push.
They have everything. Flashes, Candelas, the Montaigne. They've got time, minute 15 seconds. They still have the secondaries if required, but all the hatches are opened up anyway. So it's in the matter of where do they want to go. They open up everything. Lobby hatch open. They can go main, they can go server. Grexon's low on health. Hard to go for an early contest. He needs to hold an acute angle, hope to get a bit fortunate.
55 seconds there, and the hard breach to come through. Keep in mind there are smoke canisters in play, so Deepa probably not the play for W7M. We'll see how Grixer responds. Can he step up? But he's going to be flushed out.
This is where moments can be made. Grexon, Grixer, can you make your moment and deny this plan from going down? Grixer with a gas bait. It goes out. Fully boxed and look to sit this one and stick it. Pros don't fake. Sticks it all the way. Yeah, how are you going to deal about this now? There's a man with a shield in your face on that diffuser. Grixer with a gas blade. You need to go quick with your decision-making. Earth watching the angle. It's falling apart. The American dream for Sonics, for North America. It's becoming an American nightmare.
These attacks from W7M are absolutely ruthless. The pacing, the ability to adapt, and the ability to react to information, from my eyes and from what I've casted so far at the event, the best we've seen. Even in comparison to the likes of G2, who have been really quick on entry, this so far from W7M has been nothing but scary.
Terrifying, a more apt word. And quite frankly now, all eyes from the remainder of this competition in terms of the remaining teams firmly on what W7M are doing and what they can do. Back-to-back major champions. They want, though, to cement themselves a legacy. It's one thing to be a champion. It's a whole nother thing to win an SI. 6-3, 3 match and series points for W7M in front of their home crowd. Sonics, could they do the unthinkable? If they are, it has to be now.
It'd be a comeback for the ages if Sonics are able to push this game to overtime. They are being pushed to their very limit. And this is clearly a game, from my perspective, where it's W7M are playing phenomenal. Sonics are trying their absolute best to counter what the attack of W7M is presenting, the defense as well. But the execution from W7M, so I mean, Nade's already top blue. He's got information, he's got a read, Herd's in electrical. And the Sonics just don't have the ability to counter such forward attacking play.
Are W7M going to finish this off with a bang? It starts with one from KZ on a Grixer. With a frag grenade that hurts so sorely. And they might just go fast, rip the band-aid off, and send on to team kill. Hurts takes out KZ, but Davey does his job. One back onto Geo, and fast is the pace with Beep is to go up there, picked apart, decimated, and strangulated in this hellish environment. Let the crowd do the talking.
The energy inside of this arena is palpable. What a display by W7M as they continue their run in the SI24 lower bracket.
Back-to-back major champions now making an incredible run here at 6 Invitational in the lower bracket. That tantalizing date with the defending world champions in G2. Yeah, they got some crowd favoritism today, but it won't be tomorrow. Tomorrow, G2, you will re-enter this arena as enemy number 1, numero uno. And Sonics, yeah, where's that nearest airport?
That's the kind of date that I want to be a third wheel at, because I tell you what, that is going to be one hell of a game. All the momentum, all the passion from this crowd rallying behind W7M.
Just soak it in. Commiserations for Sonics. Another decent run at another major event, but again they fall short. And for North America, we say adios. This is over. Goodbye. For W7M, Now looking ahead to that lower bracket semi-final. NA Airport.
I tell you what, again, that lower bracket game is going to be absolutely insane. If both teams play at their very best, it's going to be a wild.
You don't want to miss it. Two-time major champions versus the defending world champions in a lower bracket semi-final. You do not want to miss that. You really do not. And we do not want to miss this moment here as we go over to Ian, who has got himself, of course, a crowd that is extraordinarily happy.
Sao Paulo, W7M, W7M!
Uma salva de palmas com os vencedores. Fala um pouquinho dessa emoção dessa galera toda aqui. E o sonho de mais um título segue vivo, hein?
Pô, muito emocionante estar aqui jogando na frente da minha família ali. Eu tento nem olhar muito para eles, senão me emociona ali. Mas jogar na frente dos fãs, de todo mundo, é realmente surreal.
O que você achou dessa escolha do banco? Que vocês têm um retrospecto muito bom no banco e eles não estavam tão bem assim.
Eu não entendi porque eles picaram o banco. A gente até falou quando eles picaram. Vocês picaram pra gente e aí acabou sendo 2-0 aí de boa.
You want to translate what you said in English for the global broadcast?
I don't know why they picked bank because it's a very good map from us. We said that they picked for us the map and it was a 2-0.
Felipe, sticking with the English broadcast for a moment here. This crowd must do wonders for your energy. You know, you weren't necessarily in peak W7M form coming into the live finals here. What difference does this sound make for you?
It makes all the difference. To know that everyone's supporting us, different from other tournaments, like it gives us hype, it gives us energy to play the match, and it's just amazing.
G2.
Alemão.
G2, alemão always chokes for me. It's going to be easy.
Quer falar em português?
O alemão sempre choca pra mim, então amanhã é mais um jogo tranquilo aí, de boa.
I've got to ask, G2, SI 2023 Grand Final did not go your way. Is this your chance for revenge on home soil?
I wasn't there in the Grand Finals last year. Now I'm here, and I think I'm going to make the difference. Me and Nate are going to make the difference for us.
You do it for the team.
Yeah.
Any last words in Portuguese for your fans here?
Pô, obrigado a todo mundo aí que tá no estádio. É simplesmente surreal estar aqui jogando. Obrigado de verdade. E amanhã vamos hypar mais ainda pra gente amassar G2 e é isso. Obrigadão.
Tá aí, Felipox, senhoras e senhores.
The incredible Felipox and W7M continue their trail potentially to the hammer. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian and Leo. And there it is from KDS W7M. With all the support that they get here in Brazil, there's nothing like an SI, and there's nothing like an SI in Brazil. What a victory from the Brazilian squad. Sonics knocked out. They got a total, 4 or 5 rounds in this entire matchup. We'll set that aside here. We have to celebrate W7M and their beautiful performance.
They had a beautiful performance indeed, especially how Felipox put it. Crowds really make or break teams, and I think when you have that love, you have that passion behind you, I mean, they go to show it. They wrapped it up pretty decisively.
I mean, you both have been on stages before. This is just feeding.
No, I mean, you live for this moment. This is what makes being a player so surreal and like the true experience is when you're with a crowd like this that's supporting you, that's cheering you on. It really does fire you up. And for me specifically, I love playing in front of a crowd. I loved hearing that roar after a player after a win.
And this is why you're here. He's on the desk with us because you now get to feel it in a different sort of way. And honestly, despite all of the noise we're hearing in this arena, W7M are still able to run their information between one another, keep comms clear.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about. This is a team that loves to control the info and also deny the info. And the thing that we saw with Sonics going into those attack rounds, especially, like I said, this is a big map. You need to be working together and figuring out how to clear a roam. They didn't use a Dokkaebi. The second you switch sides, W7 immediately brought out that Dokkaebi to help clear the roam. They were finding success off of that. And again, it feeds into what I was saying originally. They are an information-heavy team.
Not only are they about information, but they also are very hard to keep a hold of. Even when SQ was bringing the Monty, when they were bringing the right operators, The crowd is going crazy. Even when SQ was bringing the right operators to handle what W7M was throwing at them, pushing them back a little bit, every single round, they would go back, and then W7M would scatter back around. It was so difficult to keep a track on them. They couldn't lock them down, and that was the downfall for SQ.
Now, if anything, there's one player that was playing above and beyond on W7M, and that is our highlight player, Hertz. Let's put them up on the screen to see, because Lax, this man is on another level.
I mean, I played his role, that flanking role that he was doing, and he was doing this perfectly on Bank. Bank is a big map, and it was surprising to me because Sonics usually is really good and negligent about being able to focus on what is happening on the flanks, and Hertz was just playing in key spots or finding spots to figure out to just take those initial picks. And just right here, I mean, this should be a spot that should be cleared, and he gets away with it. And these are the small, crucial errors that can completely ruin an entire round.
Exactly. I mean, this is a prime example of how SQ wasn't locking him down. I also love that he had so many operators that he played, but the main operator on both maps to highlight for this player was IQ. And that goes to show that they are so good at shutting down the information that they give to the other team and maintaining the information of what their team is doing. They got rid of the Fenrir's, they got rid of the Valkyrie cameras, they kept SQ blind the whole time, and I think that's honestly just a rookie mistake from Sonics because they are so young.
And it fed into the Solus play even from him alone. That, again, He is controlling information. He knows where the drones are going to come from. He knows how to avoid it, and he was exploiting all of SQ's errors in clearing whatever they needed to clear.
You play IQ on attack, you play Solus on defense. It's pretty much the same role, but you're just setting up in a different way. Being able to sneak through your opponents, that is something that has to do with Sonic's inability to drone W7M out.
That's where a Dokkaebi could have fixed that.
It could have fixed it. It was also just a lack of information and the lack of confidence too. They brought the Monty, but the Sonics backline, we highlighted it after map 1, they weren't there to necessarily play off of it. Both Rexon and Grixer dropped a lot more kills in their entries, but W7M was fully focusing on their entries. The backline wasn't there to support them.
I mean, we talk about refreshing yourself from map 1 to 2. Well, the end of map 1 was a hell of a thing to try to come back to. So here is our intel play of the game. You'll see it on the screen. There we go. A flawless defense, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better result for W7M. Whether they're just playing together as a team or they're using the crowd to feed out that hype, every play you were seeing from W7M was very well executed, very well coordinated. I mean, this team, there's a reason why they won two major championships back-to-back, and they are now here pushing it to the finals, basically going to try to claim that world championship spot.
We were worried about them maybe stalling out when they couldn't get that first pick or the first initial positioning into the map. That was the only concern. They looked a little human in groups, but with the crowd behind them, they have not been able to look slight from perfect. They are so good when the crowd is with them, and this is the first time that we've actually seen them be the fan favorite at a tournament.
Are we surprised the W7M G2 going up against one another?
I'm not surprised, and that is going to be a game because both teams are cocky and confident in that they can beat the other. So I mean,
you couldn't write a better story.
No, absolutely not.
I think it's all about Alamau coming back, coming to get his revenge, and pretty much show that you is a little bit better. And it's the Brazilians pretty much fighting not only in this game but the next game that's coming up too.
All right, we still have one more to go, and I'll come back to you here so we can talk about things in detail. Lax, Fox, thank you very much. And for all those watching at home, we love you so very much. Honestly, we have still one more game to do today, and that is our top seed matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it, I know that they hate it. We cat is right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is why I just gotta do it. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo. E eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único nessa forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar, não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer estar naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos vem um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí para os seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
We are back here live in Sao Paulo for the 6th Invitational 2024, and we are flying through maps at such a tremendous pace. We've already seen G2 and the home favourites, well, one of the home favourites, W7M, pick up a tremendous victory as well. My name's Ian Chambers, joined here on the stage with the amazing, brilliant host, Leo.
Thank you. You're so kind. That's it. E nós temos então já brasileiro amanhã no sábado, e se a FaZe passar pela VP, que é o próximo jogo, teremos brasileiro também no domingo. Será que a gente vai ter uma final brasileira W7M FaZe? Isso a gente descobre já já, Ian.
Before we get into FaZe Clan business, let's just bring the tempo, the volume down a little bit.
Let's breathe.
Yeah, let's breathe for a moment. It is time for another commendation.
Mais uma vez a gente vai fazer uma homenagem àqueles que representam a nossa comunidade.
This one is a special one. This is our developer commendation.
Hello, my name is Jan Stalaker. I am the gameplay programming team lead for Rainbow Six Siege here in Montreal. My view is that gameplay is the core of the game. A good game will evoke interesting emotions in its players. Some games it's excitement, some games it's passion. Imagine that feeling when you're the last guy left on your team, there's 4 guys left, you have to clutch and you pull it off and you get that amazing feeling. Siege does that, for sure. Breaching a site, entering a site, being tactical, taking out your opposition. We have many ways that we can do that, but it has to make sense in the universe of Siege and the rules of Siege, the lore of Siege. When I was a kid, multiplayer games meant console games. 2 kids sitting in front of a TV playing with a controller. And then as soon as Doom came along, it was really Doom that did it first. You could actually play with somebody else without being in the same room. And gaming, I've always loved gaming, but it was multiplayer gaming that made me go, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to spend my energy. This is what I want to do for my career. And so I ended up joining Rainbow Six Siege, which was a great idea. It has a bunch of unique challenges for a gameplay programmer, mostly involving making sure that everything we add doesn't upset the balance of what we have. Changing the meta a little bit here and there is great, and that's what we want, but we don't want to completely break the game, so balancing is really, really important. So one of the things we do as a gameplay programmer is we make sure we prototype everything 100 times before anyone even sees it, before it makes it onto the test server. We've made dozens, maybe hundreds of prototypes of operators, weapons, gadgets, things we want to bring to the game that never made it, some of which were great, but didn't quite fit in with the values of Siege or the background of Siege, and so we didn't go with them. One of the highest priorities at Ubisoft is the ability to improve, to work on something and adjust it, improve it. We're constantly doing that, and that's something that Ubisoft Montreal does very well. We have many co-dev studios around the world, and it's great to be able to bring those people with different languages, different experience, different abilities, and have them all collaborate with us together on Siege to build something bigger than the collection of individuals that make it. So I was in a meeting with a bunch of directors. It was a review meeting. We had a bunch of emails from users about mouse and keyboard users on console.
And we did investigate it, and we did put time into it. But time and time again, we came back to the same conclusion that something had to be done. And so we turned to the tech team.
So I suggested, I think I might have a way to solve this. I started chatting with another friend of mine, and we decided we wanted to try it. We wrote like a little prototype. It was just a little thing that we did on the side, just for fun, really, to see if it would work. And it did work. It took us about another 18 months to put all the penalties and the online services together. And then when it was done, we announced it. We thought other game studios would already have this technology in place, but nobody did, so we were the first.
Originally, we were console all the way from season 1. We were pretty hard console players. We ended up swapping to PC around 2017, because there was way too many M&K users. You really couldn't get into high levels, anything past Plat 3 essentially.
Seeing Ubisoft take steps to go out of their way to prevent that and make it a more fair playing field for everybody, that makes me really happy for everybody that plays on console.
I think Mousetrap is amazing. They've been doing a great job with it. Literally, there's been way less mouse and keyboards on console.
I think Mousetrap is a good example of the way that we build a lot of the things on Siege. It's usually the designers and the programmers and the people who are actually working and building the game that come up with these ideas that end up making it into these cool, unique things that Siege is known for.
But it doesn't stop there. We have to continue investing in this technology. We know that we can deliver, closing down loopholes for players to get around it.
At Ubisoft, we try really hard to constantly improve the player experience. Siege is a 9-year-old game now. The only way that you can keep a game running and relevant for this long is if you listen to your fans, you understand what they want, you understand why the game is fun and enjoyable, and you work continually to try and improve it.
We wouldn't be there without our players. Their feedback is really, really important to us. We are always listening, and we are trying to address what we can with our constraints as well.
The amount of passion that this team has for the game is incredible. We're talking hundreds of people playing the game, organizing internal tournaments, playing rank stacks all around the place. We're just as passionate as our players.
The gameplay team, especially here in Montreal and in Barcelona, I'm so proud of them. They've worked so hard. They have such good ideas. They're so solid technically. Couldn't ask for a better team. Am I fulfilled in my work? Absolutely. It's really awesome.
It's an incredibly well-deserved recognition for gameplay programming team lead for R6, Jan Stahlhager. Jan, you have done so much in your career and you've achieved so much. What does this recognition at such an event that you know so well mean to you?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Ian. Really nice to see you. Hope you enjoyed your trip to Brazil so far. This is a fantastic recognition. It's been awesome. When I first heard of it, I was surprised. I thought there are so many people on the team that are passionate and care so much about the game that why would they pick me? I can think of many others. But it's awesome to be recognized. It's really good. It's an honor. It's a privilege. I'm humbled.
É incrível, ele está honrado porque ele pensa em tantas outras pessoas que poderiam ter recebido esse prêmio e ele, por que eu? E ele está muito feliz por estar aqui. Aliás, se vocês não prestaram atenção no vídeo, esse cara combateu o teclado e mouse nos consoles. Então, portanto, uma salva de palmas para ele, por favor.
Should we hand him his award? Let's give it across.
All yours. Congratulations. Thank you.
Jan, you deserve to soak every single second of this up, by the way. Gameplay programming, that is one heck of a responsibility. How much pressure do you feel to make sure that you deliver for the fans?
Our fans are the best fans in the world. They demand a lot, and we try so hard to make the best game we can. I wish I could tell you all of the cool stuff that we have lined up. It's some of it you'll hear about on Sunday, some of it you'll hear about a little later, but I promise you we have some really cool stuff cooking. And it's gonna be great.
Ele já deu um spoiler aqui que tem muita coisa legal, que eles estão trabalhando no jogo e que em breve vocês vão saber. Eu estou muito ansioso para saber o que ele traz pra gente em breve no Rainbow Six.
You've already mentioned what's next. Would you say that your biggest achievement still maybe lies ahead?
There are some things cooking for sure. Yeah, I'm not going to go into too many details, but there's some fantastic stuff coming for sure, yeah.
Jan, I want to give you the stage here. Who would you like to thank? I'm sure there's a lot of people.
First of all, I want to thank the people who worked on Mousetrap, especially Jesse, Justin, Ben, Andrew, everyone else who worked on it as well. I really want to thank the gameplay team on Siege. Half of the gameplay team are actually here in Sao Paulo today. They're all sitting up there. Thank you so much, guys. It means so much to me and to everyone that you came here. You guys work so hard on the game. You have such passion for the game. It's just inspiring. So I'm so proud of you all. Good job. And finally, I want to say, Obrigado, Brazil. Look around you, Brazil. These lights, the show, the stage, the lasers, the athletes, the devs, they are all here because of your passion for this game that we all love. This is for you, Brazil.
É isso, ele está dedicando a vocês. Aprendeu inclusive português, agradeceu a equipe de desenvolvimento, especialmente aqueles que estão aqui na arena junto conosco, que ajudaram a desenvolver o combate a mouse e teclado no console. Thank you very much for this. I started playing the console, and I can see how much effort you guys put in. Thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jan Stahlhager!
Uma salva de palmas, senhoras e senhores.
Amazing. This is why the commendations are so important. We spend so much time shining a spotlight on the stage, the players, the talent, of course, but the people behind the scenes that really make it tick deserve your recognition too. And Jan is just one of them. What a wonderful man. Over to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian and Leo, and congratulations to our third Common D here at the Invitational. Between the devs, the people on the esports, and the production side of this game, they make it all what it is. Make it worth our time to sit down, play it, and enjoy it, and be here surrounded by thousands as we prepare for the biggest event of them all. Our next game is the big one from the top seed, Virtus.pro versus FaZe Clan.
We are going to play against VP, and it will be a very tough match, but we are going to win because we are better.
I think it will be crazy because, you know, it will be our first match on the stage. It will be Brazilian team. I think everyone on the crowd will be cheering for them. We're not scared at all, so I think we're ready as a team.
Our strategy to beat VP is so we are going to do our things and we beat them.
Well, the strategy will be for our team is to counter the Cyber Zero. I think he's the most aggressive player on this team, so if we can counter it, I think the game will be easier than it can be.
It will be an easy match against you guys, and see you at the game.
I hope we have a good match. Good luck and have fun, guys.
There you go. A major piece between these two teams, FaZe and Virtus.pro. No strangers to the big stage. They both felt it at pretty much the same time. They've both had their fair share of trophies, and well, still the big one evades them, this invitational hammer, and one of them will qualify directly into the grand final through their victory at this matchup. Let's come back here to the desk and set up the big story for the game. Hi again, I'm Milosh. With me are Foxay and Laxing. The big piece for these two have tasted it before. Can they make it to finals?
I definitely think they can. I mean, I think it's just a matter of finding that right flow and tempo of the game. I mean, that's kind of what it's been throughout this entire thing, is which team is setting that tempo, which team is getting that opening engagement, and just from there converting that into just a round win overall.
Well, let's talk about key players in this matchup. Foxay, there's three that some would say have it a cut above the rest. We'll put them up on the screen: Handy, Souls, and Always. What are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are the last game was very punches being thrown first. I think this game is a lot more won by the supports in the back line, so we wanted to highlight and give so much love to the backbones of both these teams. Obviously, Always actually saved VP in their match against Dark Zero with a phenomenal 1v3 clutch. But Handy and Souls, we saw Virtus.pro talk about how Cyber was the person to look for in FaZe, but I actually think it's Handy and Souls. They've been doing a phenomenal job, both more supportive, passive players, but that structure in FaZe has been able to win them games, and they look like the most confident and most adaptable team so far left in the tournament.
Well, we talk about supports, and you also mentioned Cyber. We talked about him also in the playoffs. Who is kind of the counteract to Cyber on the VP side?
I'm gonna have to say Pasha. Pasha is he's been performing tremendously throughout this tournament with his play. He has a dynamic play style that the rest of VP doesn't. You know, a lot of them have this static play style, especially on defense. But on that defense, Pasha is constantly moving around, and he is always moving into the right power position and running away, whether netting it's one kill or getting a multi-kill. And then the flanks that he is pulling off, he has been such a huge improvement and a huge overall performer for VP going into the SI.
Then let's lock into FaZe first and talk about the squad and what they're bringing. You'll see their squad card flash up on the screen with their average stats throughout the whole tournament. Has it been a surprise, Fox, to see FaZe so deep in the tournament?
It hasn't been a surprise. They've been making it to these main stage events time and time again, and it's almost like teams are forgetting the product that they produce. They're one of the most consistent teams. I would honestly consider them similar to Dark Zero in the way that they're so adaptable, but I think they're two teams in one. They have the core of FaZe that is very adaptable, very slow pace, setting up those rounds, but then they also have Cyber, and Cyber has been so dynamic in the way he's getting those opening kills for his team. But in this tournament so far, he knows that teams are looking for him. Virtus Pro's looking for him, and Cyber has now been playing with the team and adding another level of that dynamic.
And I think it's a unique playstyle that FaZe has. Every other Brazilian team has that aggressive playstyle, but FaZe specifically has that slow, methodical, well thought out, and when they need to get aggressive, it's more of a passive-aggressive sort of playstyle. They'll set up the way they need to, it'll be well thought out, and then perfectly executed with that aggression.
I mean, if you're playing against FaZe, what's the sort of feeling that you're getting? Is it like oppression that they put on you? Do they go for early picks and then kind of cool off so you don't know how to react? How's it go?
It's more of you worrying about where Cyber is going to come from and where he's entering in. The rest of the team is slowly and methodically setting up to execute or stalling you out. They're setting you up into a trap. And when you're worried and Cyber's taken off the board, it's already too late at that point.
And being choked out by FaZe as they're going through the map, that is a tough round to survive from. But on the other side, VP are no slouches themselves. The squad has gone through a gauntlet over the past year to get to the Invitational. Of course, they've had some tougher times and some better ones, but they've been on this big stage many a time.
Absolutely, and I covered a lot of their games throughout the group stages, and they by far, a lot of community can say, that was the group of death. There was a lot of strong teams in there, but VP stuck true and stuck to their playstyle. Joystick specifically said after the Liquid game that this is a team that they aren't switching anything, they aren't going to do anything different, they're going to focus on their key elements that makes VP VP, and we've been seeing that time and time again throughout this tournament, and it's the reason why we're seeing them here on main stage, is that they are staying small, concise, and focused on what they need to in order to shut these rounds down.
Not only have we seen it at this tournament, but we saw it when you and I played against them back in the day. Their whole motto is perfection in repetition. They do the same things consistently over and over again so that there's nothing that surprises them when they get into a game. They have the proper responses, but teams that are really good at adaptation, again, I hate to bring up Dark Zero, but Dark Zero did a great job at exploiting those little mistakes, and if we're holding it FaZe into the same echelon as Dark Zero, it'll definitely be a nice little back and forth that we'll see in this match.
Well, let's highlight one player from Virtus Pro. Of course, we can highlight all 10 players in this match and kind of talk about them, but we have one specifically that we mentioned earlier. Pasha, there he is on the screen. Laxing, what are your thoughts on this broccoli-haired man?
I mean, yeah, I'll say it and I'll say it again. I mean, Pasha has been performing phenomenally for this team. Again, the flanks that he's been playing, the dynamic play style that he has on his team, it's such a great fluid play that he has with that team and that core dynamic, because it allows him, for an example, like when a team is set up on defense, he will then go lurk on a roam and find those picks that then helps the defense take less pressure off of them and focus more of a distractions. And then they also play a game with him that allows him to just excel in those areas.
With Pasha and Handy, for the viewers at home, it's very interesting to note that they aren't the main bomb planners, diffuser planners. It's them playing support, they droning their teammates in, getting their hard breaches open, or playing in the site, and then when their job is done, when the time comes, they're able to be a lot more fluid, a lot more flexible, and they go out hunting, they go out and get these big picks, these big advantages for the rest of the teams, and that's what I want everyone at home to keep an eye on, those two players specifically.
That's why that roam and lurk from VP's side is going to be extra important. When you have someone like Pasha, when you got Dan, you got Joystick, some of the best players to come out of Europe. Honestly, I remember only a few years ago, these were the kids that are coming into the game. Now they're just here going up at big stages of the Invitational. It's a massive, massive little growth cycle here for these teams, and you both have seen them grow over the time. But let's be honest, FaZe has the hometown support
It definitely plays a factor. I can't say that that's what's going to win you the game, but it definitely puts, a little pep in your step overall when you have the crowd cheering for you. And also, as a contender where I've had the crowd against me, we've had crowds against us, you just got to buckle down, focus on what you can, and be the team that you can, and that's exactly what VP focused on, is the team that they can be.
If anybody's going to focus on it, is VP. They have ice in their veins. They are meant for this situation. They love being tested, and nobody has tested them that hard yet.
Well, let's see about our map bans. Again, it is a 9-map pool here in competitive Rainbow Six. First maps, 4 of them are out. Chalet, Skyscraper, Clubhouse, and Nighthaven Labs. We've seen a lot of Nighthaven in our playoffs and groups, but not here yet. Our first pick, FaZe Clan, will go for Consulate, as VP will be starting on that attacking side. All right, they're gonna choose that. FaZe will be starting on defense as map 2. Cafe Dostoevsky will go to VP. And after our last 2 bans, Border and Oregon, we're left with Bank as our decider, with FaZe on the attack. General thoughts on the map pool?
The map bans aren't too crazy. It's expected. All 3 more defender-sided maps, all 3 able to expose both teams' strong support lines, make everyone have to execute. FaZe, I think, when it comes to a new map like Consulate, that's where a little bit of that adaptation, you're going to want to see it, especially when VP doesn't have too much adaptation. It's all about perfection and numbers. Consulate hasn't been out that long.
I mean, VP were one of the best teams on old Consulate, but they were predictable down to the second. That's different here. It plays completely differently.
Oh, absolutely. And then you look at Cafe going into that second map. I mean, what I loved about seeing Border from VP is they played those sight lines and those opening engagements perfectly, and also on that defense back end, they were also forcing so many engagements. And in a map like Cafe, where it is hard to get into and they can play that passive game, I'm seeing that going to be a map that's going to heavily favor them and getting those crossfires, forcing those unwinnable engagements, and constantly staying up in that man advantage.
I agree. I think FaZe, when it comes to Cafe 2, we talk about where Cyber's coming from. VP is expecting them to be entering the map. So taking them to a map, Cafe, Consulate, where it's very difficult to enter the map, find an opening pick, I'm not too surprised. But here's where we're going to see the transition of Cyber, specifically throughout this tournament, playing a lot slower and playing with his team.
I mean, we know that the attacking side, every round that you get is worth its weight in gold. And starting off on the attack, that is a choice that VP made for Consulate. That's something ballsy.
I mean, I just want to say this, and we've done this on OXG. Sometimes a map, you just have to pick attack because it forces you to communicate, it forces you to work together, and it gets the comms going.
It also shows that you have a good game plan going into the map.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much, Gabe and Davide. It's been a while since I've said the name. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for everybody watching at home. We're going to take a quick break and then directly into our game. It's FaZe versus Virtus Pro.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber.
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que penso em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen it, Ace Hopes and Dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem. Então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que está há muito tempo comigo. É um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também. Ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente está perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também. Ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também. Acho que todo jogador do nosso time é muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pava can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Invitational, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, entendendo não, que eu tenho, que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนยังไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو 6 سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 6 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 6 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
아리가또 고자이마스.
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
o FaZe Clan contra a Virtus Pro. Eles já se enfrentaram em Copenhagen. Lá deu FaZe Clan, mas era MD1, agora MD3. Aqui tem torcida. Será que vamos ter um finalista hoje? Já garantida, Ian Chambers.
Yes, Leo, welcome back to the Sixth Invitational here in Sao Paulo. Our next best of three will determine who will be our first team to make it into the grand final this year. We know there's going to be a lot of noise in this arena as the Brazilian beasts make it on to the stage. But can Europe handle the heat this time around?
A gente vai descobrir agora, será que eles vão aguentar os russos que são frios, mas tem a FaZe Clan pela frente, VP e FaZe Clan. Let's invite them.
Before we do, can we just see how loud this crowd can get for FaZe Clan? I'm gonna let you have the honors, brother.
Ok. Atenção, eu quero ouvir de vocês. Como é que tá a torcida pra FaZe Clan? Manda aí, Ibirapuera! Wanna try VP?
I'm good, I'm good. This is a roster that has walked this walk many times before. This is a roster that is a mainstay on any Siege main stage. Let's bring out our two teams. We've got Joystick and Cyber standing by for a quick pre-match interview here. Joystick, you know exactly what a Sixth Invitational main stage feels like. 2019, 2022, you made it into the final, but you couldn't get the job done. Do you feel this year will be different?
I don't know. We can't even understand what's gonna happen. So I know that there's a lot of Brazilian fans right now here. They're cheering for FaZe, but we can do whatever we want to, whatever we can to win.
Well, listen, we just saw Sonics really struggle with the volume of this crowd against W7M. How will you not let it affect you here?
I never been nervous, like never ever. Like how many people will be cheering for FaZe? I never be scared or nervous.
Olha, acabou de dizer que nunca fica nervoso com torcida, que não tá preocupado com isso e que não sabe o que vai acontecer. E aí?
Bom, já sou macaco velho nesse jogo, jogo há muito tempo. Joguei Rio de Janeiro, então tô preparado para qualquer coisa aí.
I just said he's an old school player. He played in Rio with a lot of people. He's used to it. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Any last words, Joystick?
What?
Any last words?
Good luck and have fun, guys.
Boa sorte e se divirtam. Últimas palavras?
É isso, boa sorte e que vença o melhor.
Good luck. Best win for you.
Best of luck, guys. Go and take your seats. You can feel the tension in the air. There's so much at stake here. You can see the hammer behind us. Each one of these teammates have to walk right past it, knowing that only one of these two teams will make it to the grand final.
The hammer's right here. A marreta tá aqui. Estamos nos caminhando. Deste confronto sai o primeiro finalista do Sixth Invitation 2024.
Can you teach me how to ask if there are any FaZe clans in the building, FaZe clan fans in the building here?
Definitely. You're gonna try like this. Tem algum torcedor da FaZe aqui?
Tem algum
torcedor da FaZe aqui?
Torcedor FaZe aqui.
He tried.
I tried.
You tried. Good. Tem algum torcedor da FaZe aqui?
Okay. Let's go back to the one that I know.
Okay. Go ahead.
Vamos, va a ser barullo!
What a wonderful atmosphere here today.
Are you ready for this one?
Oh, yeah.
It's our last matchup of the day, and it is a vital one. Let's get into it with our casters.
Mainstays indeed are FaZe and Virtus Pro. Always favorites to make a major, always favorites to make a final, but always the bridesmaids and never the bride. Sam, FaZe are fighting to reclaim Yavla, and this roster that used to be Team Empire is fighting to reclaim Raleigh so long ago.
Absolutely. And I was even there for that event as well, for people like Forbes with Pasha and, Team Empire with people like Dan, people like Shepard, people like Joystick. It's amazing to see them put all this effort in and come back to a grandiose stage like what we have behind us right now.
FaZe Clan so far this tournament, out of the 3 European teams we've had, Wolves, G2, and Virtus Pro, have beat 2 of them. FaZe 2-0 in groups, and FaZe were the very team that sent G2 down to the lower bracket, where today they beat Dark Zero for a rematch, as if destiny had foretold it, with W7M in our loser semifinal tomorrow. But right now, FaZe are facing lucky number 3 in their first match in front of a crowd this tournament. Virtus Pro's first match in front of a crowd since Raleigh, almost 5 years ago now. That is how long the Empire Core and Pasha on 4s at the time. That is how long it's been since they have felt this kind of energy.
But you heard it from the main man himself, Joystick. He's not nervous. They don't worry about these kind of things, and that's because, Carter, they've been the villains their entire career. They've always been that team that you can look to and know that they're going to try and perfect their game of Rainbow Six Siege. But when it comes to a crowd environment, every crowd they've ever been in front of have always been against them. Now, I will say this, I don't know if those crowds were this big.
That's the one thing I have to say, too. Virtus Pro, they faced G2, they faced so many teams in their prime, but FaZe, with the crowd on their side, at their backs, I heard the cheers earlier. They might have been louder for W7M, but we're nitpicking if we're saying the FaZe ones were quieter. Maybe a few people were on their phones and missed them walking out, but if they had been paying attention, they would have been cheering for FaZe Clan too at that walkout. That's how loud it's been.
Absolutely the case, my friend. And we have a beautiful map pool in front of us. We're going to be starting off on Consulate, which both of us are very, very excited to show you folks, mainly because both of these teams have not played this at this event. Virtus Pro played it a little bit in EUL, but that's it. That was a long time ago. So this is going to be very interesting to kick off this series.
And Virtus Pro's Consulate in EUL was very good. We had a 7-0 over Wild, so an excellent showcase on this map. But FaZe are the kings of adaptations. The counter-stratting is excellent. Sure, there might not be a lot of VODs, and Consulate might have changed quite a bit since 2018, but you know Virtus Pro. They might be difficult to figure out in the server, but at least if FaZe are a very prep-heavy team, they might be a bit of a known quantity. This map 1 will be very important to set the pace for this. If FaZe are struggling with VP's game out of the gate, VP might end up not only pushing us to a third map, depending on what happens, but ending it 2-0 if FaZe aren't able to solve that problem. But if FaZe start map 1 and are already running away with it, VP's days might be numbered.
Absolutely, especially with Cafe coming in as the second map. This is a map that FaZe actually really enjoys, but might be another reason why Virtus Pro wanted to lean into this. They have VOD that's very, very fresh from this exact tournament. So it's bound to be a banger of a series in between these two. And I mean, for the folks at home, come on, we gotta get 3 maps.
We have to. The upper bracket final, Virtus Pro not making a live in front of a crowd match this entire year, let alone counting the years where we had COVID, all the way back to Raleigh, where these teams last played in front of a crowd, and then FaZe Clan. 3rd, 4th in Copenhagen, 3rd, 4th in Atlanta, 2nd in Berlin. Their last true major victory going back to Yavla over NIP. This is a squad that, frankly, it is a crime that they do not have a trophy, that they do not have a hammer in the past 2 years for the consistency, the level of strategy they bring to every game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are but moments away from getting into this game, but we are going to throw you to a quick break, and when we are back, we'll be loading into Consulate.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only 3 mapper of the day as well, Sam.
Yeah, I would say the most hotly anticipated series of probably this entire tournament as of right now, especially for some of our older Rainbow Six Siege fans, as we have some amazing talent on both of these squads, especially historic talent, Carter.
Historic talent indeed. Cyber going all the way back to 2018. Joystick, Shepard, Dan. I mean, I don't really need to speak to these players' reputation, to what they are known for inside of the server, what they are capable of. There are some newer members on FaZe, though. Vidaking, Handy, KDS, betting on a new roster, a gamble, a new system in general. The Doctrines against the new. We have Consulate, an old favorite, to decide it. And now, potentially the most impactful part of the series. Both of these teams, especially FaZe, can be very flexible in those bans. And Sam, I'm not going to lie to you, there were 2 bans I wanted to see to start out. Either a Buck ban or a Grim, excuse me. Considering Cyber's not giving up that Buck and not letting it leave his cold, dead hands, I like to see Grim and Ying, 2 of the best attackers of this tournament, both gone to start.
Yeah, and you knew that Virtus.pro was going to be removing Ying, as they have removed her 92% of the time inside of their games, Carter, so why would they change things up now? They are inevitable when it comes to these things. Azami, I do believe, is the follow-up for their defensive bans, and yes, she is indeed at a 93% defensive ban rate for them. So, with that being said, we got the Fenrir for FaZe, as that'll be removed, as they usually ban out Azami as well, so they get to reach deeper and farther into that bag and remove something like this. I think this is fantastic, especially for a map like Consulate. You're swinging a lot of doors, you're clearing a lot of hallways, and you don't want to worry about that Fear Nox gas there when it comes to those engagements.
And in my opinion, the one time we saw Virtus.pro on this map in the EUL, in that 7-0 over Wild, this was one of the best showcases of their strengths. Playing crossfires, holding angles, and coordinating with their teammates. Fenrir makes that a lot easier. You're able to have a sound cue when somebody walks in, they're blinded, and then you're able to take a gunfight and usually win it. If you, of course, don't end up whiffing some of your shots. So I think it's a very smart ban for FaZe, both in general, of course, but also in this particular matchup. FaZe are starting out on the defense, though, so we will take some time to see those famous Virtus.pro crossfires in the defense. But it might also take some time before we see an attacking win. Consulate has not had the same woes as, say, Clubhouse did earlier in the tournament with its insane defensive win rates. The one struggle this map has internally is it is difficult to acquire map control without physically moving in and taking it yourself. We'll see how Virtus.pro adapt to those challenges, whether they can beat that fate that has awaited many teams in this tournament.
Most definitely. This map's a lot different from its previous iteration, where it was a lot of window play, a lot of cross angles coming in built upon that. Nowadays, it's a little bit more like a labyrinth. You get inside and you have to deal with the amalgamation that the defense has built. And for Virtus.pro, more than likely going to be a very straightforward affair for them, as we know their style of play. When it comes to Consulate, though, 61% defensive overall win rate currently, and actually CEO meeting, although it has the most plays, it has the worst win rate, sitting at 48%. Let's see if Virtus.pro can change up their fate.
We've seen a lot of interesting strats on the CEO side. I remember a particular G2 game earlier in the tournament where we saw Alamau and the Amaru hopping in and out of that CEO window. Gara hooking in, then hopping out to bait as much utility from the defense as possible. But that doesn't read like a very Virtus.pro strat now, does it? They like their more systematic clears. They are a very by-the-book team, as the desk mentioned. And the Doctrine has been very consistent for this team, for this core, for so much. Some small adjustments have been made with Pasha, a little more aggression, a little more inventiveness, but here we go. An admittedly very quick set of util going on in. The Capital vaults in and hops out. Baits out quite a bit of utility, also does quite a bit of damage to Vidaking. But with that toxic canister, if VP wanted to execute, they'll have to wait a little bit longer.
It's all going to be a numbers game here, especially when it comes to utility. Shepard in and Shepard out once again with that case, as they'll continue to try and bait out the majority of FaZe's utility. Some drones here to try and assist, see where these FaZe members are positioned. Dan's going to work his way up yellow with this drone as well, just to try and see exactly the ways that they can try and manipulate this. Dan is actually going to follow suit here too, more than likely try and be that cloak and dagger move once that plant starts to come in. Joystick will take down Handy. Vidaking's on such low HP and he doesn't have a smoke. If he steps up here, he's more than likely dead. Waiting on souls, they're pre-firing the window. They're doing their damnedest to try and find an answer to this, but it's not there, and Shepard will pick up Vidaking too.
Going for the defuse now extremely difficult as Virtus Pro have entered some incredibly strong post-plant positions. We heard the air jab ticking around the corner earlier that was stopping Vidiking from pushing. Well, there's it going, and there's Soul's gone. KDS doing his best to try and find a way back in, but VP, a compelling argument to start out their attacking half on Consulate. A flawless execution, and it just so happens the game seemed to agree.
I'll definitely tell you, in the lineup of Virtus Pro, there's a lot of killers, but there's one man that you do not want hot in a series against you, and it just so happens to be the cyborg of Joystick. If that man can find his stride, to this day, he is still one of the most dangerous men in a server. That's a triple kill for him to start. Great supporting angles there with the Buck, able to transition that into the mid floor and completely abuse this setup here on Consulate.
And ironically, the very execute I mentioned, that's exactly what VP ended up doing, except minus in Amaru. They had the Capitao to bring the utility, and they hopped in and out to try to bait out Vidiking's utility while having a Buck from below, alongside the air jabs inside of the site, a nice little addition. To make sure that nobody could rotate up and go for that defuse. I really like that strategy from Virtus Pro to start. And we see some very nice adjustments as well from FaZe. We see the Solus coming into play. Not a CEO defense, but a lot of presence will be inside of this. We could honestly even see Vidiking playing below or above the site. We've seen a lot of teams play retake with the Solus upstairs this tournament on Bank and on Consulate. We've seen it plenty of times as well.
Most definitely. And this is what I was expecting more for Virtus Pro when it came to their lineup here on Consulate. I was expecting a lot of globals. We're going to get 2 of them here. Lion and Doke both out to play. This is going to help Virtus Pro lock up a lot of the big sweeping moves from FaZe. Maybe a rotation, maybe somebody trying to move through that mid floor and cause a muck of things when it comes to this offense. We'll be able to lock them down, and with good information, they should be able to isolate these kills. One big thing here as well, Dan's going to be on Sledge. We have not seen a lot of this operator this tournament.
No, we haven't. Buck has risen to be one of the top 5 highest picked attackers throughout this whole tournament. In no small part because, well, his vertical destruction is quite flexible. He can go above or below. But most importantly, the nades Sledge has are not as strong as they used to be. And, well, they won't be a factor in this round whatsoever. Handy's able to find the first pick. FaZe are one of the best entry teams this whole tournament. They are plus 39 with Cyber himself well into the 20s in terms of his own opening advantage. Handy, the second highest rated player at the tournament. It might cost a lot of his HP to get that kill, but if FaZe are able to maintain their dominance on this defensive half amongst the others in those opening picks, this Consulate defense might very well be a 5-1 if VP don't find an answer.
You can see the idea for Virtus Pro here, especially from the lineup. They wanted to try and get Dan in up top to get some of those supporting angles there and then have Joystick work around the garage with the skeleton key. Pasha's going to be down here in tow, just has that drone here to try and assist, but Joystick's more than likely going to start looking to open up this floor here and trying to abuse some of these players on site, making it a little bit easier when it comes to execution time. But the big issue is that FaZe have loaded the entire top side of the map. You might be able to get control, but with Vidiking still in play on this Solus, if you try and go for that plant, you're more than likely dead.
We saw Benjamaster in the earlier G2 game really struggle with that. Looking to go for a defuse, but always having to worry about the Solus. A solution could be always, once they're able to deal with some of these top floor players, going in, dropping the case, moving out, and then baiting Vidiking on that Solus. Trying to make this a 4v3, but Solus is doing the work on the top floor. This is the #5 highest rated player in Atlanta, but this might be the best team in round 2. As aside from 1 kill onto KDS, Virtus Pro have had barely an inroad into round 2. They simply have to wait on this top floor or throw a C4 out that Shepard has to dodge. Before this round is done and dusted, FaZe answer Virtus Pro's first with 1 defense of their own.
1-1, Virtus Pro thinking that it was going to be a little bit easier for them to try and manipulate that top floor, but it was anything but. So many separate angles, so much firepower, especially initially being able to remove that Sledge from play. That mattered a whole heck of a lot to the overarching story of round 2. Virtus Pro do their best to try and work their way into that garage, get some good info working with those drones, get those yellow pings going, get that skeleton key going, but it's all for naught at the end of the day. FaZe able to get some really, really big kills where Virtus Pro were just not able to fight from the lower ground.
And again, that might be one of the biggest issues Virtus Pro will have. FaZe are such a strong team on the entry this tournament. And with Consulate being a pick that didn't necessarily come out of nowhere, if you've been looking at some of their ban preferences at times, but still one that they have not played. VP might have anticipated this, but it's one without a lot of tape. So FaZe's strategies will have to be something Virtus Pro adapt to in round, realize in the moment, and then make adjustments on the fly.
10 seconds
and with
remaining.
that Solus, again, another round where Cyber now taking her up, but that Specchio
5
still
seconds
in
remaining.
play. I imagine, given the intel she provides and how it stops Virtus Pro's plant-focused mentality, that needs to be priority number one for VP.
Most definitely. Virtus Pro have the highest percentage of planting at this tournament right now, sitting at 33% of their offensive rounds. While we're on the subject of percentages, FaZe and the Sonics were actually tied earlier for entry percentage, but we saw Sonics burn up in the atmosphere, sadly, earlier for us North American fans. But FaZe, before this series kicked off, 58% of the time, they have the opening kill. Truly impeccable stuff. You can't ask for a better play.
No, you truly cannot. A hurdle VP will have to overcome, of course, but let's see how they do it in this round. Starting out over on the server side. It's basement bomb site defense, all the way inside a garage. Starting on the backside of VP. Nobody from FaZe really contesting them early on at the moment. Right as I say that, here's that Solus.
I love this.
Not playing for the post, not playing for plant denial right now. Playing over instead in admin to not only find this utility, but give intel to the defense where the attack is pushing from. Joystick finds one. That's Vidiking getting aggressive, but he'll back off after that initial engagement. But VP are found out at the moment. Cyber's called where they're pushing from. Let's see if he gets aggressive and decides to do something about it.
Joystick, the patience on this man, and he's gonna get a Cyber for it. A little bit of damage dealt back to him from an unknown source as Dan will transition downstairs, working his way in through the halls here. Has a Claymore to try and assist. So we'll be waiting things out. Dokkaebi call in here to try and help as well. Vidiking will be able to get rid of that. We have the Butte Jammer on the floor next to him. They're trying to do their best to slow up VP here. They had a very good read on the early situation and what VP wanted to go for, but now the health pool is starting to dwindle. Vidiking's been discovered inside of Tellers. That call still rings true in his pocket. You can see FaZe waiting patiently still down low to see how Virtus Pro are going to try and deliver this case.
Vidiking going for the flank. There's one player on drone, another down below with Shepard. Vidiking's trigger discipline. Doesn't reveal it just yet. Joystick still on that top floor. Vidiking strikes. Down goes Dan, and now it's a game of cat and mouse with 40 seconds remaining. Virtus Pro know in an ideal world they're able to deal with Vidiking, but they're in an impossible bind. Do we take time to try to find him, or do we just go for the execute? And if they do, because they're dedicated to this backside push, KDS could still very well cut them off on the entry. Pasha on the opposite side, bottom of yellow stairs. Nobody inside a garage, peeking at the moment. FaZe are playing such a disciplined game. They might have lost the opening duel, but the late game is also theirs. 3v3 still. A chance for the gunfights to go Virtus Pro's way if Shepard can find them. There's one, there's two, but another Vidiking 1v3 in the making. No, not in round 3 at least. 2-1 now, Virtus Pro.
Down to the wire there. Very scary moment there for Virtus Pro, and for all intents and purposes, FaZe with a very nice setup, able to get ahead of VP early in the round, slow them down, force them onto bad timing, but once it came down to that whole swath of frags and what had to happen inside of those gunfights, it was clearly the way of the orange. So well done on that entry at a bare minimum, although definitely FaZe with a moment there where they could have taken that round and swept it under the rug. Into round 4 we go, though, and it's going to be immediate change for FaZe as they'll readdress the top floor in this site. As we saw earlier, Virtus Pro with a pretty interesting way of being able to dislodge a lot of the FaZe utility, mimicking what we saw earlier on in the tournament as they hopped in and out of that CEO window.
Just such a cleverly inventive strategy. It's almost like comical in how it plays out.
It is very funny.
Not comical because it's bad, but it's just, oh, we're going to bait out utility by hopping in the window and jumping back out. And it's a perfectly reasonable case because when you're defending this bomb site, the offense has that little cubby that unless you're playing down below and nobody from the attack is contesting you, or if you're able to swing, those are your only two options to actually deny that plant, aside from, of course, using utility. Virtus Pro had the buck down below. They had the Nomad to stop anybody from swinging, so FaZe's only option is to use utility, be it C4s or toxic canisters. So if Virtus Pro can get that same control as they did before, FaZe will be in a similar bind as round 1.
Drone deployed.
The Capitao working his way in. We saw that previously. But what we didn't see is gridlock on Joystick. And she's gotten a buff here in the last handful of months. Those frag grenades coming in. Super Shorty as well. She has so much utility to be able to utilize on the offensive side of things. Make things pretty difficult for the defense sometimes. But the one thing that they will be lacking is that they don't have a buck. That's something that we've seen Virtus Pro lean on quite often here on this offensive side so far, but it will be missing for round 4.
And we're going back to an old favorite of this core. Remember the famous Team Empire admin take? One where I believe, if I recall correctly, G2, if what Nick told me a week ago was right, they had a Doc and a Rook sitting in a corner just to try to stay alive to take gunfights. This take for these players was famous.
Whoa.
And Joystick's patience has borne fruit for Virtus Pro 2 rounds in a row now, finding Cyber in round 3 and now Handy in round 4. For this admin over clear, where you can often get stuck on top piece of stairs and pushing through individual doorways, that 5v4 might very well save VP a lot of time.
And look at these drones from VP. 3 active drones pushing themselves forward, trying to work with Checkers Hall. This is the biggest issue with the admin take in its current iteration on Consulate, is this hallway has been so hard for many a team to deal with. But fortunately enough for Virtus Pro, it seems like they've done a very bang-up job of being able to clear out this position. They still have Joystick up on the balcony, or rather up on the roof, as he will drop down to the balcony to try and assist. Souls will take him down. A nice find by Cyber here on Spiral as well.
Getting back that 4v3, Virtus Pro kind of back to where they were at the default. All these angles are being held by FaZe defenders. KDS with a nice little 2-piece. Potentially seal the deal on round 4. Shepard has to do the same thing as the rest of his teammates did. Push onto these doorway or some weird hole opened up by Pasha's ex-Kairos. There's no easy way back from this 1v4. He doesn't even find an impactless kill for his troubles. Very even game on Consulate so far. We're all tied up again.
And an interesting one there as Virtus Pro tries something completely different on the top floor. They go for the admin take. They get the supporting angle there over on Spiral. But nothing really doing once that started to falter off. Once Joystick rotates and we start to see people work in from admin and try and handle Checkers, that's when you run into that problem. And the craziest thing about that as well, Carter, there really wasn't any utility built up there. There's really no ADSs, there's no deployable shields. It's simply just smokes and people with some pretty hot guns.
And even if there is an abundance of utility, think to maybe a team that has Fenrir in play, that has that Azami in play. You got Kiba barricades, F-Nots, so many different things on top of the ADSs, on top of the Goyo canisters and the smoke canisters. Both those 2 defenders, the Fenrir and the Azami, are banned off, and you're still left with a lot of potential utility. And even if that's not there, similar to Skyscraper, you're just stuck pushing through 2 positions that the defense can easily stack up on and put you in a disadvantage. Very difficult to clear if you end up losing that advantage. Joystick very good on the entry so far, and Virtus Pro, to their credit, 2 times now that Joystick has played the patient game and found a kill for his troubles. Even if that round didn't go their way, that is a nice sign for Virtus Pro, and still one of the biggest reasons why they might continue finding success. Cyber waiting, hoping this attacker walks through the gate and the timing does not go his way. Always doesn't know what just missed him.
Little inkling of old Consulate there, Carter. As this map used to be hold every single window and hope you can kill the offense before they even touch a square foot of the map. This time around, though, not going to work out in their favor, but obviously won't get punished for it either, so they have to be happy with that at least. Virtus Pro are going to, at least for Pasha and Danzig, start things over on the admin side. We got a couple people on the roof, just trying to address what FaZe's setup is currently for this mid-floor site. But as we know previously, they really like holding this top floor. A lot of angles working their way down through. Virtus Pro tried to get the buck underneath, tried to clear things out, create their own angles, as well as get some nice entries in on that mid-floor, but it was all for naught as FaZe put him to the sword.
10. Just barely getting away with the Cupid shuffle away from that C4. Good for him, as this IQ could find, of course, a lot of electronics, but also specifically hunt down that Solus Perspecchio scanner is activated. Such nice little interactions right like that. But Virtus Pro got stuck on this side previously. FaZe are playing a little bit further back, so there is room for Virtus Pro to move in. They can start moving into long desk like this. That doesn't mean it's free. The Warden is just around that corner. Cyber looking to flank up Spiral Stairs, but now he's spotted. He'll rotate back down. These top floor defenders, Virtus Pro want to clear them. A minute 15 left, and they haven't taken down one.
Changing mag, second floor. I'm reloading.
I'd be in checkers, but he's playing chess right now with his patience. Cyber's gonna find Always. Be the ace going down here, but they still have that backup of hard breach. They really like bringing Habana the majority of the time. VP does. Vidiking, what a shot onto Pasha. Shepard doing his best to try and burn out the position of this FaZe player, but it's just not working out for him. A stun out and a kill from Cyber and Souls. It's all up to Shepard now in a 1 versus 5. He'll get KDS for his troubles, but I highly doubt he makes it much further with Handy burrowing down. Not able to find him just yet here, but you can see the shadow. Shepard with a double, pre-fires as well as tries to find that player that is sitting outside, but all these angles as of right now are going to be quite hard to deal with, and that's going to be it. Souls will take him down. FaZe with a round.
That's just a testament to FaZe's patience right there. What won them the game. You can see Virtus Pro are anticipating them to get aggressive, are anticipating them to peak. Joystick waits for Cyber. All the way back in round 4. Joystick waits again, in round 3. Joystick waits again in round 5. Does anybody peek? Nobody's biting. Nobody's home for FaZe in that round. There are players on the top floor, but they know if they don't give Virtus Pro that opening, they'll keep playing patiently. They'll keep waiting. They'll keep biding their time, hoping FaZe make a mistake. When all the time is gone and they have to start pushing in, FaZe were able to get the man advantage, take down Always first. 5v4, just hold your positions, play the man advantage, and FaZe get round 5.
Yeah, the patience was perfect there. And I also love the fact that they ramped everything up as soon as there was blood in the water as well. I mean, those kills started to come in hot and heavy, especially with that rotation from Cyber, as he was able to work his way in behind the IQ there and get that big kill as well. You can definitely tell FaZe are using this huge stage and this huge crowd to its fullest advantage, because I can tell you right now, Carter, nobody can hear a damn thing in this server.
No, they cannot. Especially if you're Virtus Pro and one of your teammates have fallen and all that follows is a deafening roar. You know whose side the crowd is on. You know what side you are.
Whose side are you on?
Well, listen, I'm on the side of a good game. I'm on the side of a lengthy series.
Oh, did you just hit us with the I hope everybody has a good time?
I hope I have a good time. That's all that matters to me, really. And I have a good time for the reasons I just stated. Drone goes out, C4 flies out in turn, doesn't find any Virtus Pro attacker, as Always, I believe, backs up. See FaZe still holding on to that top floor, looking to contest some of these positions. We saw the winning strategy. Don't give Virtus Pro an opening. Let them play slow. Looks like they're doing it again.
And Vidiking here, I absolutely love this. Consulate, one of Pulse's best maps, doesn't matter what version, because you can sit all the way downstairs, and this cardiac sensor can see you all the way up on the 3rd floor. You can try and dictate your entire defense from one position, which is really strong. And that's exactly what Vidiking will be doing. He'll be trying to relay to FaZe what the position your Virtus Pro is, and we might see some calculated swings based off of that info.
We'll see when those happen.
Oh.
Dan able to find Cyber early on. That's the opening pick that they have succeeded almost every round so far. Is one exception, but with Cyber gone, that player on the roam. That is a nice little advantage for FaZe. C4 goes out. It's not all of FaZe's supply. And even though it is a 5v4, there's a lot for FaZe to rest on. That pulse, as you mentioned. The Zoto canisters, unfortunately, always able to cut through a hole. Handy didn't even use any. Flashes go out. Handy looking for the kill down inside of Circle. Handy fights back, 4v4. FaZe evening things up with a minute to go.
Handy's got hands. Able to take down Always. A nice find from him. More than likely telestrated. By Always getting tased as he tried to work through that electrified wall that he torched a hole into. Dan and the rest of the gang now have a sub-minute situation to try and figure out round 6, try and tie this up, make it a 3-3 before the half. Joystick works his way in where Always fell, begin working his way up. We saw just how deadly Handy was in his last engagement here, as he has 3 people to try and deal with.
3 people, but they might all be funneling through one doorway. That single reinforcement's not open. Pasha falls. It's the IQ. Dan, Joystick, and Shepard left. And All of FaZe's defenders on this bottom floor ready and waiting to stop them from entering into the bomb site. Shepard's made his way in, flashes go out, he pushes for more, clearing all of these angles, and FaZe seem to retreat almost at the exact same time. Vidiking cuts down Joystick, Shepard still finding nothing. Dan alongside him, grasping at straws. 2K for Handy, FaZe making a very solid comeback after round one, as aside from a number of impactless yet impressive frags, Shepard has not been much of a factor in these round successes so far, and it's been a team game from FaZe to end the half 4-2.
Yep, 4-2 for the Brazilian squad, and they are looking quite strong coming into the half as they were able to figure things out pretty quickly there. Virtus.pro with a few strategies that were pretty solid, I would say, especially with that initial round going their way off the back of that creative window play. But past that, it was FaZe all day, every single day as we work our way into the second half. FaZe will now be addressing the offensive side, but just to address Consulate as a whole, you could see just how much of a labyrinth was created. That's what I was talking about. This map can become a maze, especially as you start to make rotations and things like that inside of the basement, inside of this top floor. You can get lost, and I mean, even for Shepard, it helped him out. He snuck in behind people and was able to get a big kill there too, because you can just lose track of people so very easily.
I just love FaZe's adaptations after that second round loss to VP. They say, okay, VP are looking for openings, they're waiting for us to make a mistake. We just won't make one. We'll hold our ground. We won't push forward. This is the strength of FaZe. They can make the right calls seemingly every time. When something goes wrong, you're able to identify it, adjust it, and then convert it into victories afterwards. It was an excellent call on their defenses. It got them those final couple rounds to end this half 4-2. Now we'll see how Virtus.pro does on the defensive side. I mentioned earlier the trades for VP on this top floor. The trades for VP in general on any map are very excellent. But Joystick was able to find a lot of ground in the opening picks, holding passive angles. We'll see what FaZe's strategy is instead.
Going to be splitting this, as you would expect on Consulate. Little window play, little drone to try and find an entry point for these entry players. Cyber, as we know, one of the best of the best right now when it comes to that entry capability. Currently sitting at 41 kills to 23 deaths on his entry. My God, I'll say it for you folks. That's absolutely ludicrous. So, more likely going to be looking to do even more with this. Has to shoot that little tank at the back, and it'll stop the boogie drone. That's exactly what they'll do. But ripping up some more flooring there for FaZe. Pretty interesting fold, I would say, especially given the circumstances of what we saw on the previous attack. But as you can see, FaZe doing a lot of pushing and pulling here, trying to prod Virtus.pro and figuring out what exactly FaZe is going for. I really like this strategy so far.
If FaZe want to find success in this backside, they will need to remove Dan, of course, but always can be such a flexible player in this defensive setup. You can move him to the back to support Dan if he's facing pressure, to give him intel and to stall time. If it's on the front side, you can do that instead. Dan also has the shield as a fallback position. And those Banshees at the front with Pasha all the way inside of the A bomb site provide a little bit of a crossfire. Half the round now gone. FaZe haven't really found a whole lot. KDS has been here for so long, and he struggled to find any bit of access. Barbed wire goes through, tries to activate the Banshee and shoot it, but all it does is give away his position.
Most definitely. This time we're eating at them now. Have to get a move going here. Souls is going to work his way in spiral. You have Handy and KDS to the north, and they're going to be able to at least start looking for engagements. But Joystick, he hits his mark first. The Clash doing a great job of being able to read the situation for Virtus.pro. A lot of damage, but Handy will finally take down Pasha, making this a 4 versus 4. Making a 4 versus 3 as he'll take down Dan.
Excellent shots from Handy. Now opening up this round for FaZe is just like VP. They felt halted, they felt stopped at those doorways, and now they found a way in. They found a way through into the site, but there's still this Clash. Of course, the utility, you've got the smokes, and for that Warden as well, if there were flashes on the board, he could be another big problem. But the bigger issue is that shotgun. You have Joystick up close, always applying pressure, and one final bit of utility for Shepard to make it even sweeter. Will any of it work for VP to stop this entry? No, he doesn't get a single kill. Shepard might trade it, but a massive missed opportunity, and the smoke grenade misses as well. 3v1, Vidiking gets the bomb down. The round ends the moment that clock hits 0. FaZe defying the odds in the late round. They go up 5-2.
Virtus.pro, a miscalculation there. as they simply thought we can get the M590 closed. We can probably kill one of these players on entry. If I can just trade myself out, we should be able to have Shepard end this round. It's all for naught, as FaZe, with albeit a pretty creative way to get through the door, you always gotta rug it out. You know, sometimes the prone is the best option. That's what we see. Hits the deck, finds the kill, joystick goes down, opens up the floodgates for FaZe as they kill the rest of Virtus Pro before the case can even hit the floor.
Handy, one of the most impressive players on this roster throughout the past 3 tournaments. Even if FaZe might not have made many finals this year, Handy has been so consistent. One of the top-rated players, the #1 player going into their semifinal match in Atlanta before they went out. Another great performance in Copenhagen. But really, everyone on FaZe has leveled up through this tournament so far. Vidiking, sure, might be on the bottom with a .99, but if basically everyone is within a stone's throw, 1 to 1.15, you're doing your job. Everyone's doing their job. Soul's having a great tournament. Cyber in prime form, what we know he's capable of. And you still have great performances out of Handy, KDS, and Vidiking. That round, a great example for Handy. And if you take a good firm look at the scoreboard once we get back into this, you'll notice everyone on FaZe is at either 5 or 6 kills. If it has been a team effort this tournament to go up 5-2 over Virtus Pro, everyone has been getting in on the action.
Absolutely. FaZe have looked very impressive across the entire board here. Sadly, you cannot say the same about VP. Dan, their current top performer, sitting at 1-6. Not something you want to see for the Russians, especially when you look across the board and see Pasha and Always also not performing up to snuff. This is something that they might be able to fix. They've called this timeout. They're looking to see what they can try and do for the future. They're already down 3 rounds on FaZe's map choice. This is bound to get interesting as we're going to head back upstairs. Virtus Pro going to try and readdress what they just saw and see what they can do with FaZe potentially trying to take through Admin again.
Well, that's the interesting question, because if you're just looking at the off lineup, Virtus Pro haven't changed anything. Malusi, Clash, Frost, Smoke, Warden, it's what we just saw, even down to the same guns. You're also going to have that shield over by Visa. Instead, it's FaZe changing things up. Virtus Pro, I'm sure, will give us maybe a new look in terms of some smaller adjustments in the strategy. But with the introduction of that Amaru on the CEO bomb site, there are a lot of places Cyber could fly into. But it's likely going to come down to that CEO window or the projector window on the opposite side.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped. Need to do their homework, though, Carter. Because if they don't, there is a frost mat that awaits him on that window. That could be a non-starter right off rip. Souls might be the one to deal with this, but I highly doubt they can get a Rotero drone all the way over inside of that room without somebody noticing. Still a lot of time here for FaZe to try and solve the puzzle. So don't start sweating things just yet. Good info on that there as well as VP. Building things up around that front desk for right now. You'll see Always constantly patrolling back and forth. He'll be looking over in CEO. He'll work his way back over towards Checkers to see which side needs help the most. KDS is going to work inside of Admin, so we'll be holding things down inside of Managers for a minute.
This is what we saw from KDS before, sitting inside of this position for about a minute in the round overall. Trying to deal with that Banshee, not doing much. And it came down to Handy to open things up to give FaZe that round, to give it their 5th. So seeing this right here, there isn't a lot I would think that KDS can do by himself to change things. But how will his team and how will this strategy change as well? We see Cyber on the opposite side of the map on that Amaru. I have to think FaZe are looking to apply pressure on this position, bring in Cyber for the backstab on the side once players start rotating over.
Most definitely, and it's not a bad shout either. He's got the shotgun in hand, and this Supernova is unbelievably deadly. Just make matters even better for FaZe here. The case is actually in Handy's hands, so you know that Cyber is more than likely going for kills on this entry. There is no way that he's going to be the one to try and put this case down unless circumstances call for it. It's going to be Pasha, though, that takes out Vidiking here in the dying minute.
Oh, a quick adjustment. You see Cyber aiming for that CEO window. That's one of the spots I predicted. But instead, with the loss of Vidiking, we see him now go up to the roof. Probably will consolidate with the rest of the attack, as Handy might have just found a gap. But no, it's a false one. Smoke canister goes out. Now FaZe are at DEFCON 5. You need another Handy multi-kill, it seems, to try and go big. Well, there's one. Another pre-fire. Handy might have just given FaZe the opportunity they need, but you have to keep respecting those toxic canisters. Shepard has 10 more seconds of denial in his pocket to stop FaZe, and without that advantage, Virtus Pro still in the driver's seat. They switch out for KDS. The last one goes out. Will it force him off? It will indeed. Shepard cuts down Cyber. It might be an effective 3v3, but this is finally some impact from Shepard. The last alive for quite a few rounds on the attack, but so active in Virtus Pro's first defensive win.
So well done from BP there, as they're able to take out that cap and immediately slow things down. Force FaZe to try and work this execute up against extremely strong utility game from Virtus Pro. I mean, this is as VP gets.
It is, and I really think if Vita King doesn't fall, I think we might see a successful FaZe round. You see the Amaru go in the CEO window, has the shotgun on the backside, because if you noticed, once Virtus Pro saw where FaZe were coming from, Pasha, Dan, Always, everyone except Joystick on that Warden was focused on this front side. But once Vita King fell, Cyber had to rotate over. He couldn't leave his team to push in a 3v5 with him as an isolated person on the backside. A backstab works when you have an even man advantage, or even a man advantage. But in a disadvantage, it is a risky gambit, and you're making a lot of bets.
Absolutely. Much rather take their chips and try and cash things out somewhere else. You really can't doubt them for that situation at all, doing anything against them. FaZe more than likely making the proper decision. It was just that Virtus Pro had so much solid utility for a situation like that, especially with Shepard not only being more than capable of delivering those smokes, but also some very impressive frags out of that SMG-11 to even complicate things further for FaZe as they tried to readdress the site. Round 9 now as FaZe still looking to gather this penultimate point. They're gonna bring in Dokkaebi now, trying to assist with this clear with these logic bombs.
It's a good decision. You can see Virtus Pro are pushing out a little bit. There's the Solus, the Oryx, classic indications of operators looking to move a little bit off the site, but with those castle barricades as well, you can place them in positions on the first floor, the second floor, to allow for a bit more easy mobility. Of course, force some utility from FaZe to destroy them, but if they're still up, cover yourself from angles that FaZe might be wanting to hold for a cutoff, or might be looking to take control in the map, make things a little different. Cyber, again, waiting for a call. Looking for guidance, waiting to see when he can open up that projector wall once that Dokkaebi call goes out. So does Cyber. Skeleton keys start ringing. No capitalization just yet, but it will force some movement from Virtus Pro, anticipating a clear from FaZe Clan.
This will at least be the top floor going the way of FaZe. Reload. Still do have some bodies around this mid floor, like Shepard. Well, some capable of rotating like Pasha through those hatches. I believe Shepard's just dropped off as well, as they will do their best to try and turtle up on that basement floor. Solid consideration so far here from the squad as they'll continue to clear on down. Cyber more than aware that there could be some people playing over inside a piano, but it's actually Joystick that strikes first onto Souls. A nice impact out from the Goyo, hopefully locking up that wall for VP's sake.
Fifth opening kill, I believe, in the series for Joystick so far. Very strong, but as you can see, it hasn't always caused the round to go Virtus Pro's way. Still FaZe Clan in the lead, and look at the control they have on this middle floor. The hatch open by Virtus Pro to allow for rotations back to the site, but it's one that still FaZe have control of. They've also got this buck in position with a minute left. Start opening up the floorboards, applying pressure to those Virtus Pro defenders on the site. Still a lot of drones for FaZe to use as well to find these remaining bombs.
No more Logi bombs though. That's something that's quite useful when it comes to execution. Joystick, he's been flashed out and murdered by KDS. A nice find here for FaZe, making it a possibility for round 9 to go their way.
There's fire in his way though. KDS stuck for about 20 seconds, unless he wants to just sprint on through. But they brought it back to even. So many of these rounds, it's been an opening pick gone untraded immediately after, but then a follow-up to a 4v4, and more often than not, an even later follow-up to a 4v3 for FaZe. Dan in the power position, no kill going his way. A likely match point now for FaZe is Handy, the biggest performer on FaZe so far throughout Consulate. Flash goes out, Shepard blinded, another impactless kill. So much for Shepard, but so little impact for Virtus Pro. Map point for FaZe Clan, their pick looks beyond comfortable.
Shepard and Joystick. These guys performing so well for Virtus Pro right now, but they just do not have the backbone. The other 3 players currently are not stepping up to the plate in the way that they need to. Whereas across the entirety of FaZe, they are unfazed. They have looked so dang good throughout this entire game so far. Even the rounds where Virtus.pro was able to nip it in the bud and slow them down and give themselves these opportunities to pick up these rounds, FaZe haven't let this affect them. They've continued to be able to readdress things, look at things in a different light, and try and find a way around Virtus.pro. They're doing a very swimming job as of right now.
This round is another reason, though, why FaZe Clan are so much of a threat. They were lacking progress. They had that middle floor, but a slower team might have just focused on the utility, opened up the floorboards with a skeleton key, done some more droning, and wasted until there was only about 25 seconds left on the clock, gone for an execute, and maybe they get a 4v4, maybe they get a 4v3. Shout out to KZ, by the way.
I know that guy.
I know that guy, too. New kill record holder. And also, rematching with G2 tomorrow in our losers semifinals. But FaZe are able to pick up the pace, and what you've seen in these mid-rounds, on the attack especially, if they don't have ground, they throw some flashes down a corridor, send two-man to pressure a position, and often get the kill without losing a single body in the process. FaZe are so good at realizing, all right, we're not making progress, we need to do something quick, need to make a decision, and oftentimes that decision has resulted in not only a 4v4, but multiple times now a 4v3. Maybe Handy that time didn't have to get the 2K for it, but still, FaZe are good for it.
Their calculation in the moment is amazing as of right now. Consulate looking like it was most definitely the proper choice for FaZe in a moment like this, being able to reach all the way down in that mag, pull this out into the map hole when necessary. I would say upper bracket finals is most definitely that.
Most definitely the map to pull out your A game. In front of a sold-out crowd, all chanting your name, all believing that you and W7M can take it to the entire world. 2 NA teams gone. The EU team might have won, but another might fall if FaZe remain this dominant throughout the rest of the series. We're almost half the round to go. We have a middle floor defense. We saw FaZe the masters of pace in the previous round. Cyber looking for another, just make an explosive start in the mid-game of round 10.
Slow gap found here, Handy with one. Oh, no and Handy with two. Dan can't get it done. And this might be the moment for FaZe to take Consulate. They still have to worry about all of this verticality, but Handy, he uses it to his advantage. Can he get the fourth? Another one, but no. It'll be Pasha to try and slow things down, try and stop the bleeding with this last moment on the precipice for FaZe to take.
Pasha is still the difference maker in this round for Virtus.pro. He has top floor control, and while Handy might have temporarily acquired pressure and control inside of the bomb site, Pasha can still hold it. Deny the plant from up above. Shepard also holding with the shotgun, but they're starting to pressure Shepard, and Pasha's on 1 HP. He falls soon after. Cyber finds him through the floorboards, and Shepard again in an unwinnable 1vx. We know he's good for 2 at least, but every single time we found Shepard on Consulate in a 1vx, he finds 1, he finds 2, but he never wins. He's not closed on Consulate so far, and he's running out of time to bring Virtus.pro back from the brink on FaZe Clan's pick. Diffuser spotted, but he's looking out the window. FaZe playing patiently. 3 seconds to go. They know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe Clan. For a first play at Consulate, I don't think you could have asked for a better statement on map 1.
An unbelievably clean map from FaZe. Virtus.pro with really not a chance there. I mean, initially, that first round, it goes really well, but then it all starts to falter. It all starts to fall down. These cracks, especially the lower half of the scoreboard for Virtus.pro, not able to produce results, whereas FaZe were consistent and concise for the entirety of Consulate.
Just a ridiculous showing for FaZe, man. 7-3. I was hoping for a closer affair, but not the case. We have the desk to break what was undeniably a FaZe victory through and through.
Thank you very much, Stokes and versus Carter. Lynx, what a matchup that we have had here, and FaZe Clan utilizing full support of their Brazilian fans to take it over for European Virtus Pro. What a matchup, and that is still map number 1, Consulate being FaZe's pick. They've been able to win it out last night.
No, FaZe were looking tremendous through the defense rounds and going into those attack rounds. What you saw differently that VP wasn't doing, that FaZe was doing, FaZe was adapting. FaZe, whether that was the mid to late round or the early rounds, you saw FaZe when they messed up from a prior round, they immediately fixed it going into the next.
Yeah, we saw Virtus.pro have a little bit of a strategy going into that map, unique abilities with the Buck playing the vertical play. FaZe realized that, stopped the aggression, started slowing down, taking a little more of their time, and from then on, it was just FaZe the whole way through.
Opening picks and converting them into a victory, that's a tough piece.
And that's an interesting piece talking about those conversions is because VP, overall, there was 10 opening engagements. They contributed 7 to those, and they could not turn those rounds into rounds 1. And on top of that, only 7 of those were not traded, so that leaves VP in a power position of constantly playing the trade game back and forth and dwindling down that and coming away with a round that they just could not seem to close.
When FaZe swapped up their play style, it looked like VP was resorting, kind of panicked, resorting back to their old style of play that we talked about so much, about how slow they are, how much time they take. And we didn't really see too much confidence individually from them, especially when they got into defense. They were letting FaZe pretty much run all over them.
You know who was confident, though, on the FaZe side? It's Handy. We have a replay. Fox, please, can you guide us through it?
I sure can. I mean, we talked about Handy before the pre-show on how good he is at, once he does his job, he's able to just go loose. So he obviously did his job. They got in through admin, they had full top floor control, and he was put in this position where he doesn't need to necessarily die or do anything out of the sword, out of the blue. So he stays alive, and in his little position, his little box, he gets more of an advantage for his team. He gets 3 whole picks, and then when he trades over to get that opening, we were like, how's he gonna get into projector? There's a shotgun on the other end. He works with his teammate to go prone, 1 high, 1 low. They were able to get the kill, they get the sight, they get the plant, and that guy from start to finish has been phenomenal this whole event, especially since he's changed his role since Atlanta from here.
I mean, seeing those drop shots reminding me of the old days of Blacksing and Goga in those days. Remember them all. But we're going to close things down for this map. We'll come and talk about our second one. But first, Alphamai is standing on Telestration to break rounds down.
Thank you very much, Milos. And indeed, despite Virtus.pro losing that map, they did show some interesting stuff in attack that I want to show you guys. We're on a CEO defense right now, and Virtus.pro is attacking, and you want to see where the diffuser is. You want to plant here exactly on CEO window. For this to work, you need multiple covers. The first one here is coming from the window itself on the close swing from a defender. Then you want to have someone backstab from yellow stairs. You want to have someone here on the connector window, pressuring connector, and then at the same time, someone below a buck to do some vertical play and play here to contest the safe position in CEO. Now let's take a look at the round and how it plays out on VP's side. You have exactly what I was mentioning. Here you have always covering the close swing and Shepard going in for the execution, but the problem is they're playing against the smoke, so they need to wait out. So he just jumps back and it's fine. You spend all of the utility. The smoke is throwing gas grenade, but look, 145, it's fine. No more gas grenade. You can go for the execute, and this time it's for real. You have Bug that's downstairs, that's gonna hold the meeting rotation, and it's gonna actually get a pick from that, because you're pressing the defenders to go and challenge that plant. But you're ready for it, and you're gonna punish it not only once, but a second time with that Bug onto the meeting connection here. And then at the same time, it's completely down. FaZe cannot do anything. It's 5v2. Perfect execution and really easy to set up if you're at home and play ranked on Consulate. Thank you very much, and if you want to see more from FaZe versus Virtus.pro, Map 2 is coming after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to 6th Invitational 2024, live from Ginásio de Ibirapuera in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we just saw another map go the way of the team that is most favored by our audience here in our gymnasium. And that is none other than FaZe Clan. They'll take map 1 on Consulate against Virtus.pro. Reminder, this is the top seed matchup. Whoever wins this game makes it directly into the grand final, and FaZe are 1 map away from doing so. Welcome back. We'll talk about map number 2 now and set things up for Cafe Dostoyevsky. I'm Milos, with me are Fox and Laxing. 2 professional players that'll guide us through some of their perspectives. We're going to talk about fixing issues. It's clear for Virtus.pro what can be done, Lax.
Well, a big one is the conversion rate. I mean, again, they had 7 of those opening engagements from the total of 10 of going into that last map. They lost those rounds. If you can just run away with that man advantage, that's going to put you in such a successful position, because when you get rid of someone, and for the viewers out there, when you take someone off the board, naturally, sure, you know, that makes sense. But the biggest thing is, the big key takeaway is you are forcing someone out of a position and rotating into a new position, and that leaves an exposed area in the site or the attack in general.
Yeah, with VP having that many opening kills and not being able to convert it, you might ask yourself at home, how come they aren't able to win these rounds? And the answer is that VP is such a structured team that they are very limited in the amount of flexibility that they can do. When you get that opening pick, sometimes it's harder because the other team, specifically FaZe in this instance, has a lot more time to move around the map, a lot more freedom, and it's hard to keep a point on where FaZe is going. Now, when it comes to VP, even though they're getting that first opening pick, they're letting those gaps be exploited by FaZe. And when it comes to a map like Cafe, thank God for VP. That map is very difficult to get your little openings exploited.
But the oh boy. Good catch there, Fox. And you know what? One thing that is difficult to deal with on Cafe, and actually to implement properly, is vertical play. It is oh so important, top or bottom, no matter what site it is. And from your perspectives as players, you're trying to bring things back after a tough time to adapt. Now you have vertical play on top of it. How do you bring that into your mind?
I mean, the biggest thing is just that vertical play, like you were saying, is if they're in a basement, you want to start from the top floor and work your way all the way down. And that's the beauty of Cafe as well, is that it's very more structured, it's just more structured overall compared to Consulate. Whereas again, you're going top down, perfect. And then if you need to start from the bottom, then you work your way up, and you're forcing positions and people out of positions that they can't sit comfortably in.
And the only lifeline for VP right now looks to be the vertical play, because on Consulate, that's the life that they were showing a little bit in those early rounds. Also, to add one step further, FaZe has been doing a great job at adapting to what VP throws at them. But when it comes to the adaptation, Cyber is a big part of it. And a map like Cafe, it's very difficult for Cyber to find openings into the site because it's limited by the staircases and the floor-to-floor.
Adaptation versus hard-coded strats. That's the name of the game between these 2 squads. Are we seeing a map 3 or not? Or the match is almost ready?
I mean, given how Cafe is played, and it forces a lot of engagements, it forces a lot of crossfires, and that's where VP excelled rapidly going in border against M80 and playing against everyone else. I do see a Cafe being a hard structured map for VP that they could end up working with as long as they play together.
I think VP has definitely taken a hit after map 1. I think it'll be a FaZe 2-0.
All right, there it is. Let's see what you guys think at home. Lax and Fox, thank you very much. Our casters are ready to take it back. Enjoy.
If you were still in the nostalgic days where Joystick and Shepard and Consulate were seemingly as good as peanut butter and jelly, FaZe just showed us that that should not be the case. But VP have old reliable of Cafe up next, Sam, and it's their last chance to turn it back and bring us to a map 3.
Most definitely is, Carter, but I can tell you as somebody that did a lot of VOD reviewing last night, Cafe is actually a pretty good FaZe map. So, honestly, I don't think that Foxe is far off. I think there is a world, and a pretty big one at that, where FaZe take this 2-0.
I agree. I think FaZe have been so strong this whole tournament, only dropping 1 real series. Sure, maybe some maps, but ever since then, FaZe are looking to prove that they have it this tournament. It might be Virtus.pro's pick, but with how strong FaZe showed they were on Consulate, 7-3 if you're just tuning in, And despite going down early on in so many of these rounds, Sam, they were able to fight back because of static VP play, but also quick and almost effortless decision-making from FaZe.
Yeah, the mid-round adaptations, their ability to read the moment and know what they can and can't get away with. That's what leveled FaZe up on Consulate. Now, Cafe, a little bit more when it comes to moving parts, especially with your roam clear, your utility, what you want to try and bring to the table. And so far, we're finding out what we won't have access to. Grim, Ying, and Azami all off the board, and again, all of this making a heck of a lot of sense. I also really like this Aruni band coming out here.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Grim, Ying, Azami, and I'm like, all right, are we gonna have the Fenrir again? Are we just gonna repeat this band phase? I mean, that makes sense for a Virtus Pro matchup, from being entirely honest with you. But the Aruni to follow that up. We see Aruni, I think, very classically on Cafe. When you think of that extension into Cigar, you know, the castle barricades, the Aruni gates, holding inside of the Humidor and also inside of Christmas, very common. But also we see Aruni gates in positions like the reading doorway. If you want to go for a default plant through that reading door, if an Aruni gate's there and unfortunately the defensive team has wasted too much of your time, you might have to eat that damage or burn just a little bit of remaining utility that might make the difference between finding an opening inside of the site and being shut out of it. Oh!
Vita King.
I know Fox is losing his mind right now because I know in the NAL, I remember when Fox hit the Clash one day and he got a round-winning and game-winning clutch off of it. And Vita King is doing the exact same thing, Sam.
Well, it's like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Hey, right there.
Oh, hey, I've seen this one before.
Have indeed, my friend. And a very brilliant idea. We've seen a couple of times where pros have decided to hide some ops this tournament. I9, another one, ended up hiding the Oryx and had a huge moment. So things like these mind games, folks, this is what Siege is all about. Chess, not checkers. That's what makes this FPS so much different than the rest.
So much different. We'll see if Virtus Pro bring more of the same from Consulate and end up suffering for it. The moment FaZe switched things up, the moment they started changing their tune, Virtus Pro seemed like they didn't have a shot at winning that series. FaZe started playing patiently, and on the attack, were able to make quick decisions to get their man advantages back to a 4v3, flood in, and capitalize off of them almost immediately after. Opening picks are not a guarantee for Virtus Pro, and that's such a worrying trend from map 1 to have looming over your head in map 2, down 1-0 in the series. So even if we see VP have success early on, it is not a guarantee. It is more likely that they will need finding players like Handy and Cyber or Vita King even in combination and not one-offs. They want a shot.
You can see the turtle that's been built up for FaZe on this bottom floor. They've extended themselves out. They've got KDS inside of VIP. You have Souls playing inside of Bakery. Handy will be the player over inside of Kochek as well. So they've got all of their bases covered when it comes to this bottom floor. It's all going to be about the transition speed of Virtus Pro. That's what FaZe is limit testing right now. And I especially love the fact that they did hide that Clash because of this. If Virtus Pro aren't aware and they get on bad timing, Clash will make things inevitably worse.
I mean, VP don't have a reputation for being slow, right?
Right?
Right, guys? That's not something that could potentially, I don't know, be exploited by FaZe by hiding that Clash, as Sam just mentioned. Who knows? Well, if they weren't aware of it before, they're certainly aware of it now. Vita King just sitting in the corner in the exact position you'd expect. If VP go for a freeze or drop, which considering is he also hiding an Evil Eye? He is, look at this. He's trying to hide an Evil Eye behind that Clash shield so the Brava can't hack it.
This is so smart from FaZe. Not only is Clash an amazing deterrent for a situation like this, but these Evil Eyes are great to try and defend when it comes to those plans. But finally, they'll try and break through that Evil Eye and go the way of the offense. They'll start hazing up that Clash. Good damage coming in on Vita King.
He's forced Vita King off the position, and now Virtus Pro have started moving on in. But Cyber with the first pick, Vita King being mowed down! Always two Evil Eyes in a dream has found the Clash, but FaZe are still in it. All that good work on those clutch drones, and it might all be for nothing. A nice flank from Handy. Utility play will not save you. FaZe have the guns to make it work. Round 1 on Cafe goes to FaZe Clan.
The hyper focus on Coffee, as well as those Evil Eyes in sight with that Clash. They think that they've done it, Carter. They think they've scooped out the site. But little do they know that FaZe are not even close to done in the round. A nice rotation there. Up red stairs, gets them a big kill. And Virtus.pro still having to transition through that freezer hatch. Sends them right to execution. A very nice find, very tricky here from Virtus.pro to get that initially, but still very well done in that regard. It was just FaZe that made sure to keep this strategy wide, keep Virtus.pro honest in this situation that garners them the first round.
And even if you find that clash, if white stairs is still a factor, Handy's still on the roam, you're gonna get surrounded, you're gonna get encased.
Entombed, one could say.
Indeed. Virtus.pro now need to climb out of the grave. Again, 7-3 loss on map 1. Now down 0-1, only one round on their own pick. But a very slow attack with a lot of counterplay from FaZe, both in their positioning and the utility they brought. Vidiking on this flash again. I imagine he'll play a bit more of an active presence this time, maybe find himself on that top floor on the cocktail side, contesting a little bit. You don't often see a clash on the reading room bomb side, Sam.
Look at this setup from FaZe here, my friend. Clash, Smoke, Legion, Goyo. If there was a lineup that you could get from the stars to try and fight up against Virtus.pro and their style of play, this is it right here. This is their kryptonite. This is going to slow everything down. You get down to the dying moments of a round and you have this lineup. Oh, it's so Jover. It's Jover.
Reloading.
Vidiking taking the position, just held by KDS. Only probing for info, a very safe method to do so. Clash not as impervious as Monty. One puncher, one explosive, and she's very exposed to an astute student of Rainbow Six gunplay. We'll see what Virtus.pro can do. It's gonna be another full clear. They're gonna move from the cigar side over on top of reading room. There's players to cut through, of course. You have Cyber holding us in the side of the shield. The utility might be great, but a very standard setup from FaZe to defend reading room. The Clash may be the only real exception to the norm, but all the positions that, if you were to look at this site 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it's all right here.
Cyber gone fishing, but be able to find too much. No bait on the hook, I guess. Joystick has to deal with some fire here right around Cigar. No worrying about FaZe trying to keep things more than capable over on the pixel end, and Cyber looking to deliver. Free fires over towards that position. Selma's in now. Some goo mines as well as FaZe doing such a solid job of once again putting Virtus.pro onto bad timing. And look at that lineup. It's going to be such an issue for them as they try and execute. Souls is going to go down, but those Goyo canisters will persist.
I got you! Dan finds one. Highest rated player for FaZe throughout this tournament, but it doesn't guarantee anything. FaZe aren't worried by this. There's still the smoke detonating, but Joystick's found a gap, but it doesn't work! Handy cuts him down. Souls might be the highest rated going into this tournament, but Handy's been the MVP, and so Virtus.pro will go for attempt number 2. Vidiking sees the writing on the wall and moves back down the hatch. Virtus.pro have vertical control with 30 seconds left, but this is the situation we worried about. The Aruni ban honestly favoring Virtus.pro in this instant, and now the opening kills as well. Here's Cyber. Waiting on brown stairs. They know he's there. They've got a Z-ping on his position. So VP are aware of it, but with fire in their way, will they become too focused on the front? Dan needs to cover, and Dan is there. Shepard moves on in, 5 seconds to get this bomb down. Will KDS find it? He's got to rotate through Pillar, but Virtus.pro have his position locked down. 1 HP in the 1v3. VP, just like Consulate, seemed good to at least tie the game early on for FaZe. As with VP now moving outside of the building to rotate back up top. They take their first round on the attack, but it's the rounds after on Consulate that told the story, and it's the rounds after this too that VP need to make a more compelling argument.
And all things considered, an amazing round there from Virtus.pro. There was so many things in their path, even some of the picks on that top floor going the way of FaZe, but VP able to gather that control on the top floor, strip back the flooring, start to open things up for a plant possibility, but not only that, get rid of these utility pieces in good time. The biggest thing there was that FaZe actually had to start using gunpowder. Handy only having one smoke, as well as all that verticality working its way in. Virtus.pro able to pick apart FaZe from that top floor. And not only that, still had that drone downstairs, Carter, still had that redundancy to know that a flank can come through from somebody like Cyber, and they chop it off immediately. So well done for VP, especially from what we saw in map 1. Still being able to roll that into map 2, keeping yourself focused and making sure you are going down that checklist. That's what makes that round possible for Virtus.pro.
And just good to see them finally get around after such a drought on Consulate. So little success, it seemed. We talked about the opening picks, the desk did as well, but I think it's also important to talk about the performances going into this map. Dan, Pasha, always, all are basically at 1 kill by the end of the game, except for maybe 1 or 2 right at the end. And while Shepard was upwards of 14, 15 kills, most of those were in 1v4s, 1v5s. That Shepard's a great player. He can get 1 or 2 if they're given to him, no problem. But a vast amount of his kills didn't affect the round because the round was already lost. Joystick was really the main guy who was consistently having impact, and even then, it's not enough. To be that one player putting up a good performance against a team that is all playing together, all fighting to win that map. That's what FaZe were before. Maybe VP have found something now.
On this drone game, already dwindling right now for Virtus.pro. We saw how solid it was in that last round, able to shut down Cyber on that flank up round stairs. They only have 3 drones now, Carter. Only a single minute has went away, and they don't have a single info op in this offensive lineup.
I mean, Sam, maybe an IQ to find something, who knows at this point? Like you said, 2 drones, no Dokkaebi, no Lion. If you thought VP were slow before, I've got bad news, fellas. They're not going to speed up their pace now. Maybe they will, though. We saw the adaptations from FaZe. If they were stalling, they'd push. Very quickly, they'd flood in and pressure a position. VP aren't that kind of team. With some of the aggression we've seen from Pasha, some of the small changes that make a big difference in a tournament, we see them try to do that and not just fall to the trappings of their playstyle. Cyber anticipating a little bit of a gap. He's pushed up ever so slightly in Pixel, but he doesn't really need to. Handy down below as well for this C4 will send one out, but it's shot in midair. Instead, Vidiking with the start, VP on the back foot in the final minute.
Nice find from him, and a beautiful kill from Handy from the hatch. Shepard, a lot of fodder coming in on him as well, so lose a decent chunk of his life. Cyber, can he go for 2? He knows where that player is, but he won't be able to get it. It'll be KDS instead, as FaZe turn it up to 11 and claim the round.
The intel damage done to Virtus.pro cannot be overstated. 2 drones before we've even reached half the round gone, and you're trying to full clear? It could not be worse. It quite literally could not be worse for a team who is often very dedicated to the overall strategy to lose your #1 tool of doing so, your drones, your intelligence gathering tools. Maybe if they had a Dokkaebi or a Lion, it's a little bit easier. But when you're down to 2 drones so early, Cyber can get aggressive and go unaccounted for. Handy playing inside a pillar right below the new balcony, can throw a C4 up and get a kill from that position with the gun instead of the C4. Because he's gone unread, he's an unknown quantity to Virtus.pro. Such a good job from FaZe there to deny that strong tool for VP. And I see a winning formula for FaZe right there. If VP are going for full clears and they keep losing their drones, I imagine more rounds like that will go FaZe's way.
Homie in the crowd had the 50 Cent shirt on.
10 seconds to go.
Virtus.pro, speaking of 50 Cent, probably asking for as many men as they can muster to try and help them with this situation, as it is not a good one. 2-1 in favor of FaZe. These defenses coming hot and heavy, at least for these last 2 here. Virtus.pro at least able to hold a candle as of right now, but that last round, absolutely egregious. You cannot have that happen again. More than likely going to need an info op for the future. That's what we'll have always here on the Dokkaebi.
That's also why, look at what FaZe have brought. They said, oh, when you have a low drone count, you start throwing rounds? Well, I guess it's time to bring Soulless Mutant Mozzie to the party. And you know what? We'll even give our own defense some intel as well. We'll have souls on those yokais. Sure, it's a bit more of an indirect means, but KDS can even look through the flashes and look for an opportunity on Pasha. But he vaults back in. A lot of missed shots, but still put the Ram down to 1 HP. And he looking for the finisher. Such a clean duo. Nice bit of coordination to start out for FaZe.
VP, they're not gonna let you breathe. They will not, I promise. A triangle choke right now from FaZe, and they are just squeezing the life out of Virtus Pro. Every opportunity that they can find, they will exploit. And so far, so damn good from the Brazilians.
VP again down to 5 drones as we cross the minute mark. We'll see how much more they lose. There's still all the bits of utility we mentioned earlier still in play. In terms of manpower, the C-Force from below inside of the site could also be a big problem. All of Virtus Pro's soft destruction will have to be these breaching charges or secondary shotguns in the hands of Joystick. Because they lost that ram, no boogie drones for cutting open the front of Bakery and getting long angles into the site. It has to be the very few bits of utility you still have or the time-consuming shotgun. So FaZe can play patiently on the top floor and set themselves up exactly like they did in round 1, holding White Stairs, holding Coat Check, holding Brown, and forcing VP to flood.
3 drones remain for Virtus Pro. A Logi bomb still in Always pocket in a moment here on White Door. Dan could have had KDS, but it's KDS that has Shepard. Always will go down 2. It's a 5 versus 2. No one can deal with this VIP position. Joystick trying to assist from the rear. Dan still with a moment here, an opportunity, but he cannot find the shots. This shield play, practical perfection. Oh, KDS, the things you do to me, KDS. A flawless round for FaZe.
And if you take out the clash, it's basically round 1 all over again at an even better margin for FaZe. They waste time on the drones, on a spawn peek, on a bit of coordinated aggression to start. They cut down the ram, the main source of soft destruction. I'd take a tactical timeout too, because maybe you learned lessons from round 1. Maybe you had a different game plan, but FaZe gave you a new look, found your weakness in the previous round, and when they started repeating bomb sites, they said, no, actually, we'll make the next move. We'll make the changes, and you're gonna be worse for it. Oh, you're gonna be worse for it, all right.
Most definitely. And you know, Carter, we've talked a lot about FaZe at this tournament. Ad nauseum, you could say, especially when it comes to the desk and just every caster respectively, because of how amazing this team has looked, not only on an individual basis, but as a team. Their ability to adapt inside of a game, understand what you are good at, what you're weak at, the way that they can work their way around you, manipulate you, not only with utility, but map control as well. It's on full display here on Cafe. Virtus Pro thought that they were going to have a safe haven here. On Cafe, it's anything but.
No, it is not safe whatsoever for Virtus Pro. On this Bakery bomb site too, what a shot by KDS there. A split second above the shield and then he ducks back down. And that narrow window, a kill goes his way. FaZe is set up so strong and they said, all right, back to the clash. Let's see what Vidiking can do defending this reading bomb site. And it worked so well before. We see an adjustment, KDS on that dock. So there is still some aggression if they do damage to the drones. We can see KDS get aggressive, put himself in a position where he might take some damage and VP might need to clear him, but he can stim himself back up and start falling back. But VP still struggled to gain ground on reading with this cash into play. 50 seconds really before they started moving across that top floor. Why bother changing a strategy completely if it already worked so well?
And FaZe have struck Virtus Pro so hard, they've reset their brain, and now we're playing in 2020 again. Buck, Nomad, Sledge, Habana, and Zofia. We rarely see lineups like this nowadays because there's so many utility pieces on the offense that you can have access to. Things like Lion, things like Doke, things, I mean, just across the board. This is just such a old guard lineup. And VP going to try and make the most of this situation. A Nitro cell out, it won't find Dan.
Sire will be able to back up as well. You saw him playing the pixel position before. Normally you have that deployable shield and you'll just hold there as long as you can. Cyber may be going for something a little more fluid, a little less static. It might have worked before, but you were still able to end up closing out that reading round inside of the site. KDS goes for the hop out, but always has been down below. He baited out this very run out. He knew that once VP, or excuse me, FaZe read his presence here, they might go for that aggression, so he goes on the rappel instead, cuts down KDS. That's a brilliant read and anticipation by Virtus Pro.
Very well done. Doesn't mean that FaZe is going to slow down at all, though. We still have these players over here on white stairs. That drone will get picked up by the Clash of VitaKing. Souls and the rest of the gang going to do their damnedest to try and hold on to this portion of the map, folks. It's so unbelievably important when it comes to getting a case down. If they are capable of not only holding on to it, but also getting some kills from this position, it could change up the fate of round 5.
VitaKing hears some Exkyros going off, and he said, I think I'll move up, thank you very much. I think I'll look to see what the attack is doing. FaZe fighting back. FaZe fighting back. The Russians are getting nervous. Souls might have their number. Cyber with another. Virtus Pro, and where their advantage has started completely slipping away. Smoke canister down as Pasha, but the way he was almost last alive, you could easily confuse the two. Always pushing up white stairs, almost finds a third for his troubles. Downs VitaKing with the lifeline, has intel on another. A very odd position at the moment where he's able to dome another. 4K 1v5 in the making, potentially. He's got these breach charges, 30 seconds left, no drones in his pocket though. So no intel to find Souls. The Warden can catch him off guard. That's the one thing going FaZe's way at the moment. As long as Always holds out, he's able to react in time, Sam. He might just win the best clutch of the tournament. Breach charge up above. Always going for the drop. Souls, don't overplay your hand. The shots go out. Always trying his best. But Souls is too damn good. On fire indeed. FaZe are shutting out Virtus Pro almost 2 maps in a row.
I mean, what the hell was that? What is that top floor execute from Virtus Pro? They worked their way in red. FaZe have the full read. The entire strategy. Long angles working their way in from Cocktail. Great positioning over on the Heaven balcony. Souls with 2 impressive kills. There's no other way to put it. And it's so insane, especially with Virtus Pro able to get this beautiful opener they're found. But Souls, look at this right here. 2 beautiful kills coming from that same position. VP is not capable of working their way back into this round, always with almost a moment. But you can only think, what if one other player on Virtus Pro did anything for them in that round when it came to the frags? That's more than likely a VP round, but we're living in a FaZe world, baby.
What if somebody did something different on VP, but what if FaZe just weren't peaking at the right time? I don't mean peaking, I mean double meaning there. Could mean peaking, as in going for the gunfights like Souls did, but I mean peaking in terms of performance, in terms of strategy. W7M and G2 might have started falling off a little bit. G2 after SI, W7M still performing great in this tournament, still in our losers semi tomorrow, but a little more questions around their performance than there were before. But FaZe have kept the faith with their system. They've performed consistently, and with everyone performing individually when they need to, when the strategy forming exactly as it should, this is a team that lifts hammers. This is a team that starts eras defined by their play. FaZe need to do a lot more to reach that area. They're certainly starting here against VP.
This could be the start for the Brazilian squad. And what a beautiful story it would be. 6 Invitational 2024, a hammer for Brazil. I mean, what if we have them versus W7M? What a moment that would be. We have W7M versus G2 tomorrow as well. So much action still to be had, but one of these teams going to have a nice break on Saturday for Championship Sunday. As of right now, it's looking like FaZe Clan all across the board. Virtus Pro trying to readdress things, trying to reinsert once again on this red stairs / Christmas side.
You saw the initial move, put that air jab, knock Cyber out of position. Now the track stingers go out, but he's not worried. He's still taking gunfights. He's Doc, for Christ's sake. This is the guy that's made to take fights in this position since the beginning of the game. Joystick moving down red stairs at the moment, not finding much. But FaZe find Dan. Can't finish off the kill right now. But if you've had trouble with conversions for VP when you've got the pick, well, great. Now you lost it.
And Dan, unfortunately for him, he's been practically asleep this entire time. He might be resible now. He will be able to take down Souls as he finally flew a little too close to the sun. Joystick a little love tap there just to make sure. Oh my, always, what a shot out of him. Cyber tries to swing through these track stingers. Won't be able to find much. A Nitro Cell will claim Pasha upstairs though and make this a 2 versus 4.
KDS looking to get aggressive, knows the Zophia's outside on that balcony, but the concussion will force him back. No need to overplay your hand just yet. A 2v4 is a delicate position. 2 might be better than 1, but you still need to play everything right. Joystick focused down below, Handy pushing up, moving all the way across, but they found a beat on his position. He's now going instead for the movement through Freezer. Taking a gunfight with this Gridlock. He's got to isolate something, but he's looking the wrong way. Nobody on white stairs to meet that SMG-11, and KDS falls. A rough half for Virtus Pro, but something bright to move into the swap. They take the final round on their attack, going into their defenses.
And finally able to shut down these swings from FaZe. And even then, still some moments that they were looking to try and grasp at those straws, Carter, and draw themselves back into this round. I mean, you can think about moments like that Hell Door swing that we could have seen them take out always, sitting right on the balcony. That could have opened the gates again for FaZe. But this time around, Virtus Pro able to shut down a lot of what FaZe was going for with these aggressive swings, but also more than likely meaning that we'll have to see what they can do down the line. As obviously we're going to be going into the side swap here, so Virtus Pro able to at least muster one more offensive round before going into the defensive half.
A very workable position, by the way. Very workable indeed. Cafe might traditionally be thought of as defender-sided, but if you get those 2 attacks and have strong defenses to rely on, a 4-2 half into a regulation win for the only 2-win attacking team can still very much be possible. We'll just have to see what's possible for VP, because they had the same half last time, Sam. They had the 4-2, and we said, oh, maybe on these defenses they'll start building something convincing, and then even in rounds where it seemed that everything was screaming Virtus Pro will win this, FaZe found a way back in and ended the series far earlier than it seemed like it would have.
Absolutely. When it comes to Cafe right now, folks, it's actually one of our most even maps in the map pool. Nighthaven is right down the middle. The follow-up, Cafe at 53%. There's a chance, there's an opportunity for both of these teams. It's who reaches out and takes it. And I love moments like these, guys. This is what we watch esports for. Moments like this, it's down to the half, it's a side swap, it's a completely different ball game for both of these teams respectively, as they now have to readdress Cafe in its entirety.
Both teams an opportunity to give us a look that might define the half. In the case of FaZe, it certainly did, moving up 5-2. After that, it seemed Virtus Pro were going to need to fight for every single round and only win them at a razor-thin margin. At least here for FaZe's idea of how to deal with this mining and dining bomb site. They're looking to pressure a lot of different points at once. You see some presence by Red Hats. We'll see Cyber and Handy drop down, but you also have somebody over on the white hall rappel. Might see some cocktail pressure later if they find anybody on the backside. There is Joystick roaming inside of Reading, and Dan over on the cocktail balcony alongside Always. There's a lot of different positions FaZe can take up to start fighting these defenders, but at the moment, no. They'll decide on one clear decision. Cigar is where they'll start. Maybe they'll rotate, maybe they'll adapt, but at least in the mid-game, this is where FaZe are making their home.
FaZe doing a great job of propelling themselves forward here for the Christmas position. No deaths just yet on either side respectively. Cyber, nice little castle barricade here should keep him up and at him. Nice find onto Always. Looking for more inside a cocktail, and it's gonna be Pasha with the fadeaway. Amazing shots out of him as they will equal footing here going into the last minute.
Boogie's ready to shred. Still options for a retake later too. We're reaching that point in the round where things stand just at a balance but can easily be disrupted. If FaZe gets the advantage, they could flood in and succeed. If VP rotate and retake, might be the end for their attack. Handy knows someone's downstairs. Not only does he have the air jab right there, he's not leaving anything to chance. He'll hold that position while KDS does the work on the top floor. But to Virtus Pro's credit, there's not a lot of time left, and with the crossfires and the angles they have, they can hold out the site, but there, Handy's found Shepard, 0-5 so far, and with Pasha off site, that makes this basically a 4v2. Joystick's also down below, but Vidiking's anticipated this. The impacts are useless, but the bullets are true. Vidiking shut down, and this is how VP can hold it. Dan trying to fight off the ram, Souls falls. KDS needs to be clinical. He has to cover. Joystick is found Handy with the diffuser, but he's shut down. 1 HP for Dan in the post plant. Handy's been so clinical this entire series, and it only requires 1 bullet to add a 9th to his tally. Worst players have achieved 4 more. The easiest 1v1 of Handy's career gets FaZe another 5-2 half.
And the crowd goes wild. FaZe all day, every day, especially here with this Brazilian audience, as they will take yet another round. 3 rounds separate these 2 teams. And for Virtus Pro, there is not an option to slow this down. They have to stay on this train. They've already used their timeout. They can only try and make adjustments amongst themselves going forward. FaZe so far looking so solid, so good, even in moments like this, where Virtus Pro were able to battle back with some solid creativity. FaZe with some hot guns, able to take round 7, push us on into round 8, as once again, they are up by 3 rounds.
And you know how it went on map 1 when FaZe were comfortable. They didn't let VP get back in that game. VP got 1 more. And then it ultimately ended 7-3. And here for FaZe, I imagine they're feeling pretty damn comfortable on Cafe at this scoreline. We'll see Vidiking take a very familiar position on a shield, in which he likely will not have a gun in hand for the majority of the round. He likes those shield ops. He likes giving intel to the rest of his team to set up all those other players for success. But with how much soft destruction we have for FaZe, we have the Ram and the Buck, we're seeing middle floor presence. We're seeing that ceiling opened up.
Just looking across the board as of right now for VP Lynx, it's like a completely different matchup from what we had on Consulate. It was Joystick and Shepard that were getting so much done, but now it's the exact opposite. Shepard 0 and 5, Joystick 3 and 6. Dan, Pasha, and Always the ones that are standing the test of time here on Cafe. But again, it has to be a full team effort. When it comes to FaZe, their consistency across the board is what makes them so dangerous. It doesn't matter who has that moment in the limelight, they're all more than capable.
Anybody can show up on the squad. KDS, Handy, Cyber Souls, Vidiking, even with big moments. They might come more in 1vx's than necessarily kills at the end of the game, but he can have his impact as well. But considering we have this Monty and we don't have a bakery push manifesting, I imagine, assuming that FaZe end up looking to end somewhere in the freezer position, we'll see that Monty drop down that freezer hatch. Those goo mines, Sam, we've seen them be the undoing of not only Monty pushes, but specifically for FaZe on Cafe against G2. You need to be careful. Those goo mines aren't the undoing again, especially if FaZe take too long to execute.
Getting some flashbacks indeed. Vidiking will be the one to open up the hatch inside of Dining as well. A minute and 18 seconds remain as he will start to work down white stairs. You have to worry about things like that VIP position. We saw Dan on. The shield will be eliminated here. Does have the FMG9 in hand though, so has some more ammo when it comes down to it at the end of the day.
I will say a very interesting decision. Not seeing that shotgun on close quarters, but with that long angle into freezer, it definitely makes sense. He does have the more ammo, as you said, to try and use those gunfights. This is why we love FaZe, though. Look at all these different angles they're bringing. They've got the guy going for the backstab down brown stairs, Vidiking distracting at the front, Handy looking to find a gunfight. He downs Always, but it's instead Cyber the first to fall. Dan's able to find one. Souls and Handy poking and prodding at this defense. Joystick able to stop KDS on the bottom of red stairs. So VP in a very good position to finish this, especially now that Posh is following up. Yokais are relaying so much intel to these VP defenders on the progress of this white stairs push. But with the damage done elsewhere, it seems a 2v3 and finishing off Always in this down position is the best hope to getting even something close to an advantage. The Yokai usage so good for Virtus Pro to repel the Montaigne. Virtus Pro fight back.
Well done from them on that basement defense, keeping things close to the chest, not overextending themselves and giving FaZe these moments to try and pick up these big isolated kills. I especially love the way that they had that support play working its way around VIP. They were able to identify very early on what FaZe were going for, and they sent everything down that stairwell. Not a single person trying to touch that hatch. They knew that if they didn't deal with that position in VIP, the round was already going to be lost anyways. But it was Virtus Pro that was able to get these big kills, especially for Joystick here inside had a small bake, things along these lines that made this round really complicated for FaZe. Very well done from the Orange.
Virtus.pro able to work themselves in positions that FaZe aren't fully aware of. I love that. What a smooth gentleman right there. He's got to wear two because it's too bright on Planet Cool, unfortunately.
That was slick. That was real slick.
I didn't come up with it. But still, a good showing from Virtus.pro to follow that up, bringing a little bit of that aggression, again, a little bit of that uncertainty that FaZe, of course, when you're gambling and you're going for those flanks, an uncertain position might be your undoing. But FaZe still very much in the lead. We'll need to see more of that from Virtus.pro. More power positions being held as FaZe are going for the flood. More players on the defense anticipating FaZe to have someone flank around the backside or just around any different position that Virtus.pro could be holding. More of that, please. More of that, please, because I want a 3-mapper. I don't want another 2-0 where the crowd favorite has the easiest time possible.
Yeah, most definitely. In FaZe, you can go all the way to the finals, but let's make it fun, right? Let's make it a little interesting here. I think you've had it too good so far this tournament. Hopefully Virtus.pro can try and warm themselves up to the occasion, especially for Shepard's sake. I mean, my God, man, that first map, even though they were a lot of impactless frags, you were cooking, especially with that SMG-11. As of now, 0-5, and I'm sure all of your teammates would appreciate you showing up the same way, or even close to the same way that you were in that previous map.
Reload.
Cyber looking for something down red stairs. I always love how quickly this man can get in the map, how quickly he wants to take control. Dokkaebi call also going out. Cyber will back off the moment, go back up to the top floor, just get a view of what it's looking like on this middle floor, then move back, join the rest of the team. It's 3 different Virtus.pro defenders on this top floor with support from Shepard down below with a C4, but Handy's found him. He's just lurked his way into reading room. He's got control of the bomb site, Sam.
Sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate things, Carter. Sometimes you simply have to walk forward. You have to take land, and that's what FaZe will do. Virtus.pro, they put everything on black. They put everything on the top floor, and FaZe expose it immediately. Feed him to the wolves. It's FaZe all day.
Map point, series point, upper bracket final point. FaZe simply 1 round away from being the first team to make our grand final. And it's all smiles on FaZe.
Why be nervous?
Exactly.
You have 10,000 people cheering for you. Anytime Virtus.pro wins a round, you can hear a pin drop in this place. You hear anything from FaZe, a kill around anything. It's like a nuclear explosion. I'm revisiting Oppenheimer every single time. This entire arena feels like it's gonna fall down.
And this crowd will be more than happy to see one of the home favorites be the first team to make the grand final. 3 different chances FaZe Clan have to bring it back. We've seen Virtus.pro down 6-3 before in important moments. It was always who bailed them out, always who put them in this matchup over Dark Zero. Had he not clutched that 1v3, it'd be Canadian on that stage and his squad facing off against FaZe. Instead, Virtus.pro fought back. Virtus.pro proved they were in it for the long game. But in the moment where they needed it the most, not their final life, but still one where you want that day off, you want that comfort of knowing you're guaranteed at least second. Virtus.pro are collapsing, falling apart. FaZe are picking up the pieces and just chucking them out the window.
Yeah, the board game no longer exists. Simply FaZe. What can you do against this raid boss? Cyber working his way up through this barbed wire. That sound cue is not going to work in an environment like this. Cyber's once again just going to walk in. Virtus.pro, they are not paying attention to what the capabilities of FaZe are in this moment. Almost losing his head there as he saw Cyber for a split second, but neither one of them coming close in contact. Cyber does have some sight control, but now it's going to be a fight back scenario for Virtus.pro. They'll be able to at least reclaim and make this winnable into the 3 versus 3. Soul's on low HP. He's going to claim more up red stairs, but they still have Beta King to work around to try and push themselves and spearhead into this site.
Beta King needs to find that pressure. A lot of that vertical destruction was left when KDS fell on the side of FaZe. So you need to have these drones find impact. You need to have these players find ground, take momentum. I mean, Sam, we might see Handy just send it into the side at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's looked so solid across both of these maps. 11-4 right now, and he sits right outside of Haldor. Go for reading on a moment's notice, and more than likely, Carter, we'll see FaZe try and work their way down white or down really any entry point with this Monty, try and pull vision, and then let Handy do what he does best, kill the opposition. Souls, almost with a nice find, that Selma usage, very creative. Not something you see every day when it comes to the soft destruction, but still something that more than in the regard, at least in this situation, be usable. Drone there, new jammer out. Sub-minute here as Vita King has to try and find a place to plant.
But he's moved to an off spot. The canister goes in the default position, but that's not where Vita King is with the diffuser. There's also the Legion all the way in train that we saw earlier, who might prove to be the difference maker. And if Souls is watching flank or Joystick's going for the retake, he can shut this down, but one always falls. Handy's able to find him, but there's Joystick with the retake. FaZe in a difficult position. Where do you rotate? How do you move? They found one remaining defender, but can they find two? He goes for the position, Handy goes for the kill. Another 1v1 to send FaZe to the grand final, not yet. Pasha's still in it, Pasha's still hungry. They need two more, but Virtus.pro still have some fight left in them.
And there has been a couple times this event where Pasha's number has been called up, and he has made it matter the most as he keeps VP alive in this scenario. Microseconds away from losing that, so very close. If Handy predicts that on a pre-fire or anything of the sort, that's more than likely FaZe with the round. And what a moment there from Joystick. They're flying pretty high right now, but they still need 2 rounds in order to force overtime.
They at least fended off a quick play from FaZe, something that could have caught them off guard. FaZe, or Cyber specifically, moving into the site. VP stopped it. So now let's see what happens. How are FaZe going to adjust? I imagine after that, they're not just going to move immediately in again. It'll probably be more utility focused. FaZe will try to change up the game. Virtus.pro not only are expecting that aggression now, they are ready for it, and they can counter it. It might be close, it might be a 1v1, but they can still deal with it. But FaZe moved to an old reliable. Vita King, at the very last second, switches to that Monty. We'll see if they change up the strategy, but this operator selection is looking quite familiar.
I really hope that they do. We saw what Virtus.pro were capable of when they were trying to guard that VIP position, and eventually FaZe was able to garner it. But there was so much value lost in that moment, there was really no chance for them to try and translate that into a site take. Virtus.pro battering and bruising them across the board when it came to this site. Let's see what FaZe can do this time around as they have a better understanding of what VP wants.
And he immediately inside of the second floor, 20 seconds in, and he's rappelling into reading room. That's better than cyberspace on some map, it seems. We're talking about 30 seconds maybe on an Oregon full clear. In 20 seconds, Handy has acquired middle floor control and can call Cyber up to say, hey, I've cleared out everything. I can get that vertical destruction, no problem.
And this is just all on good info from FaZe. They've set these drones up properly in the prep phase. They know where Virtus.pro is already, so you know you can just enter the mid-floor. You don't have to worry about anybody being upstairs. You don't have to worry about anybody on that mid-floor. You just enter, take, and immediately start translating into this basement level, this first floor. Let me not make Intero mad about basement things. But yes, they already are going to be able to pick this up. They have KDS as well on the sledge, but they also have Cyber on the buck here too to assist in creating some of these longer angles to things like coffee.
And with so much vertical destruction at their disposal, once they get it done, what FaZe need to concern themselves with, Sam, it's Dan at bottom white. It's Pasha playing the Whiskey Bar. Those players who went unread, who were undealt with, who were the undoing for FaZe previously, that's who they need to counter. How are they going to do it?
It's a very good question. Obviously, the nade nerf has made things a lot harder to try and deal with positions like VIP. We haven't seen them try and adapt into something like a Capitao or something along those lines to try and assist. So it's most definitely going to be the crossfires and trying to apply some pressure in other means. We do have those nades on Handy. It's just the cook timer now that you have to worry about, so that player will be able to move away. But maybe that dislodgement gives them the moment that they are so desperately looking for. Oh, Vita's already in.
But look at this, Vidaking doesn't have the diffuser. He's made his way in, but where is everybody else? They're pushing from a different direction. Handy's rotated over, Soul's also inside a bakery, but he's been found out, but he's been finished. FaZe with a brilliant switch up. Vidaking baits the freezer drop, and FaZe rotate instead. So it's just Pasha and Dan now separated by 2 different floors, but Dan has the cutoff. Vidaking's now rotated, he has that diffuser, and Pasha's fighting back. It's only KDS, and Dan still has that top floor on 1 HP. Can KDS cut them off? Dan's not looking. The plant goes down successfully. Where's the counterplay? Where's the adjustments? Nothing. Nothing from Virtus Pro, except a strong effort by Pashu. But an even better one for Vidaking. Full extended. Holding out in the post plant. A position every defender is so worried about. But can Dan, with his grand final on the line, juke him out? Happy feet. Happy feet. Combo, combo incoming. It's nothing. Listen to this. Brutal. FaZe have played second fiddle this entire year. But the bridesmaids of Brazil might just have their day. FaZe Clan in front of a home crowd are the first team in the grand final of SI24.
Brazil stand up as FaZe take it 2-0 off of the back of some of the best shield mechanics I have ever borne witness to. Vidaking, what a moment there. The immediate decision making to slap the other man as he's taking that gunfight. Create a 1v1, which Monty is one of the most dangerous operators to try and deal with in a scenario like that. Dan has 0 utility. He has to try and make an error, but Vidaking doesn't live for those. He lives to be the king, baby, and he's looking to find his crown. He's looking to find that hammer.
And if you're looking at that round and you're thinking, who are FaZe Clan? Who is this team? It's that. There's barely any changes in the operators. There's barely even any changes in the first 2 minutes of the round. But Vidaking keeps the same position and everything changes around them. FaZe said, we've conditioned them. They know we're gonna go for a freezer drop and we'll give it to them. Just for one player, just Vidaking. The rest will move into bakery, move into bottom red. They'll take the control instead and take the series 2-0. We have Ian with the interview to break it all down.
Te amo, Brazil! This place might well want a place for a 6 Invitational FaZe Clan. Book their spot in the grand final. They are guaranteed to fight for the hammer on Sunday. VP drop into our lower bracket final. They will live to fight another day. We are now joined by KDS of FaZe Clan. Leo, this is Sao Paulo. You both speak Portuguese. This is your time.
Thank you. I'm shaking. What a final. O martelo tá aqui, mas me fala desse último momento em que o Vita estava segurando ali de montanha. O que passou pela sua cabeça?
Eu tava só esperando que ele não morresse, né? Tava só torcendo pra caramba, mas ele jogou muito com o Montanha e a gente conseguiu garantir a partida aí e a final. E a gente não tem nem o que falar. É uma sensação incrível estar na final, ainda mais aqui no Brasil, jogando no evento de geral aqui. Então, muito obrigado pela torcida, pelos gritos aí, ajudaram a gente bastante. Tamo junto.
Can you repeat in English for the international broadcast?
Okay. So, thank you everyone and the Broadcast International for support FaZe and send messages for us. We are working a lot to be better and better every day and win this tournament.
You want to do one in English?
Absolutely. KDS, just one from me. VP, G2, or W7M in the grand final?
I think what I want? I want G2 because Ramalho and Alemão, I already play against with them. So it will be so funny to play with them again.
And just for our English fans as well, because I'd like them to know what it feels like to play in front of a home crowd that loud. Can you summarize it for me?
It's amazing. Every round, every kill, they are screaming and we are very happy to play. That's it.
Você nunca esteve tão perto dessa marreta. Definitivamente. Como você se sente? Tá pertinho, tá na final.
Não sei nem o que falar, é uma sensação incrível. Toda a rapaziada do time está muito feliz. A gente conseguiu finalmente chegar numa final, depois de 2 majors na semi. Eu acho que essa sensação por enquanto, é a melhor que eu já tive nos Invitationals, né? E eu estou muito feliz com tudo aí.
Parabéns.
KDS, you go and celebrate with your teammates. Congratulations once again. You can now leave and go join the rest of your team.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as he does, can you just sum up what he just said at the end there for us?
That it's the best feeling that he ever felt. I can understand. Can you hear it?
I have never been in a venue where the ground shakes beneath my feet when the crowd goes wild. It's
not earthquake.
It's not. It's just Brazilian Siege fans giving it large, as we say in the UK. I want to just make something clear to the fans here, if you could communicate this to them.
Yeah.
You have been the loudest crowd I have ever experienced. So at first I want to say, obrigado, but tomorrow I want you to be even louder!
É isso, rapaziada. Os gringos sentiram. Essa é a torcida mais barulhenta, mas amanhã tem mais. E a gente quer ouvir ainda mais barulho, Ibirapuera!
Now, I want to ask them who they want in the grand final against FaZe Clan. Is that all right?
Ok, let's do it. Vamos lá, quem vocês querem ver diante da FaZe Clan?
Virtus Pro!
I don't think so.
G2!
I can hear some.
W7M!
Okay. Do you have your answer?
I think we do. All right, let's close this show out. We have still got a huge weekend of Siege ahead of us. We are just getting started in Sao Paulo. Back to the desk.
There is absolutely nothing like Brazilian Siege fans, and as you can all see and hear, there's nothing like it. I hope that we get to see you watching at home at one of our events in the future. For now, we're just gonna wrap up our day here together. Hello, I'm Milosh, your host. With me is Fox and Laxing, our 2 professional players to help us lock this all down. A valiant effort from Virtus Pro to try to bring it down, Laxing, but FaZe at the end, what a way to close it with the shield play.
I mean, what a way to close it out. Vidiking played that beautifully. I mean, NA, you need to take lessons from Vidiking and how to play Monty specifically, because that was a masterclass. I think there was like 30 seconds left in the round, and he dwindled that all the way down. I could only feel for Dan what that was going through his head.
Honestly, I don't know if we can get like cameras or something, because there has to be something for Kino to learn in this. I don't know if you're listening right now, but like, Kino, look at that last round. It's something you can take away from it.
Not just the last round, but the whole game, specifically Vidiking in particular, playing those shields, being the thorn in VP's side, the clash on defense, the Monty on attack. FaZe throughout the whole game had a good understanding of how to exploit Virtus Pro, make them slow down, make them execute, and they just knew exactly what they needed to do start to finish.
And to just touch up on Vidiking again, I mean, I think at the end of that round, I believe he was 3-9 or 3-8. It just goes to show, just because you aren't top of the leaderboard, that you aren't getting all the kills, does not mean that you don't play a tremendous role on that team. And Vidiking closed out this round, closed out this game to secure a grand finals for them.
Yeah, all of the most important parts were on the backs of the shields. They would use a lot of the clash, a lot of the Monty to integrate retakes. They give Virtus Pro these false sense of securities, let them set up, and then there would be the clash pushes up, C4, and retakes from all angles that would just be able to completely tear down Virtus Pro, make them think they're safe and sound, and they weren't.
I think nobody is, I guess, feels no shame in running the shields and running them to their absolute maximum as Brazilian teams do. That is incredibly impressive as a strategy, and you two have been on the opposite end of it.
I mean, yeah, we have. I mean, it's always rough to find yourself in a position like that. And like I said, you know, you got to feel for Dan being in that 1v1 where the game is on the line, tournament is on the line, and you just can't close that out.
Yeah, I mean, the shields are very difficult to play. As some of you may know, I played shields for my team a lot. I mean, the Clash 180. I mean, we didn't see any Clash 180 today, but I was still impressed.
Hey, that was beautiful.
I was still impressed with how Vidaking was able to pretty much carry his team. He is the main IGL for the team, so he was able to give the exact communication on when he needed to have the rest of the team sync up and attack on point.
And actually, it's kind of a, how do you say, a clinic on how to prevent a plant. That was round number 1. Fox, you want to break it down?
Of course, I'd love to. Round number 1, first out of the gate, we were so impressed with what Vidaking was able to pull out. They, from start to finish, stalled out the Clash, slowing for the plant, calling to his teammate. Here's that C4, look at that coordination. Obviously, everyone's gonna laugh. The Mitra that was hacked took down the Clash, but when that was going on, we actually saw the rest of FaZe Clan attack the sides. We had a white push, and we had a player flank up red. And the amount of distraction that Vidaking was able to provide caused the rest of his team to be able to take full control of the extremities of the map, isolate 1v1s, and Virtus Pro just wasn't even close to understanding what they could stop. They lost it from every single angle.
And I wanted to give VP the benefit out going into this map, but the one thing that I was worried about, where, you know, we're talking about adapting, understanding the other team, that's what FaZe did beautifully going into this game, because they played a lot faster pace in the early rounds to stop VP from getting into sites, to stop them from just trying to get an initial hold or get an initial strategy of what they wanted to do. And then when they would get those initial picks, they'd immediately just fall back to site, knowing that VP's a slow team, and knocking a player off the board is just going to slow them down even more.
We had a replay of Handy earlier on, but we're going to bring him up again because this man is definitely to be highlighted. Might look a bit quiet, reserved, but not on the server.
Not in the server at all. We highlighted him before the match started. He is the main person on FaZe that will get in the map, take position, set up the drones for his teammates. He'll set everything up, and then once his job is done, he's able to become a Slayer. You see right here, jumping in, he's always getting these picks after his job is done. He's one of those players that is reserved at the start, but once he's able to be given the flexibility, given the freedom, he's making all his shots hit throughout the whole tournament.
I mean, in a game like this with a team like FaZe, to be the person to receive the, I guess, the piece of the intel play of the game, that's pretty darn impressive.
I mean, to clinch grand finals, to be the player of the game, intel player of the game, and what more can you ask for?
Now let's take a look at our bracket and everything that's happened so far today. 3 matches, and they gave us this. FaZe Clan, of course, defeating Virtus Pro. They will be the first team in our grand final. Reminder, FaZe Clan are no slouches, that's for sure, and they have seen grand finals many a times over the past few years. We'll get to see them in here, potentially a brand new team to lift the hammer. But in W7M and G2, they still have to play tomorrow. I would say bitter international rivalry for the team to win and play Virtus Pro. Gentlemen, your thoughts on all of this?
I'm really just looking forward to that W7M G2 game, especially with Philly Pox coming on the stage saying he really wants to play Alamau specifically, and that, again, they're both very confident that they can counter each other and be the team walking away and going into a grand final.
I think every Brazilian team wants to face Alamau on stage, especially in Brazil. I really don't know who the crowd would root for, but if the crowd was crazy today, I'm expecting something insane tomorrow, and especially on the finals day.
Yeah, I don't think you can even believe it, just because, reminder, hey, Fridays are usually people still at work, they're usually still at school, they got stuff to do. That's okay. That's why we're expecting Saturday and Sunday. I mean, already today.
This was still full.
It was
still
insane.
Full. I've never been in a stadium where you feel the ground shake when people are cheering and chanting. Every single kill, not only do you hear the doom, of, like, you know, when somebody
I like that
drops
sound.
somebody.
That was really spot on.
I know, but you also hear the crowd just in rage, in hype.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to be on this desk with you today. It's our first time that we get to do a full desk together, so hey, it fills my heart. I've been casting you and talking about you on desks for years. Now we get to be together to talk about the other best teams in the world.
The best emotion, the best feeling is playing on this stage with all the chills, but the second best is being on a desk with you guys.
Oh, he's so cute. Thank you very much, Fox. Lax, I mean, this is a teammate to have.
No, I mean, me and Fox have had tons of history, tons of ups and downs. I mean, the biggest thing is we played pretty much at every single invite. We're now on the desk together. Who's to say we don't come back and win SI?
Everybody wants to play, right? When you feel it here, and for those that are watching at home, I know you're itching to finish the show so that you could get into your own ranked game because it just hypes you up. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, of course, to Fresh and Fabian who are with me here on the desk, and for all of you watching in the arena. And yes, Lex.
Can I just say one thing, because my parents give me crap all the time for this? Mom and Dad and everyone at home, my family, I absolutely love you guys. I couldn't do this job without you, and same with the fans and all the supporters.
Thank you very much. There we go. We're all one big family here, either in the talent or the players, or all of you. We're part of the one and same in Rainbow Six. For that, we'll see you tomorrow morning for more action here live from Sao Paulo. Till then, I can't wait. I've waited so long to say this finally. We love you so very much. Good night.